Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Hey everybody, get ready for some great shows. Starting out with Cavalcade of America, Lux Theater with some great Hollywood stars, Groucho Marx, one of the best comedians in history, and also followed by the hilarious Red Skelton.
The Cavalcade of Music, presented by DuPont. This evening, the DuPont Cavalcade of Music had scheduled a program of the songs of Richard Rodgers. The music of George Gershwin had been scheduled for next Wednesday. But day before yesterday, Monday, the 12th of July, newspapers all over the world headlined this unhappy fact: George Gershwin has gone. And so, this evening, our program, presented by Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra, with Conrad Thibault as guest soloist, will be a special tribute to George Gershwin, a young man whose tunes brought joy to America even as they lifted our so-called popular music to a new level. For George Gershwin was our leading interpreter of what is called the jazz idiom. Not a musician in the land will forget that day in 1923 when Gershwin completed a composition for Paul Whiteman to play before an audience of critical music lovers in Aeolian Hall, New York, an auditorium dedicated only to classical music. The Rhapsody in Blue was a milestone in the development of American popular music. For about that time, richer arrangements and more elaborate orchestrations began to have their day. But George Gershwin was already known before he wrote the Rhapsody. Just out of his teens, he composed a number that Al Jolson sang in the musical show Sinbad, George Gershwin's first big hit, Swanee. When he was 16 years old in 1915, the boy whose piano lessons were paid for by his mother at the rate of 50 cents an hour went to work for a New York music publisher named Remick & Sons for $15 a week. 8 to 10 hours a day he plugged away at the piano, promoting the company's songs all over the city. But even then he had the urge to compose. He wrote many a number that went unpublished, but those tunes were stored away by young Gershwin for possible future use. And one appeared in the early 20s as a hit of his score of George White's Scandals. Its name was Somebody Loves Me, and it's still a favorite. Ever since those early 20s, George Gershwin was an established success. But not until several years later did he actually lead a theater orchestra in a performance of one of his own shows. On Christmas night, 1929, in Boston, he climbed into the pit and conducted a performance of Strike Up the Band, a musical that contained 28 Gershwin compositions. Among them was an appealing melody called Soon. Our guest soloist, Conrad Thibault, sings it.
I'm making up for all the years that I wasted. I'm compensated at last. My heart is through its shirking, dear. Through you it's working fast. The manly, lonely nights and days when this duffer just had to suffer are past. Life will be a dream song. Love will be the theme song. Soon the lonely nights will be ended. Soon two hearts as one will be blended. I've found the happiness I've waited for. The only girl that I was slated for. Oh, soon a little cottage will find us safe, with all our cares far behind us. The day you're mine, this world will be in June. Let's make that day come The day you're mine, this world will be in June. Let's make that day come soon.
George Gershwin wrote the music for many a successful stage show, of course. One of his earliest hits opened in Philadelphia on the night of November 17th, 1924. Its name was Lady Be Good. It had an all-star cast, including Fred and Adele Astaire, and one of its most popular dance numbers was this one, Fascinating Rhythm. In the late 1920s, there was a parade of successful musical shows with scores by George Gershwin. One of them was called OK, and in this production was an English girl named Gertrude Lawrence, who responded to many an encore with the Gershwin song, Someone to Watch Over Me. After the Rhapsody in Blue won the critics at Paul Whiteman's Aeolian Hall concert, Gershwin's versatility was established. In 1932, he wrote the score for a musical that won the Pulitzer Prize. It was the amusing political satire called Of Thee I Sing, and it included the rhythmic melody Who Cares, which Conrad Thibault will sing for us now.
And bonds that I've been burned with. I love you and you love me, and that's how it will always be, and nothing else can ever mean a thing. Who cares what the public chatters? Love's the only thing that matters. Who cares if the sky cares to fall? long as you've got a kiss that conquers, why should I care? Life is one long jubilee, so long as I care for you, and you care for me. Why should I care? Life is one long jubilee, so long as I care for you, and you care for me.
Many of George Gershwin's numbers are ideal for piano. Perhaps that's because the composer himself was unusually skillful at the instrument. Phil Wall, pianist with Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra, is presented now in two numbers from the Gershwin score of a musical hit called Girl Crazy. The tunes are I Got Rhythm and Embraceable You. Of course, George Gershwin wrote for the movies. In fact, at the time of his fatal illness, he was at work in Hollywood. Moviegoers will remember the toe-tingling score he wrote for the recent Fred Astaire Ginger Rogers picture, Shall We Dance? We'll hear three numbers from the score. I've Got Beginner's Luck, Conrad Tebow singing They Can't Take That Away From Me, and the title song, Shall We Dance?
memory of all that. No, no, they can't take that away from me. The way your smile just beams, the way you sing or keep, the way you haunt my dreams. No, no, they can't take that away from me. We may never, never meet again on the bumpy road to love. Still, I'll always, always keep the memory of the way you hold your knife, the way we danced till 3, the way you changed my life. No, no, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me.
George Gershwin. A Broadway song plugger who decided as a youngster that he'd someday write an opera, and did it successfully with Porgy and Bess. A long-legged, shy, yet wide-grinned genius who took the throbbing beat of his native East Side, the swinging rhythms of his adopted Broadway, the hopes and heartbeats of his very native land, and turned them into music. Music that was jazz, touched with a magic wand of genius. Music that we won't forget. DuPont joins the nation in a tribute to George Gershwin. What a legacy of melody he left to keep his works high in our country's cavalcade of music, and his name an honored one in the cavalcade of America. How would you like to go cruising around the South Seas searching for some lost island? It's human nature to get a thrill out of exploring new fields. But the important thing is what comes out of such searching. To the research chemist, there's something of the adventurer's thrill in explorations of science. But here again, the important thing is what useful products are found or developed. Take cellulose research, for example. Chemistry experimented with two natural materials, cotton and spruce wood, which supply this versatile substance in purest form. They explored possible uses for cellulose and from it developed many useful products for all of us. They include transparent wrapping material to protect our food, washable coated fabrics for greater economy and service, shatterproof glass for added safety, and dozens of others. Human needs served by such products whose base is cellulose resulted in broader markets and better prices for the cotton grower and lumberman. Coal, the black diamond of the earth, also attracted the attention of research chemists. From it, they obtained a sticky substance called coal tar. Long research with this material resulted in chemical bases for perfume, bases for fast dyes, insecticides, and many more products of everyday use. And there's salt. From research in salt, DuPont chemists have developed several types of disinfectants, materials to case-harden steel, and refrigerants to preserve our foods. And sulfur, nature placed it in the earth. Chemists developed ways of extracting it and putting it to work for all of us. For instance, sulfur is used in sprays to protect plant life from insect attack, and of course it's the principal ingredient of sulfuric acid, the most widely used chemical of all. Thus we see a few of many examples of how DuPont chemical research, which might be called scientific exploration, works for all of us by improving existing products and developing new ones from nature's own materials. This exploration is going on constantly, and there are more explorers today than ever before. DuPont alone has hundreds of research chemists at work in its laboratories, and their efforts, resulting in advances that touch the daily lives of us all, are always directed towards the goal described in the DuPont phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Next week at the same time, the DuPont Cavalcade of Music will present the program originally scheduled for this evening. The music of Richard Rodgers, Conrad Thibault guest soloist with Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for Feature Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Janet Gaynor and William Powell in Mireling.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, we're happy to announce that the Lux Radio Theater has just been awarded a Radio Certificate of Merit by the Women's Press Club of Indiana in cooperation with the National Federation of Presswomen and the Women's Press Club of New York City. We're proud of this award and are deeply conscious of its significance. Out of real life comes tonight's play, the touching drama of Prince Rudolph of Austria and Marie Wetzera, whose love was mightier than a kingdom and life itself. In Mireling, you'll hear William Powell and Janet Gaynor with Alma Kruger, Robert Barrett, and Frank Riker, while our special guest is Don Eugene Plummer, Hollywood's oldest citizen. Our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before bringing you our producer, Mr. DeMille, I want to remind the ladies in our audience that Hollywood's complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a luxurious bath soap, too. This fragrant white soap has a generous, active lather that removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt, leaves your skin fresh and sweet with a delicate perfume that clings. Joan Blondell, one of Hollywood's most glamorous stars, tells you, a Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath is the best way I know to protect daintiness. You'll love it. Try it. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Out in the Austrian countryside, nestled in a little valley sweet with the air of pine and spruce trees, is an ancient castle with round and pointed towers, a thick forest that was once the joy of royal huntsmen, and stone walls dwarfed by neighboring mountains. There are days when you'd find this an enchanting place. There are other days when the castle would fill you with such melancholy that you'd gladly be on your way eastward to Baden or northward to Vienna. Now it's the home of a sisterhood of Trappist nuns who every day offer up a prayer because of what took place within those walls. Exactly 50 years ago this month. For this is the castle called Mireling, which gave its name to the great drama of the screen. We're doubly happy to bring Mireling to the air with two such splendid artists as William Powell and Janet Gaynor. Mr. Powell stars soon in the new MGM film, The Return of the Thin Man, a sequel to his celebrated exploits as the screen's most sophisticated detective. Tonight he assumes the manner and dignity of an heir to the Austrian throne, Rudolph of Habsburg. Among our listeners up in San Francisco, there may be those who know two Janet Gaynors. One is the dainty auburn-haired girl who plays so enchantingly in the new Selznick International picture, The Young in Heart. The other Janet Gaynor is the girl who used to work in a shoe store on Geary Street, behind a desk labeled Accommodations and Complaints. When her family moved here, she enrolled in a Hollywood secretarial school. 2 years later, she was in seventh heaven and on her way to stardom. Tonight we hear Miss Gaynor as Marie Wetzera. Alma Kruger appears as Countess Wetzera, Robert Barrett is Count Taffa, and Frank Riker plays Emperor Franz Joseph. It's curtain time now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Milding, starring Janet Gaynor and William Powell. Austria in 1881. The reign of the Emperor Franz Joseph, an era of social unrest and political upheaval. On the streets of Vienna, there are frequent riots, student demonstrations against the monarchy. Resorting to force, the police have rounded up the leaders of the latest demonstration. In the office of the commissioner, they stand subdued but arrogant, stepping forward quickly as their names are called.
Arl Semmering.
I'm Carl Semmering.
Let me see your papers. Your nationality?
I'm a Croat.
There are no Croats here. Only faithful subjects of His Majesty.
I am a subject, but faithful. That's another thing.
Take him away. Next.
I believe I'm next, Commissioner. My name is Zeps.
Oh, Zeps.
Editor of the New Journal of Vienna.
And an infamous organ known as the Liberal. How do you come to be in this brawl, Herr Zeps?
I was merely passing. I saw a demonstration and I stopped to watch.
Did you? Well, this time, Herr Zeps, your friendship with the Crown Prince will be of no help to you. You'll oblige me by holding yourself at the disposal of the police.
Of course.
Who's next? You. Let me see your papers.
I'm sorry, I have no papers.
No papers? Well, that's very interesting. What's your name?
Rudolph.
This is no time for pleasantries. Rudolph who?
Rudolph of Habsburg.
Rudolph of... Your Highness, Pardon me, please. Salberg.
Yes, Commissioner?
Notify the Emperor at once. His son has been taken by the police.
It's unthinkable. The heir to the throne of Austria, picked up by the police, arm in arm with a men like Zeps, in a riot.
A demonstration, Father.
I say a riot. You mix with the dregs, with the scum of the city. You, the son of the Emperor.
I'm only proving the moral, Father. A ruler should know his people. I learn as I listen.
Let others listen for you. You have secretaries, ministers, police. It's unforgivable, Rudolph. On the night before your wedding, you were with Zeps instead of with your fiancée.
Father, don't ask me to play the lover with Stephanie. You wanted this marriage.
I wanted it, yes. For the good of the crown and for your happiness.
And you can't reconcile one with the other, can you? Ever since I was a child, I've known that. I've seen it in my mother's eyes.
Does she complain?
Neither do I. I've accepted Stephanie. But that's all.
Rudolph, is there another woman?
1? 10, 100. But I'll marry the Princess Stephanie, Father. I'll have an heir. The interest of the state will be protected.
My son, no one can escape his destiny. Pray God that time will make you happy.
Pray God that I should never find a great love.
Marie! 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 Marie, didn't you hear me call?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. I was reading and...
Well, isn't it time you went to bed, my dear?
In a moment. Did you read this, Mother? In the newspaper, it's about the Crown Prince.
What about the Crown Prince?
Yesterday was the 5th anniversary of his marriage. They had a fine celebration.
Yes. I imagine they did.
Oh, everyone was there. Why didn't you go, Mother? The Baroness Wetzera should have been invited.
I was invited. But I didn't have the heart to go, my child. It's a sad match, that one.
Is it really? I've always heard it was. But is it true, Mother, what they say about the Crown Prince? That he hardly ever sees the Princess Stephanie? That he lives his own life in
Marie.
a separate house with only his soldiers, drinking every night? And that girl, the gypsy...
Marie! Where did you hear these things?
Well, everyone knows, Mother.
Yes, and everyone talks. Now go to bed, my child. Your brother and your cousin are taking us to the fair tomorrow. It'll be a long day. And, Mary.
Yes?
Don't bother your head about the troubles in the court. They have nothing to do with you. Good night.
Good night, Mother.
It's a very gay crowd, Your Highness. A very magnificent fair. Or don't you think so?
Oh, yes, very gay. Remarkable how a few painted baubles can raise their spirits, isn't it?
Oh, you're bitter today, Rudolph.
That's my life, Zeps. Gaiety, song, drinking, and bitterness. I'm quite used to it.
Don't speak like that. Shall we sit down here?
I'd rather walk. Do you know what my existence is like, Zeps?
Oh, I can guess.
I'm watched constantly. Watched like a criminal. Reported like a schoolboy. They know who my friends are when they come to me, how late they stay, what I say, what I do. There are 2 policemen behind us now.
Policemen?
Oh, don't bother to look. I know they're there. I can feel them.
Comfortable sensation.
They're sent by Prime Minister Topper to make sure I keep out of trouble. Sure, I keep out of trouble. Sure, I keep out of trouble. Well, they needn't bother. To lose myself in the crowd is the only distraction left to me.
And women?
Women? The last resort. They bore me. They throw themselves into my arms, vanity or self-interest. It's too easy.
Perhaps. But the right one,
Perhaps. What about your daughter, Zeps?
My daughter?
Why not? She's lovely. Young?
Too young. Much too young. And besides, she's not your type.
Oh, don't worry, Zeps. I was only joking.
For a moment, I thought you... Why, what is it, Rudolph? What are you staring at?
Hey, say, look at that girl over there, near the puppet show.
Now, there's a lovely girl, Rudolph.
Yes. Even prettier than your daughter.
And
prettier than your daughter.
I only suggested that one as young as
Will you please let me alone?
Well, I'm only trying to help you.
Just a moment. What do you want here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the young lady was alone.
She happens to be with me. Does that satisfy you?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Are you all right now? I thought a little lie would be better than his insolence.
Oh, he was horrible.
But he was right, too, you know. You're much too young to be alone here.
But I'm not alone, really. I was with my mother and my brother. I lost them in the crowd.
Suppose I help you find them?
Would you?
Of course. Well, what's the matter?
It's funny, but I seem to know you.
Oh, a great many people seem to know me. I'm sorry, but we're just about where we started from.
Well, I can't imagine what happened to them. They must be here.
Shall we let them look for us for a while?
If you want. I'm enjoying myself. Oh, I love my doll. It's the first thing I ever won.
Very pretty. Resembles you, by the way.
I wish that were true. Here. Have another chocolate?
Must I?
Well, of course. You won them. They're yours.
Very well. Would you like to hear the puppets?
I'd love to.
They're over this way.
I thought I heard someone.
You see, the eternal triangle. The prince, the princess, and the devil.
Shh, listen.
Prince of my heart. Oh, my treasure. Who is this dark man?
I am the devil, and I have come to fetch you.
Why?
To grill you, to roast you, to boil you.
Oh, devil, do not take me. I was going to be so happy.
All the better. I like to take the happy ones.
I think it was very sad, don't you?
Oh, yes. She was in love. Now she's punished. The devil likes to take the happy ones.
No, I don't think that's true. It certainly isn't just.
Not very.
Oh, there's my mother. She's looking for me.
Shall I take you over?
Oh, no, please. It's just as well that she doesn't see me with a man she doesn't know.
Well, then stay. Just a little while longer.
Oh, I can't, really. Goodbye, and thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Oh, I know who it is you resemble now. I remembered when you weren't looking at me. It's the Archduke Rudolph.
Oh, yes? Does it displease you?
Oh, not at all. Goodbye.
Bye.
Are you ready to leave now, Rudolph? Rudolph, since when have you liked candy?
Yeah? Oh, candy? Just tonight, Zeps. It's quite sudden. Suppose we come to the point, Count. I want to know. You, as Prime Minister, can tell me. Where is Zeps?
Zeps? I believe he has left the country, Your Highness, early this morning.
Because of a warrant for his arrest. A warrant that was issued by you.
Your Highness is well informed. This time I regret it because I wish to show Your Highness my zeal and my sincerity.
Never use words of which you don't know the meaning.
Your Highness is unjust. I came this morning to propose an entente. At heart, we pursue the same goal, the interest of the country. I simply want Your Highness to be well protected.
Listen to me, Count. I insist that Zepp's papers be reinstated at once. The warrant for his arrest annulled immediately.
I am sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot do that.
And I'll see someone who can. Loschek.
Yes, Your Highness.
My tunic, please, quickly.
Yes, Your Highness.
I'll go to see my father.
It will be no use, Your Highness. The warrant for Zepp's arrest was issued at His Majesty's request.
What?
Good day, Your Highness.
Your tunic, Your Highness.
Oh, never mind. I don't need it now. Loschek, I can't go on like this. These people will kill me.
Your Highness.
I have one friend. One real friend out of 1,000 false ones. Now they've taken him. Where can I turn? Is there one of the others I can trust? Is there one who will forget who I am? Accept me for myself? I need that luxury. I'm a human being. Why haven't I the right to be happy?
Yes, message from His Majesty. The Emperor requests the presence of His Highness the Archduke of the Opera. All the court will be present. His Majesty relies on the Archduke's presence in the Imperial box. I'll tell His Highness.
Gaily evening to the opera. You see, they have a remedy, Loschek. I'm for you.
Mary, my child, you mustn't stare so. Listen to the music.
Oh, but it's so exciting, Mother. I think everyone must be here tonight.
Except your brother. I wonder what's happened to him.
Look, Mother. Isn't that the Princess Stephanie in the Imperial box?
Shh, Mary, please.
Pardon me, Mother.
George, where have you been?
I'm sorry, Mother. I had business with the Countess Lariche.
The Archduke's cousin?
Very pleased. She's going to help me, Mother.
Yes?
She has marvelous influence at court. She's going to speak to the Archduke tonight about my joining his regiment.
Oh.
There she is now. See her in the Imperial box? That's Rudolph, who just came in.
That man? The Archduke?
Why, yes. What's the matter, Mary?
Oh, nothing, Mother. He's very handsome, isn't he? Wonderful. I wish you could have been there, Nunu.
A governess at the Royal Opera? That would hardly be fitting, my dear. Come now. Let's have the dress.
Thank you, Nunu. And then Adeline and Patty sang. Oh, she was so beautiful. But he didn't see her either. He was looking at our box all the time.
Who's he?
You've no idea how wonderful it was. The lights, the jewels, the music, and all that for him.
For whom, Mary?
Nunu, don't you understand? For the prince, the Archduke, the one I met at the fair. You know, I think he knew me. I think he recognized me.
My dear, the opera has sent your mind reeling. Now you must sleep. There's early mass in the morning, child.
Sleep? I shall never sleep again. He's so handsome, Nunu. He has such sad eyes. I shall never have time enough in which to think of him.
Good night, my dear. I'll call you.
Highness.
Listen to me. Don't be frightened. Don't move.
Your Highness, the mass started. It's wrong to speak to me now.
I know. But I have no other way. Marie, since I first saw you, I thought of you night and day.
Your Highness.
I hardly know you. But you don't know what joy it gives me. Even to see you, to speak to you like this. I will see you again. Don't refuse me.
Oh, but how can I? I'm never alone.
I must see you. It means so much.
But why, Your Highness?
Because, for you at least, I have no title. I'm just myself.
Your Highness, oh, here's my governess. You must leave me, please.
But not for long, Marie. Remember?
Marie! Marie! Marie, where did you go? The mass has started.
No, tell me. Do you think that a prince can be unhappy?
Like everyone else, Marie. Like everyone.
The curtain falls on Act One of Meyerling, starring William Powell and Janet Gaynor. In our few minutes intermission before the second act, let's listen in on a Hollywood party. One of the talented guests has been asked to sing. We're just in time to hear the end of his song.
Doesn't that give you thrill?
It does not. Why should I get thrills? All the time Bill Sanger's looking straight at you.
Oh, Sally, did you notice it? I thought so. I hoped so.
A blind man could see it. You're lucky, Alice. You get all the breaks. And then you've got everything. Nice skin.
Why, Sally, you shouldn't feel like that.
Let's hope Alice will be frank with Sally. For Sally's one of those foolish girls who's actually spoiling her own looks. By not removing stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt thoroughly, she's allowing choked pores to cause unattractive cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarged pores. Lovely girls everywhere who know the charm of a beautiful skin use Lux toilet soap. This gentle white soap has active lather, helps keep skin soft and smooth. 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Meyerling, starring William Powell and Janet Gaynor. For a week, Mary Wetzler has waited, half in fear, half in anticipation, for word from the Archduke Rudolph. No word has come. But now in the Baroness Wetzler's drawing room, Countess Lariche, Rudolph's cousin, has made an unexpected appearance. After greeting the Baroness, she moves slowly toward the piano, where Marie sits playing.
My dear, you'll never know the sensation your daughter caused last week at the opera. Everyone was looking at her. Well, don't stop playing, my dear. I adore music.
Thank you, Countess.
But it was a triumph, a real triumph. Oh, you shouldn't tell her that, Countess. You'll make her vain. Oh, Marie isn't vain, are you, child? May I sit here with you, dear? Play louder and listen carefully.
But, Countess,
go on playing. My cousin wants to see you.
The Archduke?
Now, don't be upset. Control yourself. He talked to me about you for an hour. He wants to see you at the palace today, this evening.
But, Countess, I can't.
I'll manage it. Leave everything to me, my dear.
Ring, Your Highness.
Yes, Lucic. I don't want to be disturbed for the next hour. If anybody calls, you'll knock on the door, you understand?
Yes, Your Highness, I think so. A new one, Your Highness?
Yes, a new one, Lucic.
An actress or a lady of the court, Your Highness?
Neither. A very adorable girl.
Really?
There she is now. You go out to the passage. I'll let her in myself. Come in, Marie.
Am I late?
I don't think so. It's just that I've been waiting so long. I was afraid you wouldn't come. I'd be frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I don't know. Perhaps of this cold palace. Perhaps of me.
Not of you. I could never be frightened of you. When I'm near you, I couldn't be frightened of anything. Remember the evening at the fair?
I remember.
But you were gay and happy then. This room, it isn't like you. So gloomy.
Yes, I keep this way purposely.
But why? Who knows painting? It's so dark.
They're not very gay to most people, I dare say. But they cheer me. This, here on my desk, this cheers me, too.
Oh, it's horrible.
Have you ever seen a human skull before? They use it as a paperweight.
Do you look at that all the time? Why?
Perhaps to console me for living. Gives me hope that perhaps I, too, may be useful someday.
You shouldn't say those things. Life is beautiful.
Of course. I'm talking nonsense.
I don't understand you. You look at me so strangely, so sadly.
Why did you come here?
Because you sent for me. I couldn't believe it at first. But then the Countess said that you talked of me.
So you came. Without a thought, you just came to me.
I couldn't help myself. That was very strange, wasn't it?
Unbelievable. But you shouldn't have come. You hear? You shouldn't have come.
You want me to leave?
Yes, I want you to leave now.
But why?
You come to see me. You speak to me as no one has ever spoken to me before. Haven't you anything to ask of me?
What should I ask?
Everyone who comes here has something to ask. Advancement, decorations, money.
But I have everything I want, Your Highness.
Don't call me that. For you, I have no title. Remember that when we meet again.
Then we will meet again?
Yes. Often, I hope.
Have a full report on the Archduke? I have, Count Taffa. Their last appointment was for Friday. Marie Vatsera came to the palace 4 times during the week. 3 times the week before. You see, Commissioner?
The girl is from a fine family. This can end in scandal.
But it won't. It will end before that, by His Majesty's order. I am having the Archduke watched every moment of the day. They met today in the garden near the Ringstrasse. They were together for an hour and then at the art gallery.
I followed them to the plot of
The Archduke sent a note this morning.
Madame Vatsera was seen today on her way. Their next meeting is already arranged, near the lake in the park, at 7 in the morning.
I was afraid you wouldn't come in this rain.
Do you think a few drops could keep me away?
My dear.
I had to invent an excuse for Mother. Imagine, she thinks she's punishing me by not taking me to the theater. How long have we this time, Rudolph?
About 2 hours.
2 hours. All to ourselves. We've never been so lucky, have we?
Don't speak.
What is it?
Over there. Just beyond the trees.
It's only the branches moving. You see the police everywhere, Rudolph. They've lost you tonight.
No. They just hidden themselves better, that's all.
Oh, then let them hide. Let them watch. It's they who should be ashamed, not we. Why should we care? As long as they don't stop us from meeting.
2 hours. And I want to spend my whole life with you.
Perhaps you will.
They'll never let us escape. They're working now to separate us. I know it.
Oh, but how can they? How can they separate us? It's so impossible. They must know that, too.
My dear, what faith you have.
I love you. And we have 2 hours.
Daddy?
Oh, yes, Mother?
Come here to me.
Oh, my Mother, you're home. Didn't you say you were going to the theater? Was the play very bad? It must have been you're home so early. Mother.
Where have you been?
Why, what do you mean?
Where have you been?
Please. Please don't ask me.
Then it's the
truth. Oh. And to think it should come to me through an anonymous letter. Who is your lover?
Mother, don't.
Who is he? Who? Tell me.
Oh, Mother, we've done nothing wrong. It's true there is someone, but we've nothing to be ashamed of. I swear it, Mother. He respects me. He loves me.
What is his name?
I can't tell you that.
I demand to know.
I can't tell you, Mother. I can't.
Very well. Then I must find a way to cure you of this madness. You will leave tomorrow for Trieste.
Trieste?
You will stay with your aunt until such time...
No, don't send me away. Oh, Mother, listen to me. Do what you like. Punish me any way you want. Oh, but don't send me away from Vienna. Please don't. Let me stay here.
I'm sorry, Marie. You will leave in the morning.
Mother! Rudolph.
Gone? What do you mean, gone? Speak up, Loshek.
Why, she's gone, Your Highness. An anonymous letter to her mother.
Tata, again. He's taken her away from me. Why?
There was no other course, Your Highness. It was for the good of the state.
The state, the state! Does my life mean nothing?
Our lives are not important, Rudolph, but our country is. And if you will not think of your country, then think of her. You can only offer her scandal, disgrace. Think of her.
She's gone, Your Highness.
The good of the state. Our lives are not important, my son. No other cause. Think of her. You can offer her nothing. Rudolph. Scandal, disgrace. Think of her. Think of her.
Rudolph, I've been waiting for you. I've had this letter from Marie. She's in Trieste. Rudolph! What are you doing? Aren't you going to read it?
No.
Another party. Yeah, there's been one every night since the girl left. Well, makes our life easier. You know, they say he's trying to forget her. Yeah. I wouldn't write that in your report, though.
A toast to our old friend, His Highness the Archduke Rudolph!
My friends, comrades of the night, I know that I can call you my true friends, every one of you. I know that if I'd been born a coachman's son instead of a king's, I'd still have found you in my lowly hovel, come to cheer me, to praise my humble virtues. Such a mark of true friendship shall not go unrewarded. Name your wish, my friends, and it's yours. Well, you all want something, don't you? Name it.
Rudolph, you are not in a nice mood tonight. Don't you like us tonight?
I don't like myself tonight. Play, go on. Play. My friends want to dance.
One moment, please.
Good evening, Loshek.
Oh, why, Miss Marie. Oh, I'm so glad to see you again.
Is he here, Loshek?
Can't you hear them in there? Every night since you've been away, it's been like this.
Well, you mustn't worry. He's unhappy, but he won't always be. We'll take care of him, won't we, Loshek?
I'll tell him you're here, miss. Your Highness, there's a young lady.
Young lady? I made another conquest, Loshek?
It's Miss Marie, Your Highness.
Marie? Did you say I was here?
I had to, Your Highness. She...
Never mind. Keep these people in here. Don't let them come near her.
Yes, Your Highness.
Rudolph.
Marie? Loshek told me you were here. I didn't believe him.
I came as soon as I could. Mother only brought me back this morning. Oh, it's been so long.
Yes. You're looking more beautiful than ever.
Am I? Aren't you going to kiss me?
Of course.
Rudolph, you have blood on your face.
Blood? That? Oh. It's rouge. Woman, one of my friends. Very gay tonight.
Oh, I thought...
Sit down, Marie. Or would you rather come inside? Like some supper? Something to drink?
I only came to see you, Rudolph.
You didn't pick a very good time. Not quite myself this evening.
Darling, what is it? You're so strange. Aren't you glad to see me?
Always glad to see you. Always will be. That's what makes it so difficult.
I don't understand you. I'll go now. I'll come back tomorrow.
Marie, don't make me hurt you. There's nothing wrong with me, nothing that tomorrow will change. I'm a prince, Marie. Archduke Rudolph, Crown Prince. No personal achievement, I was born to it. But someday I'll be king. Emperor of Austria. You see, they've been giving me schooling in empire. Stand by the country. Tragedy is they're not altogether wrong. There's something in this, living for millions of people, and...
Rudolph, are you telling me that you don't want me? You don't need me any longer?
The prince needs very little that he can't buy.
I don't believe you. You loved me. What have they said to you? What have they done?
They've shown me that a nation is more important than the individual. More important than I or you.
Rudolph, if that's true, if you really believe that I stand in the way of your throne, and if that's what you want, then there's nothing I can do except leave you. But if there's some other reason, and I hope there is, if it's something in your mind about me, perhaps, what's good for me or bad for me, I want you to know this. There's no hurt, no suffering, no scandal that could ever make up for my losing you. I love you, Rudolph. No matter what you do, you can't change that. Goodbye.
Marie. Marie, don't go. Marie. Oh, my darling. My dear. I don't want you to go. But they'll ruin your life. They've shown me what will happen. There's no hope. Nothing.
Oh, there is. Just to be near you. That's all I'll ever ask of the future.
Oh, my dear. My dear. There must be more than that. More or nothing. I'll go to my father. I'll tell him I want my marriage annulled. He'll do it. He will when he knows what it means to me. I'll tell him that I'm going to marry you.
Rudolph.
Why not? Why shouldn't I tell him?
Very well. Whatever you think is best.
You may tell the Emperor I'll be there at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
Marie, wait here.
Are you sure this is right?
I'm going to tell him. Remember, no matter what happens.
Rudolph, kiss me. Just once.
Goodbye, my darling.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone would... I'll leave at once.
Oh, no, please. Sit down, my child. Who are you?
My name is Mary Wetzera.
Mary Wetzera. Yes, I thought you'd look like this. Did Rudolph bring you here?
Why, yes.
I'm sorry I didn't see him. I see very little of my son these days.
Your Majesty.
Oh, please, don't leave. How is Rudolph? How does he look?
He seems a little tired, Your Majesty.
Yes. He's not made for this kind of life. I never met you, my dear. I go out so seldom. But I know, however, that he loves you. And do you love him?
I do, Your Majesty.
Ah, how young you are. When I was your age, I was already unhappy. But because I was young, I didn't suffer too much. We're living in a sad palace, my child. Don't ever come back.
I know what you're trying to say, Your Majesty. But I can never leave Rudolph. I'd do whatever I thought best for him. But his life is so unhappy, and he says he needs me. He's gone to see the Emperor.
About you?
Yes.
And what do you expect from that?
I expect nothing, Your Majesty. I pray for anything.
My child, may I kiss you? You're very near my heart.
Lost your mind, Rudolph. You're making a public show of yourself, putting your name at the mercy of your own officers, and all for a girl who means...
A girl who will soon become my wife.
If you're suggesting an annulment of your marriage, you can put it out of your mind.
What?
I forbid it.
You can't.
I say I forbid it. When you are master here, you can do as you please. But in the meantime, you're going to break off this whole affair.
I may never be master here, Father. Not at the price you ask. I'll abdicate first.
Abdicate?
I don't care for power. I never cared for it. And I'll not sacrifice Marie for it.
You've no right to say that. You are not a free man like others. You belong to the people who hope in you. The people of two nations. You belong to...
Father, I love her.
Very well. You will not sacrifice this girl for power. Perhaps you'd be more willing to sacrifice her freedom for a life in exile?
Exile? I'd follow her.
If you knew where she was. But you won't, my son.
You do this to me?
Break up this affair or exile. There's no other way. Well?
There's a third way.
It will do you no good to abdicate. I've told you that.
I wasn't thinking of abdication this time.
Will you obey me?
I want to see her once more.
You'll see her tonight at the ball.
I wish to see her alone.
Oh, very well. I give you 24 hours. At the end of that time, this affair will be over. 24 hours. Do I have your word?
You have my word, Your Majesty.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain falls on the second act of Meyerling. In a few moments, Janet Gaynor and William Powell will be heard in Act 3. Before Mr. DeMille introduces our intermission guest of the evening, may I remind you of an important fact, important at least to every woman who values, as she should, the charm of smooth, soft, lovely skin. In Hollywood, Lux toilet soap is used by 9 out of 10 screen stars. They trust their priceless complexions to the care of this gentle white soap because experience has taught them that they can. Have you discovered what Lux toilet soap can do? Have you made its active lather your daily beauty care? Here's Mr. DeMille.
Frequently, during the intermission time on our programs, we bring you guests with unusual angles from behind the scenes of Hollywood. Tonight, our guest is Hollywood's oldest citizen, Don Eugene Plummer, who yesterday observed his 86th birthday. During those years when Vienna was gay, in the sophisticated civilization of an old-world capital, when Rudolph and Marie Wetzera were writing into history one of its most dramatic chapters, our guest was watching the events that were going on in a little valley now known as Hollywood. Don Eugene spent his early childhood in Mexico, until Rudolph's uncle, the Emperor Maximilian, triumphantly entered that country. Our guest escaped with his mother and brother by stealing a French schooner. Shipwrecked, he was captured by Apache Indians and held captive for 18 months. Finally freed, he joined his family in the wilderness called Hollywood and has lived here ever since, 72 consecutive years.
But in those days, Mr. DeMille, we called the place Cahuenga, after a tribe of Indians who were still living here.
Why did they drop the name Cahuenga in favor of Hollywood?
In a way, I was responsible. Just about the time that Rudolpho was falling in love with Marie, a man named Wilcox bought a lot of land here. I went riding in the hills with him one day, and he noticed a lot of berries near the road. He asked me what they were. Fusikes, I told him, holly berries. That gave Wilcox an idea. Well, he said, I guess we'll call this place Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. And just what was this place called Hollywood?
Nothing but a cattle and sheep ranch, almost on the site of this theater. I once lassoed a wild deer, and up the street near Grauman's Chinese Theater, I once lassoed a coyote on a bed.
Mm-hmm. Since this is the Lux program, John Eugene, what was the soap situation in Hollywood 50 years ago?
It was because of soap that gold was discovered in California. The man who first found gold was Don Francisco Lopez. But he wasn't hunting gold when he found it. He was looking for a amole root. We used to wash clothes by rubbing them with the amole root, which would foam like lather. Later on, we learned how to make it into cake soap. But you couldn't interest the Hollywood girls in that kind of soap nowadays. Not with your Lux soap around. You know, Mr. DeMille, I even use Lux soap myself. And here's a funny thing. The girls of my sparkling days used to make their lipstick from cactus.
To prevent caballeros like you from stealing a kiss, huh?
No, what the girls did was to use the juice of the cactus, wild cactus, called nopal. The juice was red, and it would stay on the girl's lips for weeks. I know.
Do you like movies, Don Eugene?
Oh, sure, I like the good old Western, but not the love stories. I think you can make love at home without going to a theater. Buenas noches, Señor DeMille.
Adios. Adios, Don Eugene. William Powell and Janet Gaynor in Mireling. "24 hours. 24 hours in which to live a lifetime. The minutes fly past, each one faster than the one before. It's evening now. The ball in the palace is about to begin. The great hall is alive with color and whispered gossip. From the doorway comes the Archduke Rudolph, in full military dress. All eyes are on him, as he strides quickly down the center of the room to Marie Wetzera.
Would you do me the honor, Miss Wetzera, of opening the ball with me?
Thank you, Your Highness. I'm very grateful.
Did you see that?
Marie Wetzera, absolute impertinence.
Unbelievable. His Majesty should hear of this.
Why, it's common gossip. Everyone in Vienna.
Good evening, Your Highness. Good evening, my love.
Marie, my darling, you're so lovely.
Oh, I'm mad with happiness, that's all. How have I ever been able to live without knowing you? I knew nothing before. I didn't exist. And now, oh, Rudolph, I thank you.
No, don't say that.
What is it? What's wrong?
Go on dancing. Marie, what would happen if I had to go away?
I would wait for you.
No, I mean far away. Very far. To be away a long time.
Then I'd follow you.
And if that were impossible?
Impossible? I'd follow you anywhere.
Even if there were no returning? To a place from which one never returns?
With you? Yes.
Marie, you know what I mean, don't you? sure.
I'd rather die with you, Rudolph, than live without you.
Oh, my dear.
Don't say any more. Not now, darling.
There's my father. I'd like him to see you tonight. You mind?
No, Rudolph.
Come here. Majesty, may I have permission to present to you Miss Mary Betzera, whose destiny you have fixed.
I'm charmed to know you, Miss Betzera.
Your Majesty overwhelms me.
Will you excuse us, please? We haven't much time, Your Majesty.
Certainly.
Marie, I'll wait for you after the ball. My coachman will be at the side of the palace. We leave immediately.
I must go home first, but I won't be late.
Goodbye. Till then.
Goodbye, my sweet.
You understand my orders, Loschek? I'll make a pretext for leaving Vienna for 24 hours. Arrange a hunting party. I want no one but Hoyos and Philip.
I understand, Your Majesty.
Until tomorrow, then.
At Meyerling?
At Meyerling.
Oh, hurry, Nunu. Do you have my bag? Yes. Oh, my dear. Oh, there's the coach. He said it would be there.
Mary, you'll drive me crazy leaving in the middle of the night. Oh, I should never have helped you.
Oh, please don't worry, Nunu. And don't scold me tonight. You don't know, but it's the most beautiful, the most wonderful thing in the world.
Mary, I don't understand you.
Oh, and there's something else. That letter I gave you. You'll give it to Mother, but only after tomorrow. not
Mary,
before.
you frighten me. Before you go, tell me. Tell me you won't do anything wrong.
Wrong? I'll do nothing wrong.
Do you swear it?
Anything I do will be right and good. I swear it. Goodbye, Nunu.
You must do something right away, Count Taffer. My daughter disappeared last night. We've heard nothing from her.
I am sorry, Baroness. Perhaps the Archduke could tell us.
The Archduke?
But unfortunately, we don't know where he is. The prince is so fantastic. I think he is hunting in Luxembourg.
Oh, please, then, send someone. I tell you, we haven't a moment to lose.
You can come out now. I told you I'd find you.
Oh, but that's not the game. You were not supposed to watch me hide. You cheated.
Instinct of the hunter. Never let the prey get out of sight. But I have found you anyway. I know every tree in Meyerling.
Meyerling. It's like a fairy tale. So beautiful. I love it here.
You always said that life was beautiful, too. Perhaps you feel it's too beautiful,
Oh,
too.
no. It's only beautiful now, the way we've planned it. But, Rudolph, will you do one thing for me? You'll decide yourself the moment when we must go. But I don't want to know. Promise me.
You'll know nothing. I promise.
I think it's getting cold. Should we go inside now? It's so quiet, isn't it? Is it always like this here?
Always.
Oh, I think my eyes are closing.
Perhaps you should go to sleep now.
No, I don't want to sleep yet. Kiss me, Rudolph. Enough for the whole night.
Sleep well, my darling.
Stay here with me, Rudolph. Just for a little while. I'm afraid sometimes during the night. I like the light so much. I wish I were awake already to see the sunshine. Will you wake me, Rudolph?
Yes. I'll come to the door, and I'll call you. Softly. You'll smile in your sleep. Then open your eyes, you'll see the sunshine.
I'll be waiting for you.
Do you remember in the park, at the fair, the first time I saw you?
Yes.
Do you remember what the devil said at the puppet show? He said, I like to take the happy one. I think I know what that means. Because I'm happy. So very happy.
Good night. Good night, my dear.
Tomorrow, my love. Tomorrow.
What is it?
Oh, Your Highness, excuse me, but I thought I heard a shot.
I haven't heard anything, Roshek. It's probably in the forest. What time is it, Loshek?
Just 5 o'clock, Your Highness.
Thank you. Come back and call me in half an hour.
Very good, Your Highness.
Marie, my darling. You won't have to wait any longer.
Torn apart by life, united by death, peace at last came to these lovers. I saw his resting place in Vienna, an ancient crypt in the venerable Capuchin church. There, in the hushed company of emperors and queens, lies one whose greatest misfortune it was to have been born a prince, Rudolph of Habsburg. A word now from our two stars, William Powell and Janet Gaynor. In a year and a half, Miss Gaynor has come to the air only twice, but we are happy and grateful that on both occasions, the scene of her performance has been the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, Mr. DeMille, I've always had a warm spot in my heart for this program. I have 2 reasons for saying that. First, you bring to the air a dignity in keeping with the best traditions of the stage and screen. And secondly, you represent a beauty that I've always liked and used. Lux soap. It's a pleasure to use it when I'm working in pictures and at home, too. Incidentally, it was also a great pleasure to be here tonight with my old friend, Bill Powell.
Thank you, Janet.
Bill, what are your reactions to playing tragedy?
Well, Cecil, after what happened to that royal pair, I think I feel like sitting down and having a good cry. But you know, even though our sympathies are centered upon Marie and Rudolph, I can't help but spare a thought for Rudolph's father, the old emperor, Franz Joseph. If you remember, he lost his wife, the empress, through assassination. His brother Maximilian met death in Mexico before a firing squad. And in 1914, another son, who became heir to the throne following Rudolph's death, was killed at Sarajevo in a prelude to the World War. All of which leaves me with a decided preference to play rather than aspire to royalty. Thank you, Cecil, and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Miss Gaynor, Mr. Powell. I hope for a speedy recovery. Good night. Speedy return to him. Our play next Monday night unfolds to the rhythm of roaring presses, the clatter of the linotype, and the chorus of editors barking copy. It's the drama behind the drama of your daily newspaper, the brisk romance of rival reporters, one of them a girl, who refuses to lend an ear to wedding bells until she proves that all good reporters aren't men. It's the loudly applauded screen hit Front Page Woman. I'm happy to say that our leading man will be one whose return here you've requested so many times, Fred McMurray. And opposite Fred, a soaring star who's attracting great attention in Hollywood today, Paulette Goddard. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Kahn. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new film Kentucky. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hand. H-A-N-D.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Louder, please. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. Who's first, George?
Well, Groucho, we have a young married couple for you. They volunteered just before the show started. So, Lieutenant and Mrs. Pusis, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Lieutenant and Mrs. Irving Pusis, eh? Lieutenant, what kind of a name is Pusis?
It's a Polish name.
Oh. What part of Poland are you from?
I was born in Portland, Oregon.
Is that behind the Iron Curtain now? Mrs. Pusis, what is your first name?
My first name is Kelly.
Kelly, Kelly Pusis, Is that anything like Kelly Pool?
Well, I don't know. What is Kelly Pool?
What is Kelly Pool? Well,
yes.
That's something that you play with little numbers, and everyone gets a number. And if you hit the ball that corresponds to this little number, why, that's Kelly Pool.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. I used to be a bum on Vine Street, that's all I had to know. How old are you, Lute?
29.
29. What branch of the Army are you in?
I'm in the medical corps, Groucho. I'm a doctor.
Oh, you're a doctor?
Yes.
I should have known you were a doctor. Isn't there some symbol on your uniform there?
Yes, you can tell by my caduceus.
Well, if you keep your head tilted back, nobody will notice. Now, what is the caduceus?
Well, the caduceus is a symbol that stands for a physician.
Oh, I see. I've seen that symbol. It's a picture of a man in a white coat endorsing cigarettes, isn't it? No, actually, that man you see endorsing cigarettes is an actor, you know, whose medical background consists of a card, an actor's equity, and 2 aspirins. Now, tell us, what does a caduceus look like?
Well, you can see it here on the lapel. It's a staff with the wings on the top and 2 serpents entwined around the staff.
Oh, that's all very plain. Next time I see a caduceus, I'll run for my life. Doc, I notice you've got some ribbons on your clavicle. We stole that from Fibber, Guy, and Molly. That's their favorite word. Could you tell us what some of them are for, those
The red one, Groucho, is the Bronze Star. The middle one is the Korean campaign with the 3 battle star campaigns. And the end one is the United Nations ribbon. The top is the Combat Medics badge.
Oh. You got the Bronze Star, right? Yeah. Well, Kelly, I know most veterans are fairly modest. Would you tell us why he got a medal?
Well, the Bronze Star was given for his tour of duty in Korea. One of the incidents was the work that Irv did on Pork Chop Hill, where he worked 3 days and 3 nights without sleep.
You know, there are a great many heroes in battle in addition to the men who do the shooting. And I think we got one of them right here. Put it there, kid. Well, you're a charming couple, and I wish you lots of happiness. And now let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, we've added an additional gimmick tonight. If at any time you feel that you have enough money or that you have more money than you feel the other couples are going to get, you can quit without jeopardizing what you have left. Is that clear? You selected sports. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
50.
50. Who is called the Dean of American Sports Writers?
That'd be Henry McLemore?
No, he's a good one. But it's Grandin Rice.
You lost half of your original bankroll, which was $100, so you now have $50.
Now, which question do you want?
60.
60. What team won the 1952 and 1953 professional football championships?
Detroit Lions.
Detroit Lions is correct.
You now have $110.
Now, which question do you want?
70.
70. What do you call the man who calls the cadence on a rowing team?
Coxswain.
That's right.
You now have $180.
Now, you can quit now. You can go ahead.
We'll take the 80.
80. All right. Who holds the world's pole vault record?
Paul Richards.
No, I'm sorry. It's Cornelius Warmadam.
And you wind up with $90.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the Minnesota Plymouth George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some women who work for a specialty store to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Ruth Mitchell and her partner, Mr. Paul Searles, has an interesting occupation. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Ruth Mitchell, that's you. Where are you from?
I'm Magnan Company in Los Angeles.
Oh, Magnan's, huh? You were born in Magnan's department store? I didn't know they delivered, huh? I presume you were born in the infants department, huh? I meant, where are you from originally?
Well, I came here from Denver.
Denver?
When I was 3 years old.
Oh, I see. Huh? Do you have a husband?
Yes, I do.
You do.
Been married to him for 31 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't look old enough to.
Oh, I'm a
I
grandmother.
thought you were 31. You were a grandmother.
Uh-huh. I have 3 grandchildren.
Is that so? Gee. I didn't know that. Then you must have had children of your own, huh?
That's right, lovely son and daughter.
Mm-hmm. Paul Searles, huh?
That's right.
I better be pretty careful how I talk to you. You must be over 8 feet, aren't you?
Oh, no, only 6'3".
Is that so? Huh? Where's your home, Paul?
In Washington.
Washington? Another homeless Democrat, eh?
Oh, in the state of Washington.
Oh, well, Washington's in an awful state right now. You know. What part of Washington are you from?
From Tootle, Washington.
I beg your pardon. What was that again?
From Tootle.
Why do you tootle? There's nobody on the track here. Nobody's tootled me for years, you know. Well, stop tootling, Paul, and tell me where you're from. Huh?
I'm from Tootle. We have a population up there of about 50 men and hundreds and thousands of deer and elk.
Is that so? What sort of work do you do up there?
I work for Weyerhaeuser Timber Company. I'm in the saw sharpening department. We sharpen the saws to cut the trees with.
Oh. Is that a pretty big outfit, the Weyerhaeuser or whatever it's
One
called?
of the biggest in the world.
Is that so? Never heard of them, huh?
You haven't heard much.
No. You know, there's a quiz later, you know. You're jeopardizing this woman's grandchildren, huh? How did you happen to become a lumberjack, Paul?
Oh,
Were you fond of toothpicks as a child?
Oh, no, I am fond of saws. I started with a saw when I was just a boy.
Are you pretty handy with a saw?
Oh, I think so. I've held the world championship with a hand saw for the last 21 years.
Wait a minute. You said Here's $50 for you and 50 for you, Paul. You said the secret word. I forgot. What was it? What was it?
Hand.
Hand. Oh, I hand saw. Congratulations. Well, tell us about this saw thing, huh? You say you won the world championship with a handsaw?
That's right.
Oh, that's quite an achievement, isn't it, huh?
Well, we think so. That is our...
How long does it take to saw one of those big logs in two? And what is the circumference of one of those logs?
My best record this year was on a 30-inch log. It took me 1 minute and 17 seconds to cut that in half.
You sawed it in 1 minute and 15 seconds?
1 minute and 17 seconds.
I sawed a pussycat the other day. Huh? That's pretty fast time, Paul. You're not Paul Searles. You're really Paul Bunyan, huh? I want to ask you, why do you keep cutting the trees down if you're so crazy about them? Riddle me that.
Oh, so you'll have a chair to sit on?
Well, I have a chair to sit on. Why do you have to keep on cutting the trees down?
Well, you've got to have a house to live in. You've got to have paper to read. You've got to have doors, windows, everything that's made out of wood. You've got to have them. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have all these articles.
I live in a cave.
Well, you've got to have a door. We'll make a wooden door for it.
No, I use a rock at the front door. And I write hieroglyphics on the wall, on the stone. After a while, I'll show you my bearskin, huh? Not you. I'm talking to Paul over there. You keep out of this. You're a grandmother. You may be a lumberjack, old boy, but I'm far from stumped. Now, what are you doing for conservation? Isn't it true that our forests are being denuded?
No, it's
Correct?
not. It is not. Absolutely not. We are going all out for conservation. We plant trees as we cut them. The wind blows the seed all over.
What do you mean? You plant the same tree that you cut?
No. We plant seeds, or natural reforestation comes from the seed of trees that are still standing. We cut in blocks. We'll leave a block of timber standing, and that will be reforested on what we have cut. If that doesn't do the job, the squirrels, they help us out. They'll go out and pack a little seed around and dig down and bury it, so they'll have something next winter. Sometimes they forget it, and that grows into a tree.
Also, a squirrel grows into a tree?
Well, I don't think so, but his seed does.
And they think those squirrels are nuts, huh?
Right.
Well, Paul, I'm glad to know that the big lumber companies are doing something to preserve the forests for the future. And it's a very important part of our whole heritage, and we should take good care of it.
That's right.
I would like to go on talking to you two, but it's time to win some money. Now, you win more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,500, Lieutenant and Mrs. Pusis won $90, and the secret word is hand.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. 60?
60.
All right. What is the name of the small lizard that is able to change its color to match its surroundings?
Gila monster?
Talk it over.
Chameleon.
Oh, that's right. Chameleon, I think, is the way it's called.
You now have $160.
Now, what do you want?
60.
And remember, this time before you talk up, one answer between you.
Okay.
Or I may have to chop you down.
Okay.
What is it, 70, did you say? Mm-hmm. All right. What is another name for the one-humped camel?
A dromedary.
That's right. A dromedary is right. You now have $230. Now, what is your pleasure? You can quit. You can go ahead.
80.
80? Okay. What is the word for the young of geese? What are baby geese called?
Goslings.
Goslings is right.
You now have $310.
100.
100? All right. What kind of animal is a merino? M-E-R-I-N-O. Come on, time's a waste. If you don't know, take a guess.
It's a reptile rat.
No, it's a sheep.
Sheep? Oh.
Yes.
Well, you lost half of your bankroll, so you wind up with $155.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Thank you, Doctor.
George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have an Irish housewife and a man with an interesting occupation for you now, and they're coming in right now, I believe. Mrs. Abby Donovan and Mr. Ward Kimball, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Abby Donovan, you're the Irish housewife, eh?
That's right, Groucho.
Which part of Brooklyn are you from?
Well, I'm from County Cork, Ireland.
You're from County Cork, eh?
That's right.
Well, I haven't pulled one of those out of a bottle in a long time. How long since you left the old sod?
Well, it's about 30 years.
30 years. How old were you when you left?
I was a little girl, Groucho.
Full of the old Irish blonde here. I've got a little Irish in me myself, you know, huh? I had an Irish stew for lunch today. Let's see, who are you again?
Ward Kimball.
Ward Kimball. Where are you from, Ward?
Originally from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Somebody out there from Jacksonville, huh? Why did you leave Minneapolis?
Well, it got too cold for us, so we came to California.
Well, I came to California because it got too hot for me. Who do you work for, Ward?
Walt Disney.
You work for Disney? Oh, I thought your face was familiar. Are you the duck or the mouse?
No, I'm an animator and director out there.
Oh, a director? Oh,
real director.
Keep my mouth shut. I may want a job out there. If you ever need a rat, why, give me a ring. What does a cartoonist do in his spare time? Do you have any hobbies, Mr. Kimball?
Well, one of my hobbies, Groucho, is trains.
Trains, huh? Electric or wind-up?
No, I have 3 full-size Baldwin locomotives and 4 big coaches.
In the house?
In my backyard.
You must have a pretty big backyard, huh?
Well, not too big. It's about 3 acres.
Well, you say you have steam engines out there? Well,
Yes.
can you go to Chicago?
No, my railroad is only 650 feet long.
Well, what's the idea of having a full-size railroad that won't go to Chicago? I don't understand that.
Well, I tell you, one of the railroads was selling one of its passenger coaches, which was 40 feet long, for $50, and so I bought it. You see, I can't resist a bargain.
You paid $50 for this coach?
$50.
You know what Notre Dame just paid for their coach? It's called the Irish Mail. They have a coach there, too. But tell us about some more about your railroad, Ward.
Well, we call it the Grizzly Flats Railroad. My wife calls it the White Elephant Line, but she goes along with it.
But you couldn't go to Chicago in this, huh?
No, we couldn't go to Chicago.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to just go on the train and go to Chicago than have all this stuff in the backyard?
Well,
how much money have you got tied up in this folly out there in the backyard, huh?
Well, I paid $400 for the big locomotive. That's 40 feet long, and I paid...
You know what? You can go to Chicago in the Santa Fe for about $70. You'd have saved $330 right there. And your wife would have had some respect for you, and you'd have been in Chicago. I just don't understand you at all. What do you do for excitement now you have a full-size railroad?
I play the trombone.
I was only trying to be funny. Don't pay attention to me. Do you play in a band, or do you play for the amusement of the neighbors?
Well,
I assume by this time I've fairly decided opinions about you. You play it on the train, or...?
No, I play with a jazz band. I'm the leader and first trombonist of the Firehouse 5+2.
That's a very famous musical outfit, isn't it? Why do you call it the Firehouse 5+2? I never did understand that.
Because there's 7 of us.
You know, and everybody thought the Marx Brothers were crazy. Well, I must say you're an extraordinary young man, Ward, with a lot of talent. And since you play the trombone, could you whip out a little Dixieland for us here?
Well, I don't know, Groucho. I could try.
You don't
I
have
didn't
a
bring my
trombone
horn.
on you, huh?
No.
George, you think you could swipe a trombone from the orchestra out there? Don't wake any of them up. Be careful when you go out there.
I'm surprised you only have one trombonist in your orchestra.
I'm surprised any of them show up. Now, Abby, do you think you could contribute anything to this extravaganza we're getting up? Do you sing or dance?
Well, I could dance a little Irish jig.
An Irish jig?
Maybe the Irish washerwoman.
Have you ever played the Irish washerwoman?
That's a tough one. That's like playing the bee or something. Trombone.
Well, you see, if you'd have gone to Chicago, you'd have picked that up. Well, warm it up a little. That's enough. Could you give us a reasonably accurate facsimile of the Irish washerwoman?
B flat, boys.
If the boys played with you, huh? All right, downbeat, Mr. Kimball, huh? Send us to Chicago, huh? Boy, that was wonderful. And Abby, St. Patrick would be proud of you if he was here today. With that firehouse music and that Irish dance, we just chased all the snakes out of Los Angeles. Well, I'd like to pursue this conversation. The time has come to make some money.
In the race for the $1,500, the lumberjack and his partner are leading with $155.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected a movie quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. All you have to do is beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. And you can quit any time you want to if you think you have more than the other couple.
How about now?
You can even quit now if you want. Oh, don't forget, you have a starting with a bankroll of $100.
I'll stay.
That's your nest egg. All right, now, what question do you want? A $10 one, 60, 80, 100? Take your choice.
Well, I think we ought to start about halfway, 50 bucks.
All right, Olivia de Havilland has an equally famous sister. What is her name? Talk it over. Remember your partners.
Well, let's see. Boy, I know it. She's yeah.
Well, it's Joan Fontaine.
Oh, yeah.
And if you'd have got out of that backyard once in a while... You can't pick up things like Joan Fontaine riding around a fake engine in a backyard. I tried it. Now what do you want to go for?
You've lost half your bankroll. You now have $50.
Boy, my kids are going to sure laugh at me.
I hope they laugh at me. They don't. I'm in a fine fix.
$40.
$40. Who played the monster in Frankenstein?
Boris Karloff.
That's right, Boris Karloff.
You now have $90.
You now have $90. And what do you wish to try?
We'll take a crack at that 61.
You take a crack at the 61? Yeah. It is very nice. Walter Disney... Oh, you dirty crook.
That's all right. I won't know the answer.
Walt Disney made a feature-length cartoon that included such characters as Jiminy Cricket, Figaro, and Stromboli. Figaro! What was the name of this picture?
That's so easy I hate to mention it. Pinocchio.
Pinocchio is right.
You now have $150.
You have $150. Do you wish to continue or do you wish to cease?
Let's try that $70.
70? Clyde Lancaster made a picture that was filmed in the Fiji Islands. What is the name of it? Talk it over.
Crimson Pirate.
No, His Majesty O'Keefe.
And you wind up with $75.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Limit dealers.
That means that the lumberjack and his partner with $155 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Friends, most people like to do things the easy way. That's why you'll enjoy driving a new DeSoto automatic, equipped with DeSoto full-time power steering. When you turn the steering wheel of a car equipped with ordinary steering, it is actually your muscular strength hauling your wheels around. But DeSoto full-time power steering takes over. to do literally all of the work for you, to make turning those wheels a lot easier. And I hope you've noticed I say DeSoto full-time power steering. That means it works for you all of the time, not just some of the time, as some other power steering units. But DeSoto full-time power steering goes to work for you as soon as you start your engine. Doesn't cut on and off, as do other types. Wait until you park with DeSoto full-time power steering. You'll find it actually makes parking a cinch. So visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow and try DeSoto full-time power steering for yourself. It's another one of the many reasons why we say DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto Automatic.
Remember, the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto Automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth. Now here's the winning couple, Groucho, the lumberjack and his partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Well, Paul, here's your chance to chop down $1,500 here. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Let's see how well you remember recent history. In January of 1952, a freighter sank off the southwest coast of England after a heroic 12-day effort by her captain, Henry Carlson, to save her. For $1,500, what was the name of Captain Carlson's ship? Talk it over.
Don't you remember reading about that?
I read about it.
In England, off of the bay there, they tried to moor it and set fire.
I remember all about it.
All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
It's a Norwegian name.
It's
of
the
boat.
Flying Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Well, that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
Well, they won $155 in the quiz.
Well, congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic. Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Traffic control begins at your wheel. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton, with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, tell me, Red, is Mr. Raleigh still living at your house?
Yes, he's still with me.
Why don't you drop a hint? Maybe he'll go home.
Well, I do. Every time I run up to him, I say, well, so long.
Well, what does he do?
He just stands there and says, well, hurry up back.
Well, does he like California?
Oh, yeah, especially at this time of the year. It's so beautiful out here. The smudge pots are in bloom. The stockbrokers are sunning themselves on the curb, you know. Hey, do you ever play the stock markets, Rod? I know a broker will give you racetrack odds.
Well, no, I'm afraid of the market after that sudden little drop last week.
Little drop? Some of those stocks went right off of the financial page over to the one-ad section.
Well, do you speculate, Red?
No, I spent all my extra money on an invention I've been working on. It's synthetic gasoline made out of Mexican jumping beans.
Gasoline made from Mexican jumping beans?
Yeah. Everybody turn a page now. Yes, it'll save a lot of lives, you know. When pedestrians run in front of the car will hop right over them. Of course, if it's somebody you don't like, the car knocks him down and jumps up and down on it.
Well, say, that should make a lot of money.
Well, I hope not. I've been all week, you know, trying to get my income tax in order before the 15th. They have forms to fill, all the silliest things. They got a new one now, though. Mm-hmm. Only 3 questions to answer. How much did you earn, how much you got left, and how come?
Well, you know, I think that everyone should pay their income tax with a smile.
I tried that, but they want money, it seems. I don't mind paying taxes, but the silly questions you have to answer, they have one form called the estimate tax, see? You're supposed to guess how much you're going to make the following year. I made it out and sent it in. I didn't sign my name to it, though.
Well, how come?
I figure I got to guess what I got to make. Let them guess who sent it in. I'm proud of that.
And I'd be mighty proud to tell our listeners something of importance.
Well, go right ahead, Rod.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, exhaustive scientific tests of America's 6 biggest selling brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including eminent throat specialists, have just proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is actually safer to smoke. See if you don't agree. Raleigh's are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Try Raleigh's. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that milder, smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof Positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now lovely Anita Ellis will sing, Don't You Remember Me?
Set aglow. I was the girl who shared those wonderful nights with you. Don't you remember me and the dreams we knew? Did you forget that kiss, my first real I still remember this, and I always will. My darling, you were the one who said you were mine and vowed you'd always be. Sweetheart, don't you remember me? Tonight, the opening story in the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire is entitled The Neighborhood Theater. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, they ain't living very well, are they? Chapter 95 is entitled Standing Room Only. This is the story of J. Newton Numbskull and his girl and the trouble they have. Try to see a movie. We better walk a little faster or the price will change. Hey, what picture are we going to go see tonight?
It's a triple bill. Son of Dracula, Frankenstein's mother, and brother of the ghoul.
That's what I like, them family pictures.
Newton, why don't you and I get married?
Oh, we will someday. We're bound to meet the right people, you know.
Oh, Newton, I mean us. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be married? I wonder what our children would look like.
Babies, I hope. I hope this picture's good.
Shall I give you the money for my ticket?
Now, just a minute. That's a little insulting. Didn't I pay the last time?
Well, all right. I'll pay now, but when we're married, you pay.
Mm-hmm. It's talk like that's going to keep you single, kiddo. Oh, brother, look at that Garson and Gable picture lineup there. Look at the lineup.
Well, do you think we'll have to wait very long?
Oh, no. We can almost see the theater from here.
Oh, my feet are killing me. I hope this line starts moving soon.
Yeah, I'll shove a little. Maybe that'll help, huh?
Stop shoving, pinhead!
Almost blew a fuse, didn't you?
Newton, she's getting mad.
I don't care. I'm tired of standing. I refuse to stand in line any longer. Move up.
Oh, yeah?
Newton, get out of the gutter.
I told you I wasn't going to stand in line any longer.
Come Come on, Newton. We're next at the box office.
Yeah.
2, please.
Do you want loges, or are you here to see the picture?
2 general admission, please.
Yeah. First time I ever saw milk tickets out of a machine. Shall I hold the tickets there?
No, let me give them to the doorman. He has the nicest smile.
He's not smiling. His collar's choking him to death. Here are the tickets. She's with me.
The only seats are in the balcony.
Oh, let's run upstairs and before somebody gets them. Come on.
Oh, Newton, what happened?
Huh?
What happened?
You were standing on my garter.
Oh, let's hurry, Newton.
Yeah, okay. Oh, boy. It's dark in here. Isn't it?
Quiet, quiet. The picture's on.
Yeah, let's stand here and watch the picture for a couple of seconds, huh?
John, don't just stand there. Speak. Say something, John.
John's shooting off his mouth tonight.
What's that noise?
Well, either people are telling us to shut up or the steam's coming up.
Oh, Newton, there are 2 seats.
Oh, hurry, we'll grab them. Hurry, grab them.
Hurry, Newton. That woman is going to take one of the seats.
Oh, yeah, I'll beat her to him. No, you don't. I got here first.
Okay, Bub, but I got here first. Now scram.
All right, but you're sitting on my hat.
So what?
My head's still in it.
Newton, come on.
Yeah.
Yes, move on.
Now, don't get tough about it. Windy old bird, ain't you?
If you don't sit somewhere, I'm going to throw you over the balcony.
Oh, no, you won't.
Okay, you asked for
Here,
it.
now put me down.
Oh, are you all right?
Yeah, you insult her. Now, there's another seat down here. Chapter 96 is entitled Gate Crashers. Usherettes sometimes have trouble with their boyfriends who think they should get in the theater for nothing. Such is the case of Clem Cadiddlehopper. Boy, listen to that verse, will you? Either my voice is a little off today or I'm having trouble with my ears. Well, here's the Happy Hour Theater. I wonder what's playing this week. Red Skelton and Bob Hope in The Life of Jack Kirkwood.
Howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah, do howdy doody to you, too. Gee, you look pretty today.
Oh, do you really think so, Clem?
No, but I thought you might like to hear it, you know.
How do you like my new usher uniform?
Well, it does something to bring out your personality, it does.
Well, what do I look like?
Have a peanut? That's too fast for her. She didn't get it. Neither did I, truthfully.
Well, I don't think you look so hot either. You're wearing your shirt and your pants backwards.
Yeah, I got out on the wrong side of bed this morning, you know.
Oh, Clem, you're a moron.
And I'm thinking of incorporating myself, too.
Well, say, are you coming to the show today?
Well, you gonna let me sneak in?
Nope, you're not sneaking into the show anymore.
Well, in that case, you and I are through. T-H-R-E-B, through. Yeah, I never want to see you again. So you'll do me a favor by staying out of your kitchen while I'm eating from now on.
Oh, here comes the manager.
Well, howdy, Sarah Dew.
How are you, Mr. Whiteman?
Howdy, I'm Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Well, don't worry. There must be a cure for it.
Yeah, I'm one of your regular customers here.
Oh, yes?
Yeah.
I always see you coming out, but I never see you going in.
I wonder why that is.
I'm getting good at it, I guess. Picture any good today?
Well, we have an interesting short subject about the Arctic, about how the Eskimos use fish for money.
Fish for money. Boy, I'd love to see one of those boys trying to put an oyster in a jute box. Say, what's the admission price today, huh?
Well, it's only 15 cents.
Oh.
You know, Clem, even at that price, some guy's been sneaking into my theater every day.
Really?
Have you ever seen anybody do that?
Oh, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. Of course, it's hard to see anything when you're on your hands and knees, you know.
Well, we better get back into the theater, Sarah Dew. It's time to open up.
Yes, Mr. Whiteman. Well, goodbye, Clem.
Well, so long, so long. Now, she thinks I'm not going to see that show. She's wrong. I'll get in that movie somehow. Run up this fire escape here and see if the old side door's open again. Yep, it's open. I'll duck in real quick. Can't do it any faster than that, you know. Boy, it's dark in here. I can't see where I'm going. I'll just get out my pocket flashlight here. Oh, darn it, it's going out. Well, can't expect them lightning bugs to last forever, you know. Well, I'll crawl on my hands and knees, the old crawling method. Now, better pull my legs in out of the aisle before somebody sees them. I thought it was funny I was wearing high heels.
Remember, medical science offers you proof positive. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Charles Boyer, star of 20th Century Fox's Clooney Brown, says, quote,
I've seen the proof with my own eyes. Medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke. Yes, Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat.
You're right, Charles Boyer. Raleighs are right. So, friends, next time, try Raleighs. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobacco. That smoother, milder, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now David Forrester and his orchestra play Dark Eyes. much, David. Chapter 97 of Theaters is entitled Saturday Matinee. The children's delight is the Saturday afternoon matinee, and Junior proves it's the most important day of the week.
Junior!
I didn't do that.
You didn't do what?
Ain't you been out in the kitchen, kiddo?
What happened to the kitchen? Junior, did you eat any of that cake?
Oh, I lick a little frosting off, you know. Little widow dab here and a widow dab there.
How much of the cake did you leave?
Oh, widow dab here and a widow... Hey, you all dressed up, kiddo. Is we going to the movies today? It's Saturday Kitty's matinee, you know.
Kitty's matinee?
Yeah.
You mean Murder Incorporated. Junior, no movies today.
Well, you was all dressed up.
Yes, but not for the show.
Oh.
I'm going out this morning and help raise money for the American Red Cross.
Well, then let me go to the movies, then.
Oh, you're too little to go by yourself.
I'm too little? That's funny. I'm too little to go to the show, but when it comes to taking castor oil, man-sized doses. Somebody at the door. I will go and see who is at our door. Welcome to the booby trap.
Well, Junior, hello.
Ah, shut up. Hey, Grandma, Mr. Beaumont, the man next door is here. Hey, what you got in that sack there?
I have some homemade candy.
Oh, really? It's good to see you, it is, you know.
I'd give you some, Junior, but I don't think candy agrees with little boy.
Well, it agrees with me. I has never had an argument with any yet, you know.
All right, you can have one little piece.
Well, now, that's mighty neighborly. Are you that is?
Junior, that's a rather big piece. I believe your eyes are bigger than your stomach.
Well, they both voted on it, and I guess the eyes has it.
Hello, Mr. Beaumont.
Hello, Verna. You know, Verna, you look like a woman who has a worry.
Yeah, and I look like the worry, too.
I have to do some Red Cross work today, Harry, and I haven't anyone to leave Junior with.
I shall be happy to take care of him. I've always wanted to be a sitter.
When you take care of me, you're not a sitter, boy. You is a sucker.
Junior. Well, I'd appreciate it so much, Harry. He's really no bother.
Oh, now, who are you talking about now?
I should be back about 4. Here, Junior, kiss Granny goodbye.
Shall I get up on the chair, or is your lumbago better?
I'll just blow your kiss.
Okay. Oh, you put too much English on that one and hit me right in the eye again. I was here with Mr. Beaumont.
Oh, she's a sweet woman.
Yeah, quite a hand with a hairbrush, too, you know.
Well, Junior, here we are. Just you and me.
Mm-hmm. And trouble makes free, huh?
Junior, why are you looking at me like that?
Is you expendable?
Well, what shall we do?
Hey, let's have a nice, quiet afternoon at home and invent an atomic bomb or something. Let's call the fire department. What do you say?
Why, you don't call the fire department unless the house is on fire.
By the time they get here, it will be.
Junior, how would you like to go to the Kiddies' matinee at the theater?
It's Spellbound playing?
Yes.
With Bergman and Gregory Peck?
That's right.
Plenty of murder and crazy people?
Uh-huh. Want to see it?
No, I've seen it 10 times already. Hey, why can't we go to the Hitchin Post there where the Gene Audrey picture's played in?
Well, I guess
Gene
so.
Audrey, he's here now. He's back out of the army.
Well,
made a picture.
That's fine.
Yeah, shall we go there?
Well, yes.
Yeah, well, if you insist, that's where we'll go, you know.
Well, come on then. Let's hurry.
Okay. Oh, boy. Hey, look. There's a popcorn machine.
Shall we have some, Junior?
Well, will you let me pay for it?
Why, of course not.
Well, then by all means, let's have some.
2 big bags, please.
10 cents, please.
10 cents? Boy, what inflation, huh?
This is my treat, Junior. 2 bags,
Well,
please.
then make it 4 bags. I want to treat you right, Mr. Bowman.
Now, you stand over by the door, Junior, and
Okay.
I'll go get the ticket.
Okay, I is going to the movie. Violets are blue and roses is pink. If it's a double feature, one won't be too good. Oh, boy, look at that big, tall man taking tickets there. Look how straight he stands. I wonder if he's real or if he's a mechanical dummy. Well, now, ain't I in luck? Look, here's a pin in me skirt here. Now, that would prove if he's real or not. It might prove bad for me, too, you know. And then again, I don't know why I'm standing here thinking about it. I'm going to do it anyhow.
Good heavens, my man, what is the matter with you?
Kid stuck me with a pin.
Well, what you yelling about? I should be the one that's mad. Look, he been it all out of shape.
Here, Junior, hold on to my hand.
All right, tickets, please.
Oh, yes.
Let me get it to him. Let me get it to him. Boy, I'd love to have a rubber ticket and watch him go nuts trying to tear it up. Oh, boy, listen to them kids hooping and yelling now. That picture must be good, huh?
Yeah, here are 2 seats on the aisle.
Yes.
Now, be quiet and watch the picture.
Okay. Hey, look, he's not pointing his gun at me. He's going to shoot me. Don't do that. He's going to shoot me.
Oh, no such luck.
Stop me, Hickok, man. I'm a dead duck now.
Junior.
He plugged me.
Keep quiet.
I've been plugged. Calling Dr. Gillespie. Calling Dr. Gillespie. I'm not so proud of that, you know.
Junior, please sit still.
Well,
now, don't stand up in your seat.
Well, I can't see anything. I have to. There's a bald-headed man in front of us. He's got bushy hair on the side of his head.
Well, lean over to one side.
It's no use. I lean over there, he scratches that side of his head. Now I move back to the other side, and he scratches that side of the head. Oh, there he goes again. Look at it. Hey, Baldy, chase him out in the middle. You can catch him.
Well, of all things!
He got mad and he laughed. Now I can see the picture. Oh, no, I can't. A big fat lady just sat down in front. Hey, Fatso, scoot down so I can see the show, will you?
Well, just laugh when I do.
Yeah. Grandma, you tricked me. You sneak away so you can see the show without me.
Dear, I'm trapped. Now, don't cry.
You don't love me.
Oh, yes, I do. I'm sorry.
You don't love me.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart. I'll never be able to enjoy a picture show again.
Well, I guess I better take you home.
Oh, well, I guess I was a little hasty in my attitude. Let's stay and see the picture, though. It's awful good. Everybody in it gets killed but the producer. Oh, it's good.
Let's go, Junior.
No, I ain't through watching the picture yet.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Yes, I am.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday at this same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening and drive carefully.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Hear the Raleigh Room starring Hildegard tomorrow night, and People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night, and return with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Sir Walter Raleigh. That's the smoking tobacco, superior on all 5 counts.
Blended from rich, ripe, burley tobaccos.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Mellowed with just a touch of rum for a richer, fuller flavor.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Smokes all the way down. Never leaves a soggy heel in your pipe.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Perfect crimp cut to burn slow, even, cool.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
A pleasant, satisfying aroma.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh. A favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. With men everywhere who appreciate the best in pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, do you know what comes to my mind when I think of fresh bread, steaming hot baked potatoes, tasty pan-fried breakfast eggs, luscious cakes and cookies? Well, I think of that delicious modern margarine, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Because Parquet margarine makes all those good-tasting foods taste even better. Yes, Parquet's smooth, delicate flavor makes it grand for table use. Makes it a real flavor shortening for baking mouth-watering cookies, cakes, and pastries. Yes, and Parquet margarine is a delicious seasoning for hot vegetables. Makes pan-fried foods tastier, too. That's why I think of Parquet when all sorts of good foods come to mind. And another thing, whether you serve Parquet margarine at the table or use it for cooking, you can be sure it's good for your family. It's made from selected American farm products that are wholesome and nourishing. What's more, Parquet is a highly nourishing energy food, and every single pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So try economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask your dealer for Parquet, Parkay, the delicious margarine made by Kraft. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
More hot cocoa, Judge Hooker?
No thanks, Bertie. I'm warm enough. My, but a nice fire feels good on a cold night, doesn't it, Gildersleeve?
How should I know? You've been blocking the heat in front of this fire all evening. If you're not careful, you'll give yourself a high hot foot.
But, gee, Uncle Mort, don't you think the fire is good for Judge Hooker's ideas?
I don't know what you mean, Leroy.
Well, you said they were just half-baked.
Yes. I don't recall. Young man, isn't it time for you to be in bed?
Yeah, but you promised I could stay up as long as we had company.
Well, that's right, only I never thought the company... excuse me, Judge. I guess my foot's fallen asleep.
Oh, you needn't hint, Gildersleeve. I'm going. Only it's been so cozy here, and the conversation's been so interesting.
Conversation? Sounded more like a monologue to me. Don't they let you talk down in your courtroom, Judge?
Poor man, he's just lonely and blue, that's all.
Who's lonely and blue? Why, just because I like the family atmosphere around here, in preference to sitting in that big, cold, empty house of mine, does that mean I'm lonely and blue?
Yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't come and stand in front of our fire and get all friendly and pink.
Well, maybe you're right.
You know what you need, Judge Hooker? Some good woman.
No, I don't. I've tried a dozen housekeepers, but they all quit.
Well, personally, I don't blame them, Judge. You're as crusty as a carload of peanut brittle.
What do you mean, crusty? I'll have you know that I'm still considered one of Summerfield's most eligible bachelors.
Yeah? Eligible for what? Social Security? Leroy, aren't you in bed yet?
Oh, another hint. Bertie, my coat and hat, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, Judge, don't leave just because Leroy's going to bed. How about a game of old maid or rummy?
No, thanks, Gildy. You play rummy like an old maid and old maid like a rummy.
Oh, a bad loser, eh?
Here's your wraps, Judge. Now be sure and bundle up well.
Thank you.
My, I don't blame the government for clamping down on the weather reports.
Why, Bertie?
Well, the less said about this weather, the better.
I guess you're right. Well, good night, folks.
Yeah. Good night, you little legal loophole.
Now, don't be too harsh on him, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
The poor man is only hungering for companionship.
Yes, and our food.
Why, when he looks at you in this nice house with your nice niece and nephew and eating all the nice meals I fixed, he gets so green it looks like spring is here again.
Yeah. You know, deep down, Bertie, I really like the little duffer. And when I spoke about him needing a good woman, I didn't mean a housekeeper. I meant a good wife.
There's some nice ladies that he might take to.
Take two? That'd be bigamy, Bertie. You really only allowed one.
Leon, are you going to marry
Well, I don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched, but Leroy, I thought I told you to go to bed.
You did, Uncle Mort, twice.
Well, I'm not going to tell you again.
Gee, that's swell, Uncle. It was getting sort of monotonous.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going right now.
Well, up at last, eh, Leroy? The only thing more difficult than getting you to bed at night is waking you in the morning.
Good morning, Unc. Say, remember what you said last night about finding somebody to marry Judge Hooker?
Well, I didn't mean for you to hear that, young man.
Well, it's lucky I did, because I've got somebody all lined up.
Yep. What do you mean? Who?
One of my teachers at school, Miss Cagle.
Huh?
Boy, the whole class has been trying to figure out a way to get rid of her ever since September.
If they have?
Yeah, well, they be glad when I tell them the judge is going to marry her.
Whoa, here. Wait a minute, Leroy. First, what sort of a lady is this Miss Cagle?
Well, to give you an idea, the kids elected her Miss Poison Puss of 1942. Unanimous. Why, she's so...
But if she's anything at all like that, why nominate her for the title of Mrs. Hooker?
Is that wrong?
Well, after all, we're trying to make the judge's life brighter. Miss Cagle sounds like a drip of the first water.
Oh, gee, that's right. I was so anxious to get her off our hands, I didn't realize what a dirty trick it'd be on the judge.
Yes. Well, we'll have to think of somebody else, I guess.
Excuse me, Mr. Gilsleeve, but how about looking here in the morning paper?
The morning paper? For what?
For the bride. Maybe one of the persons in the personal will turn out to be the judge's dream girl.
Well, thanks, Bertie. No harm in looking. Let me see. Oh, yes, here we are. Personals. Attractive young lady, blonde, wishes to meet sympathetic gentleman of means. Object, Hollywood.
No, I don't think that's the judge's style. Read the next one. That sounded better.
Yes. Here it is. A well-to-do widow interested in meeting professional man over 50. Have refined tastes and grand piano. Also private income, own car, and 7 delightful children who will add life to any home.
Jeepers, 7 kids.
Yes, wrong number. I'm sorry, Bertie. I'm afraid our little Justice wouldn't have any peace if we snagged him a helpmate out of the help wanted.
Oh, jeepers, look at the time. I gotta get over to Piggy Banks' house.
Yeah, what for, Leroy?
His Aunt Henrietta is knitting sweaters for the Army, and I'm to bring her some wool Marjorie left for her.
Well, run along by all means, then. So Henrietta Banks is in town. Say, Henrietta Banks.
What's the matter with her?
Nothing. She's perfect. For Judge Hooker, I mean. She has a nice social position. Her grandfather was the first white child born in this county. And she's really not bad looking.
Gee, I didn't know you knew Piggy's aunt, Uncle Mort.
Yes, I met her about 10 years ago. I remembered I'd just ripped my trousers before she came over, and I didn't dare get up all the time she was here. It really was very embarrassing.
She sure sounds like the future Miss Judge Hooker.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try anyway. Let me have that yarn, Leroy. I'll deliver it. While I'm there, I can sort of subtly get around to talking about the judge and matrimony and things like that.
Swell. I'll get your hat and coat on.
But what about that appointment you had to get examined for insurance, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Oh, yes. The insurance doctor's due here in half an hour. You tell him I was called away on business, Bertie. Have him come in a day or so. If I'm going to press the judge's suit, I better strike while the iron is hot.
Hey, Uncle Mort.
Thank you, Leroy. You know, I'm getting quite a kick out of this idea. Won't the judge be surprised when he finds out all I'm doing for him? Well, here I go.
Good luck, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Happy hunting, Unc.
Yes, well, thanks. Goodbye.
He's a pretty swell guy, isn't he, Bertie?
He sure is.
Going to all that trouble just to make 2 lonely people happy.
That's right.
Look at him walking down the street. A regular Dan Cupid.
Yes, sir. And he got the figure for it.
Yes, I'm coming. Oh, yes.
Well, little Henrietta Banks. Why, you haven't changed a day since I saw you 10 years ago.
I haven't. Oh, you're just being nice.
Huh?
Oh, now, don't tell me. I know who you are. You're Mr. Mr. Gilder something.
That's right, Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes.
Fancy you remembering me all this time.
Well, won't you come in, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I don't mind if I do. My nephew, Leroy Forrester, was bringing over this yarn for you, and he happened to mention your name, and I said, well, never mind. You'd be surprised what I said.
Well, have a chair, won't you?
Thank you.
My, I can't imagine how you could remember me.
Huh?
After all, we only met once before, and you seemed so shy then.
Shy? Oh, yes, I remember. That was just a temporary bashfulness on my part. I suppose I was just afraid of making the wrong impression.
Oh, as if you could have.
As if I couldn't have. But tell me, Miss Banks, or rather, Henrietta, that is, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Go right ahead.
Well, when Leroy told me that you were here, I was greatly surprised to hear that you were still Miss Banks.
You were?
Yes. My, but I'll bet you put up a gallant fight against all the men who must have wanted to change your name.
Well, some girls like a certain independence.
Oh, well, I knew that would be the trouble. That attitude of yours is hardly fair to us poor men, Henrietta.
Oh, do you think so, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. Absolutely. Why, marriage is the most delightful of partnerships, I'm told. And reminds me, there's someone right here in this town who'd be just wonderful for you.
Oh, really now? I don't know what on earth you're talking about.
Now, Henrietta, you do too.
I do not.
Then I'll tell you.
Oh, don't. So embarrassing. Who is it?
Well, I'm not going to mention any names. But this fellow, well, he's been awfully lonesome. When I heard your name this morning, when he heard your name.
Oh,
this morning,
yes, I understand.
Well, we.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you haven't changed a bit. You're just as bashful and boyish as you were the first time I met you.
Well, I wasn't quite prepared. Possibly I'd better come back another time. Yes, I think I should go now. You'll be hearing from me later.
I will. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, not goodbye. Au revoir, Henrietta.
Oh. Oh, hello, Martha? Oh, Martha, you're acquainted with everyone in Summerfield. Well, tell me all you know about this Mr. Gildersleeve. Yes, that's the one. Yes? Yes? No. Well, what do you... No. 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 Oh, no. Well, lucky me.
Of all the muddled-up cases I've ever had to listen to in all my life... Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Hi.
Glad you dropped in. How's everything?
Coming along better than you'd ever suspect, Judge. Remember our conversation out at the house the other night?
Of course I do. And as soon as I left, I thought of some dandy answers, too. Now, let me see if I can remember 'em.
Oh, don't bother.
But there's one thing I've been thinking about, Gildy, old man.
Yeah? What was that, Judge?
You remember saying that what I needed was a good woman?
Yeah?
I didn't give that much thought at first, but now I believe you're right.
Oh, that's fine. And I have a little lady who'd be just the person for you.
You think she'd know how to run my home right, huh?
Oh, yes, and make you very happy, too.
Hope she knows how to cook.
Oh, yes. I'm sure she's a wonderful cook. Very nice looking, also.
Not interested in her looks, Gildy. At my age, a good cook is a lot more important than a pretty face.
Oh. Well, this lady is both. She has both.
Huh?
That is, she is one and has the other. When would you like to meet her?
Sooner the better.
Well, how about dropping over to our house for dinner next Friday? I'll have her there, too.
Fine. Only you needn't go to all this trouble. Couldn't you just meet me here and we could settle the whole thing in 10 minutes?
Yes. Oh, no, you can't do things that way.
Why not?
Well, how do you know you're going to like each other, Hooker?
Huh?
This is a serious step you're about to take. You've got to approach it cautiously.
Well, maybe you're right. Believe me, if she's all that you say she is, I'll keep her for life.
Well, I should hope so.
Oh, Judge, recess is over.
All right, Bailiff. I'll see you Friday night, Gildy.
Yeah, all right, Friday night. So long, Judge.
Say, Your Honor, if you're still looking for a housekeeper...
No, never mind. Mr. Gildersleeve has found a woman who sounds like a perfect servant.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah, he's a pretty good friend. In his fat, bumbling way.
Good afternoon, Bertie. Hello, Leroy.
Hi, Uncle Mort.
Well, I've arranged the whole thing. Judge Hooker's coming to dinner day after tomorrow.
Oh, then I better fix something extra special scrumptious with a touch of romantic and a dash of lovey-dovey.
Yeah.
You invited Miss Banks, of course.
Oh, yes. And she was so excited she kept calling me a dear boy.
I sure hope she's going to like Judge Hooker when she meets up with him.
Oh, of course she will. Just as soon as I tell her that he's the unknown admirer who's been sending her the flowers and candy and poems. Say, did I read you the new poem I sent her last night?
No, let's hear it, Unc.
Yeah, I've got a copy of it here under the desk somewhere. Yes, here it is, under the water bill. Listen to this, folks. Oh, Henrietta, sweet Henrietta, I can't forget a girl like you. Where'er I go, I see your face, in the sun and the snow or any old place. Your smile turns the winter into spring and makes my poor heart go ting-a-ling-a-ling. And though I'm so shy, I worship from afar. Way up in my sky, you're the number one star. Oh, Henrietta, sweet Henrietta, I'd sure like to get a girl like you.
Oh, gee, I never knew you were a poet, Unc.
You sure have a gift, Mr. Gillsleeve.
Do you like it? I'll give you copies if you want them.
Well, that should sure make her feel mushy towards the judge.
Yeah.
Say, does he know he's been writing her all that guff and sending her all that stuff?
Yes. Oh, no, I've invited him to come here half an hour before Henrietta gets here. Remind me to button Hooker and tell him all about it then.
Yes, sir, that's a very good idea.
Yeah.
And he won't have time enough then to get cold feet.
Yeah.
And cold feet has ruined more romances one way or the other than practically anything.
Is everything set, Bertie?
Yes, sir, right to a T. All the judge's favorite dishes to put him in good humor. You know, I planned to decorate the table with orange blossoms so Miss Banks would feel like a blushing bride, only I couldn't get none. So I used oranges, but we was out. And that's why we got lemons on the table.
Yes. That must be the bridegroom-to-be now. Let him in, Bertie.
Yes, sir. And won't he be surprised to learn of what we've done cooked up for him?
Yeah. Leroy, leave those olives alone.
Yes, sir, I was just rearranging them, that's all.
Really?
It ain't the judge, Mr. Gillsleeve, it's the insurance company. They done sent another doctor to give you that examination.
Oh, my goodness. I can't make it now. Tell him I'm busy. Have him come here another time.
Okay, but you better hurry before the rates go up.
The rest.
Gee, of all the times to show up just when we're ready to put over a big merger like this.
Leroy, I wish you'd include yourself out of this affair. It's a delicate matter involving the future happiness of two fine people. And I don't want you in your juvenile way to mess it up.
Oh, don't worry, Uncle Mort. I know my part. As soon as they go in the living room after dinner, I'll start playing those Nelson Eddy, Jeanette MacDonald records.
Well, you're a bright boy, Leroy. That's right. Don't slip up now.
The doctor done went, but he's been replaced by another visitor, Miss Henrietta Banks.
What? Oh, she's too early, Bertie. Why, the judge isn't here yet. Of all the numbskull females that ever are, hello, Henrietta. My, how lovely you look tonight.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton.
Yeah?
And dear little Leroy, how are you this evening?
Oh, just fine, Miss Banks.
Oh, come now. No more of this Miss Banks, darling. Just call me Auntie.
Uh-oh.
Well, how are you, Throckmorton? The cat still got your tongue?
Who, me? Oh, no. We don't keep a tongue. I mean, nobody's got our cat. Won't you have a sit down?
Thank you. Now, come over here and sit beside me. There. That's better, isn't it?
Oh, yes, considerably.
You know, I was so anxious to find out what your surprise was. I just couldn't wait.
Oh.
That's why I'm here so early. Do you think I'm acting like a giddy young schoolgirl?
Yes.
Oh, Throckmorton, you say the most flattering, precious things. Almost as nice as your poems.
Yeah. My poems? But I never wrote you any poems.
Oh, come now, don't deny them, you shy, modest boy.
But there must be some mistake.
Why, not at all. Oh, incidentally, Throckmorton, do you particularly like the color of those drapes at the window?
Well, I don't know. I never gave it much thought. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking about changing them, that's all.
Oh, you mean...
Yes.
That's what I thought you meant.
Yes, Throckmorton. Am I going to get that big surprise before dinner or afterward?
Well, Henrietta, looks like you're going to get it any minute now.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's an important phone call for you.
Phone call? Oh, my goodness. Excuse me, please. I'll be right back. Yes. Hello? Who is this?
Hello, Gildy, old chap. This is Hooker. Sorry I won't be able to make it tonight.
If what?
I got a hung jury that ought to be.
You've got to be here, Judge Hooker. You don't understand all the trouble I've gone to. Surprises and everything. How soon can you get here? Maybe I can install things.
Oh, don't count on me at all.
What am I going to do about Henrietta? Miss Banks?
Oh, you mean the new housekeeper?
Housekeeper?
Just tell her she's hired.
Hired?
Yeah, I'll take a chance. What can I lose?
But she isn't a housekeeper at all.
Then tell her she's fired. Goodbye, Gildersleeve.
Well, now I'm really in the soup.
Oh, Throckmorton. Is the surprise ready now?
Yes, Henrietta, but it's a different one altogether.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. I asked Judge Hooker to come here this evening. I told the judge all about you, but he can't make it tonight.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right, Throckmorton.
What? It is?
Surely.
Oh, you don't know what a relief this is to me, Henrietta.
Why, you impetuous boy. Don't you realize that even if the judge had come, we couldn't get married without a license?
The judge wasn't going to marry us. He was going to marry you.
To whom?
To himself.
But I don't know him at all.
Oh, yes, you do. He's your unknown admirer.
Oh, no, that's you.
Oh, no, that's the judge.
All right, then bring him here and let's see.
See? Oh, well, I can hardly do that for a little while yet.
Oh, you're just like all other men. After leading me on, it turns out to be a joke. A cruel, heartless joke. And after I've told all my friends.
Oh.
Well, you haven't heard the last of this, Mr. Gildersleeve. There are courts and laws to protect innocent girls from men like you. Goodbye.
Oh, why was I ever born? I'm telling you, Judge, Leroy got it straight from the little Banks boy. His aunt has called in some lawyer named Taylor.
Oh, he's a tough man, this Taylor. He'll take you straight to the cleaners.
That's what I'm afraid of. They've been going over those letters and poems that I sent Henrietta.
Uh-oh, that's bad.
Yes. If they ever read those poems in court, I'll never be able to hold up my head again in Summerfield.
It serves you right for trying to marry me off. Gildersleeve, you're a pretty stupid Cupid.
But I meant everything for the best, Judge. Oh, please, can't you help me?
Why, yes, Gildersleeve, I'll be glad to help you. If you publish those poems, put me down for a copy.
Now, see here, Hooker. That's the wrong attitude after I played John Alden to your Pocahontas.
Gildersleeve, I'm going to get out of here before I get involved in this scandalous case. Goodbye. I'll be seeing you in the funny paper, Gildy.
The old goat. There's gratitude for you. The next time I take pity on him, I hope somebody gives me a good swift kick in the telephone. Hello? Who? Oh, Mr. Taylor. Tomorrow, Mr. Taylor? What time, Mr. Taylor? Goodbye, Mr. Taylor. Oh, now my goose is frigazed. Bertie, Leroy.
What is it, Unc? Did you call Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, more bad news. Henrietta Banks is sending her lawyer over to see me tomorrow afternoon. She's going to sue me for damages if I don't marry her.
Oh, gee, if you could only show her that you'd make a terrible husband.
Nonsense, Leroy. I'd make a wonderful husband. What am I saying? I'd be awful.
Yeah, but how you going to prove it without marrying her?
Huh? Wait a minute. I just had an idea. Yes, I think it'd work out. If I could only convince that lawyer of hers that I'm not worth marrying.
But how?
I know. Now listen, you two. When Mr. Taylor, the lawyer, shows up tomorrow, Bertie, you'll meet him at the door, and then you'll say to him...
Come right in, mister. You can see Mr. Gildersleeve, but you got to promise to be quiet while you're in there, on account of he's a mighty sick man.
Oh, sick? Must be something new.
Oh, no, he gets this way off and on. Now, here we is, and remember, no getting him excited and no yelling at him.
Oh, of course not.
I brought you a visitor, the gentleman you was expecting.
Oh, yes. How do you do, sir? You won't mind if my nephew just goes on feeding me my chicken broth, will you?
No, not at all. Maybe I'd better come some other day when you'll be feeling better.
Oh, sometimes I wonder if I'll ever feel better.
No, don't say that, Unc. You still have a fighting chance.
Yes, thank you, my boy. You're such a comfort. More chicken broth, please.
Okay, Unc. Careful, it's hot.
Yes, I'll be careful. Oh! Hey, that is hot, Leroy.
Careful, Unc.
Careful? Oh, yes. Oh, the pain. No more soup, Leroy.
Well, what seems to be your trouble, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Why, I could tell you about my troubles all afternoon. But why bore you with an organ recital?
Yes, sir. That man is in no shape to get married, and any lady who gets hitched up with him better be ready to dye her wedding veil black.
No, Bertie, never say die. Uncle Mort still has a 50-50 chance.
Is that so? Do you want to bet? Oh.
Do you want to finish dictating your will, Uncle?
Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Gildersleeve, but what's wrong with you?
My heart.
Oh, high blood pressure?
Alternating with low blood pressure.
Rather unusual.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yes, anything else. Unc has been given up by 10 doctors, 6 hospitals, and a chiropractor.
So you can see, I'm really in no condition to take on new obligations.
Well, I should think not.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason for me to waste any time examining you. I'll just go back and report.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Hand me the telephone, Leroy. Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Gildersleeve. This is Judge Hooker. Say, heard the good news yet? It's all over the courthouse. Congratulations, you lucky stiff.
I don't think I understand.
Why, you know what's happened? Henrietta Banks has gone and eloped with her lawyer, George Taylor.
What?
Yeah, well, so long.
Well, wow, this is wonderful. All my troubles are over. Now she can't sue me. Henrietta married her lawyer, folks. Say, if she... Then who are you, mister?
Me? Oh, I thought you knew. I'm the doctor from the insurance company.
What?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry you didn't make the grade, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I want to answer some questions. Several people have asked me lately questions like, what's parquet margarine made of? Is it good for you? How can it taste so deliciously good? Well, I'm glad to answer those questions because it will explain why parquet margarine is so different and better than old-time margarines. Why it's a downright delicious food that's nourishing and wholesome, too. You see, parquet is a modern vegetable margarine made by Kraft. And the pure, refined American vegetable oils that go into parquet help make it the highly nutritious energy food that it is. And to its wholesome goodness, Kraft adds important vitamin A to parquet margarine, 9,000 units to every pound. Now, about parquet margarine's delicious flavor, it's Kraft's long experience in making good-tasting foods that accounts for that. Yes, if you think all margarines are alike, just taste parquet. That rich, delicate parquet flavor is making it a favorite everywhere for table use and for cooking, too. But why not find out about parquet margarine's goodness yourself? Yes, try a pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, the makers of famous Miracle Whip salad dressing.
Now that you've been turned down, what are you going to do about insurance?
Leroy, I'm going to spend that money for some victory insurance.
What do you mean?
I'm going to invest in defense bonds that'll pay off in 10 years, just like an endowment policy.
Swell. And meanwhile, your dollars will be fighting for you and for Uncle Sam.
That's right. It's a wonderful way of combining business and pleasure, isn't it? Good night, folks.
original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed at Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Have you heard of the wonderful one-horse shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day? And then of a sudden but stay. I'll tell you what happened without delay. Well, of course, it hasn't been 100 years since the Andersons bought their car, but you get the general idea. In Springfield, in the driveway beside the white frame house on Maple Street, the Anderson Chariot is getting quite a going over, like this.
I don't care what you say, Father. It is a wreck, and you know it.
Is that so? For your information, Betty, they don't build cars like this anymore.
They don't build covered wagons either.
What was that?
Nothing, Dad. I was just thinking.
He said they didn't build covered wagons either.
Oh, he did he?
Okay, Kathy, just you wait.
But if you find the car so objectionable, we can arrange for you not to be annoyed with it any longer on Thursday nights.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Dad. I think it's fine.
Well, I don't. And I don't even want to borrow it anymore.
Good, I'll keep that in mind.
Look at it. The paint all worn off, the upholstery all faded.
You know, that's the trouble with you kids. You don't look beneath the surface. That's where your value is. Do you know there's 30% more metal in this car than in any 1950 model on the road?
There is, huh?
There certainly is. Now, you see this body panel? It's a little banged up, I admit that. But listen to it. That's solid. That's good, honest metal.
Dad.
Cars today aren't built that way. None of them. They sound tinny and cheap.
Dad.
Have you seen the fenders they're putting on the new cars? Just like paper mache.
Dad.
But on this car, well, listen to this. But
Gosh, Dad, I was trying to tell you.
I don't know. Why do things like this always happen to me?
Daddy, why did you knock the fender off the car? Kathy, you'd better be quiet if you know what's good for you.
Jim, I'm ready to leave any time you are.
That's fine, Margaret. Just fine.
But you'll find a basket with lunch on the kitchen table, so why don't you... Jim, what on earth did you do to the car?
I didn't do anything to the car, Margaret.
Daddy knocked the fender off.
I did no such thing. All I did was give it one or two little taps.
Jim, Mr. Gilhousen said it wasn't going to last.
Mr. Gilhousen, that crook, he doesn't know any more about fixing a car than Kathy does.
I didn't do anything.
Charges me $7.80 to put a fender back on, and doesn't even use a good grade of Scotch tape.
You want me to get the sandwiches, Mom?
Leave the sandwiches alone, Bud. We can't go to a church picnic or any place else until we get the car fixed.
We can put the fender on with wire, Dad. It didn't look too bad the last time.
All right, go get the wire.
I think there's a whole bunch of it in the garage.
Mr. Gilhousen. A fine mechanic he turned out to be.
Father.
He's a butcher, that's what he is. Anybody who can't put a fender on so it stays put...
Father, may I please have the tickets for the picnic?
You certainly may not.
But, Father, Mr. Liggett said I could ride with them.
Oh, he did he?
And we'll be there hours before you.
You're going with us or you aren't going at all?
But, Father...
Hurry up, Bud.
I can't. Kathy got the wire all tangled up.
Oh, I did not.
There's a roll on top of the workbench, Bud. Bring that.
Okay.
Father, I certainly think...
Betty, you're going in our car or you aren't going. Now, that's final.
Oh, pooh.
Jim, don't you think you're being a little severe? Betty wants to spend more time with Janie Liggett, that's all. It isn't that she's ashamed to be seen in our car, is it, Betty?
It certainly is. That old heap.
You see, Margaret, she's ashamed of us. She's too good to ride in our car.
I'm not too good, but that isn't even a car. Just a bunch of old bolts held together with bobby pins.
Here's the wire, Dad.
Betty, that car is good enough for me. And if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for my family. Is that clear?
Here's the wire, Dad.
And any time you think that you're better than the rest of us, well, we'll just do something about it. And let's not forget it.
Here's the wire, Dad.
I heard you, Bud.
Gosh, how did I know?
Sounds like your needle was stuck. Here's the wire, Dad. Here's the wire, Dad.
Daddy.
Kathy, be quiet.
Gee whiz.
Bud, I'll hold the fender in place and you wire it together.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, I know what Betty had in mind. She was only thinking of our good. Weren't you, Betty?
Oh, sure.
They're going to have a drawing for a new car, and if someone isn't there...
Someone will be there, Margaret. We'll all be there. Not that we'd ever be lucky enough to win a new car.
Hold the front up a little higher, Dad.
How's that?
Okay.
I've been going to church picnics since I was 4 years old, and the only people who ever win new cars are old ladies of 90 who wouldn't be caught dead with anything but a horse and buggy.
Father, if they pick our number and we aren't there...
We'll be there. Now stop worrying about it. How's it going, Bud?
I think it's almost finished.
Betty, go in and get the lunch.
All right, Father.
And lock the door on the way out.
Yes, Father.
I think that's as good as I can do, Dad.
Well, it seems firm enough.
I wouldn't lean on it too hard. It's all rusted away on the inside.
Well, it'll certainly last until we get home. And believe me, I'll give that Gilhousen character a piece of my mind tomorrow morning.
Hurry up, Betty. We're ready to leave.
Be right there.
I'll get the motor warmed up while we're waiting.
Want me to do it, Dad?
No, I'm perfectly capable of starting my own car. Now what's gotten into this miserable wreck?
Bang on the dashboard, Dad. Sometimes that does it.
I did bang on the dashboard. Just cold, that's all.
Is this all of it, Mother?
Yes, dear, thank you.
No good.
Jim?
Bud, jump up and down on the bumper a few times.
Okay.
What's wrong with the car? It won't start again.
Be quiet, Kathy, please.
Well, it won't, will it?
Try it now, Dad.
Bud?
Yes, Dad?
Jiggle the wire on the distributor.
Okay.
I never saw it to fail. The car runs like a dream, except when you need it.
Oh, Mother, there's Janie Liggett. What am I going to tell them?
Well, you just have to tell them...
Betty?
Yes, Father?
What time is the drawing for the new car?
I don't know, Father, but if we aren't there...
Don't worry, we'll be there, but just in case it takes us a while to get started, well, here. You take the tickets and go ahead with the Liggets.
Oh, Father!
If we should happen to win the car, well, go ahead. We'll meet you out there.
I'm coming. Goodbye, everybody. See you later.
Betty, be careful, Betty.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy?
I don't mind riding in your car.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'm brave.
Hey, Dad.
What is it, Bud?
There's a pencil stuck in the distributor.
I know. That's to keep the wire in.
Well, the pencil's in, but the wire's out.
Bud, fix it. That's why it won't start.
Okay.
I knew it wasn't anything important. Just a loose wire, that's all.
It's all set, Dad.
Okay. Stand back. I'll try it again. Yeah. See? All right, everybody, let's go. Put the hood down, Bud.
Okay.
Let it down easy so it won't shake the pencil loose.
Okay, Dad.
Come on, Margaret. What are you and Kathy waiting for?
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
we've got a flat tire.
Ridiculous thing I've ever seen. There must be some way of keeping that fender on.
We'll be there in a minute, dear, and then you can fix it properly.
What do you mean, properly? How can you fix a fender properly with those silly hunks of wire?
It isn't the wire that's breaking, Dad. Pieces are coming out of the fender.
It only fell off 3 times.
I know how many times it fell off. I know what's the matter with it. I don't know how to fix it, that's all.
Daddy, there's the fishnet.
Where?
Right over there.
Dad, look out.
What?
There's a bug. There it goes again.
That makes 4 times.
Oh.
Jim?
Fiddlesticks.
Kathy, why don't you run ahead and find Betty?
Okay, Mommy. I'll see if anybody knows who won the car.
Come on, Bud. Let's take another whack at it.
I don't think it's going to do much good, Dad. Look at the holes in it.
Idiotic-looking contraption.
Dad, I think I know how we can do it. If we can get some long pieces of wire, we can... No, that won't work.
What won't work?
I thought we could run the wire under the car and over the hood and tie it on that way.
Bud, that won't work.
Well, that's what I said.
No good fender. No good moth-eaten, lopsided, pot-bellied... Kathy,
Daddy,
what is it?
Daddy, we won.
We what?
Yeah.
Kathy, are you sure?
I just saw Daddy, and they called our number, and we won. Jim, how wonderful.
Well, Bud.
Boy, oh boy.
Bud, would you care to join me?
What are you going to do, Dad?
I'm going to show this no-good, misguided fender just where it gets off. And that's right here. Turn it over, Bud.
Like that?
That's it. Now, watch. I guess that'll show it.
Can I jump on it too, Daddy?
Sure, go right ahead. You too, Bud. Have a good time.
Move over, will you, Kathy?
Jim, isn't it wonderful?
It certainly is.
I wonder what color it is.
If that isn't just like a woman. I suppose if you don't like the color, we'll have to give it back.
Oh, no, but I just thought it might...
Father, isn't it wonderful? Isn't it simply lush?
It certainly is. Where is it?
Father, what are they doing?
Never mind them. Where is it?
But, Father, they're ruining the fender.
Who cares about an old fender? We won a new car, didn't we?
Oh, Father, no. We won a ham.
Well, it's not the first time folks have expected one thing and ended up with a lot less. It just points up a fact we've learned, you and I, many times. You've got to make sure of what you get in everything. In a pound of coffee, for instance, you want to make sure of the flavor you get. You want the most in flavor for every penny you spend. To millions of folks, that means getting the one coffee famous for flavor above all others, our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful, good-to-the-last drop flavor. You won't find it, you know, in any other coffee. No coffee but Maxwell House. And there's a mighty good reason why. It's our recipe, and there's no mistaking its importance. It's the one and only recipe of its kind. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee, and our Maxwell House people carefully combine them just so. It's the one way, the one recipe for that good-to-the-last-drop flavor. And it spells the big difference between just any coffee and coffee at its Sunday go-to-meeting best. And this difference adds up to more enjoyment, more flavor for your money when you pour Maxwell House coffee into those cups on your table. So next time, bring home that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House. Enjoy coffee that's always good to the last drop.
You know, for some reason or other, automobile people are a cheerful lot. The smiling Irishman, the laughing Lithuanian. They're a gay group of fellows with lilting hearts and names to match. In Springfield, it's Fred Haney, the happy Hibernian. And that's where the Andersons are headed, like this.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
don't you think it's about time we gave up on this old heap?
Betty, please don't annoy your father.
Well, jumping creepers.
It's all right, Margaret. I'm used to being ridiculed. After all, I'm only her father.
Everybody has to get so personal about everything. Why is it such an insult if I think we need a new car?
Betty, this is more than a car. This is an old friend which has served us faithfully and well. And you don't give up an old friend just because it's a little droopy in the fenders. You treat it gently, humor it, restore it to health.
The best thing you can do for this friend is give it a decent funeral.
For your information, Betty, this car will be as good as new in less than a week. And it'll be good for another 12 years.
Holy cow.
Golly, the car's even older than I am.
It makes more noise, too.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
as long as you insist on having the car fixed up, can we please have it painted?
I fully intend to have it painted. A new fender, a new paint job, a few little touches on the motor here and there. We'll have a car you can be proud of.
Can we have it painted blue, please?
What's the matter with black?
But it's always been black, and black is so dark.
Well, we'll get a light black.
I like red. Then you can pretend you're riding in a fire engine.
You know, Margaret, I should have had this done a long time ago. I had the car fixed up, I mean. When I think of the way I've let it get run down, well, I should have had my head examined.
That's what we've been telling you.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean, green's a nice color.
Is it?
Well, if you like green.
You know, for a while I thought maybe we'd get a new car.
Golly!
But then I said, why?
Oh.
I can have this one fixed up for $50 or $60, so why go to all that unnecessary expense?
Did anybody say they'd fix it up for $50 or $60?
No, but I'm just figuring conservatively. Maybe it'll only be $40.
What a dreamer.
I don't know. When I was a boy, children showed a little respect for their parents. They didn't spend half their life...
Jim.
What is it, Margaret?
Isn't that Haney?
I know it's Haney's. I've only been here 1,000,000 times. Where was I, Bud?
They didn't spend half their life.
Oh. They didn't spend half their life trying to make up wisecracks about their fathers. Now, behave yourself.
Okay, Dad.
Father.
I know, Betty. You want it painted blue.
Well, I just thought...
You want blue, Kathy wants red, Bud wants green. How would it be if we settled for a nice Scotch plaid?
Well, hello, Jim. Got the whole family with you this time, huh?
That's right. Say, Fred, I'd like to see if we can't...
We want it painted red.
Kathy.
And make the horn louder.
Kathy, get back in the car and sit down.
Yes, Daddy.
Fred.
Father, look.
What?
That yellow one, isn't it a dreamboat?
Betty, I'm trying to tell Mr. Haney...
Boy, look at that foreign job. Is that something?
Margaret.
Dear, I know you and Mr. Haney want to talk, so why don't the children and I just wander around and look at the different cars?
An excellent idea, Mrs. Anderson. Excellent.
Oh, Bud, look at that one. It's got a motorcycle on it.
That's for deliveries, Dopey.
Mother, have you ever seen anything like that blue one?
It's very nice, dear.
Well, maybe now we can talk.
Don't tell me you're finally going to give up on that wreck.
What wreck? Just because it looks a little shabby.
Why don't you face it, Jim? You'll need a new car.
Fred, I'm not spending any $1,600 for a car.
$1,663.20.
Pardon me.
Including license and tax.
I'll take 12.
Jim, I've known you for a long time. I value your business. But more than that, I value your friendship.
Then tell Gilhausen to fix my car so it'll stay together.
He can't, Jim. It's old. It's worn out. You're just throwing good money after bad. Will you please buy a new car? You don't have to buy it from me. Buy it from anybody, but buy it.
Are you all finished?
Yes.
No.
Just tell Gilhausen to fix my car right this time.
Of all the stubborn... Gilhausen.
I'm over here, Fred.
Come here, will you? Ben Hur is back.
Very funny.
Holy smoke, Mr. Anderson. I don't have to work on that thing again, do I?
No, you don't have to. I know a lot of places that'll be very glad.
Just a minute, Jim. Don't get up on your high horse. If you want it fixed, we'll fix it. Won't we, Gil?
We'll fix it or we'll give it either a transfusion. Why anybody would want to throw good money into that wreck?
Gil?
So we fix it. Where's the fender?
It got stepped on.
It what?
It's gone. It fell off. Because you don't know how to put a fender on.
I put fenders on before you was born. But not fenders like your fenders.
All right, Gil. We'll just have to put on a new fender. Okay, Jim?
Well, I suppose so. And while we're at it, let's do it up right. Let's paint the whole thing. Get the motor tuned up, fix the lights.
Have you got all that, Gil? This time we're going to fix it right.
Well, that's more like it. So, we start with the fender. Look, you see this big hole in the panel?
Yes?
That's where I got to bolt the fender. On a hole. So, we need a new panel.
New panel. Go ahead, Gil. I'm writing it down.
Wait a minute. Why can't you just
The new panel bolts onto the body, only it's all rusted away over here and it won't hold. So, we need a new body.
Look, Fred, all I want you to
Frame
do...
won't take a new body. It's too light. New frame, chassis, rear assembly, transmission. You got it?
Got it.
New crankshaft, flywheel, feed line.
Mr. Gilhausen.
Connecting rods, clutch, camshaft.
Mr. Gilhausen.
New springs, muffler, exhaust shocks, bumpers.
Mr. Gilhausen.
Horn's all right.
Mr. Gilhausen, forget about the whole thing, will you? Just fix the wire in the distributor and I'll be happy.
Mr. Anderson, look. Lift the hood, will you, Fred?
Okay.
Thanks, Fred. Now, you see that wire, Mr. Anderson? It goes down there and hooks onto that. But it can't because it's loose. Here, you see this? You got a cracked block, the water pump's broke, the radiator leaks, the piston assembly's shot, the valves are gone. You got to get a new motor.
Just because you can't hook up one little wire, huh?
What am I going to hook it on?
Jim, we're trying to help you, and with a job this big, we'll give you a special rate.
Well, that's more like it. What does it come to?
The whole thing?
With a paint job.
You want me anymore, Fred?
No, thanks a lot, Gil.
Okay. See you later, Mr. Anderson.
You bet. Go ahead, Fred. Figure it up. And sharpen your pencil.
Well, let me see. 1538 to 47, 496.
496?
The whole thing, including labor and parts, comes to exactly $1,678.
60? That's $15 more than a new one.
Jim, this is all on a piecework basis. And besides, with seat covers, you'll have a car that's practically new.
1,600. Margaret!
Well, I told you in the very beginning, Jim.
Margaret!
Jim, is anything wrong?
$1,600. It's an outrage. That's what it is, an outrage.
Well, you think it over, Jim, and whatever you decide, just let me know.
$1,678. That's the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life.
What did he say, Dad?
Is it going to be blue, Father? Daddy, the man let me shoot the grease gun.
All right, get in. We're going home.
Aren't you going to have it fixed?
I said get in.
I want to stay and shoot the grease gun.
All right, children, let's not argue. Do as your father says.
I'll get another mechanic. That's what I'll do. Haney isn't the only dealer in Springfield. Tell me my car isn't any good. $1,678.
Dear, don't you think if you talk to Mr. Haney again...
Haney? He's a worse crook than Gilhausen ever was. He's 10 times as bad. Somebody will fix this car, and it'll be good for another 12 years. And another 140,000 miles.
Oh, Father.
Have you heard of the wonderful one-horse shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day? Well, we're sitting in it right now.
100 years?
Holy cow, Dad.
This car's as sound as it was the day we bought it. It's a good car, solid and sturdy. I'll put on a fender, get a little paint, a few tires.
other fender fell off.
Well, we'll put it back on.
Dad.
Jim, we've just got to get a new car.
Fred! Fred! Oh, Fred!
You see, of course, if you're not a dunce, how it went to pieces all at once. All at once and nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst. End of the wonderful one-horse shay. Logic is logic. That's all I say.
Yes, logic is logic. And when it comes to coffee, that's the reason you naturally look for the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And it's yours in the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, our good to the last drop Maxwell House. That wonderful flavor begins with our Maxwell House recipe, but we don't stop there. We know that air can steal coffee flavor. And ordinary containers like paper bags can't prevent roasted coffee from losing flavor, whether it's ground or whole bean. That's why we carefully vacuum pack our Maxwell House in the familiar blue tin. It's the only way you can be guaranteed coffee fresh as the hour it was roasted, without one bit of flavor wasted. So these days, be sure you get the most in value in flavor and freshness. You always will when you open up a pound of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Young. Since the beginning of this year, as you probably know, we on Father Knows Best have been working hand in glove with the Inter-Industry Highway Safety Committee. Our particular phase of the overall problem was the enlistment of teenagers and their parents in a good driver's club. And now, after 5 months of campaigning, we'd like to make our first report. And for all those connected with this safety movement, we have news I consider little short of miraculous. Since the inception of this campaign, 2 3/4 million pledges have been requested by the teenage drivers of America. Think of it, 2 3/4 million. In large cities, in small hamlets, the young men and women of this country have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt the basic integrity of their generation. We are proud of them, prouder than we can say. By recognizing their common problem, by driving safely and carefully, these young men and women have brought added security to the highways and everlasting glory to themselves. We congratulate them on a job well done and ask only that they continue their good work in the future. Good night.
Now yours to enjoy, an instant coffee you'll love for breakfast every morning. An instant coffee you'll be proud to serve to your dinner guests. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Here's the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Boggy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, next on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about a little... Ouch.
Does that answer your question, Buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcement. And now here's Ann Southern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere. Of course, that's just the name I use on the stage. Lately, though, the only stage I've been on is the stage of starvation. Gosh, I haven't eaten in so long, my stomach thinks my throat is cut. On top of everything else, my room rent was overdue, so I went to my landlady to find out about my credit standing. I found out real quick, too. My standing was flat on its face. So I packed up all my stuff and came here to sunny Florida. I figured if I got to turn into a bag of bones, I might as well look like a healthy one. Luckily, I heard about a couple of agents, Manny and Joe Howard, who were looking for acts for the return of vaudeville. The money wasn't much, I knew, but I needed some dough to keep me going until television blew over. But when I got to auditioning before the Howard brothers, I sort of had a sneaking feeling that my act wasn't going over so good. But I thought maybe it was just the radiator hissing when I finished my song.
Well, Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, what do you think?
Well, Miss Revere, for vaudeville...
Yeah?
Well, I think...
No, I'm a partner, too, Joe. Why don't you ever ask me what I think?
All right, genius. What do you think?
Don't ask.
Please, Mr. Howard.
Yes?
Mr. Howard.
Yes?
Let me go on with the rest of my act. This job is important to me.
It's important to us, too, Miss Revere. After all, we want to keep vaudeville going.
It died once, you know. If it dies once more, it's dead.
Yeah, and it ain't like a cat. Extra chances it don't get.
Please, I know you like the rest of my act.
Well, Joe, what do you think, partner?
If I could think, would I be your partner?
Now, look here, Mr. Howard.
Please, gentlemen, don't fight on my time.
So go ahead, Miss Revere.
Thanks. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. But no applause, please. I've got a terrible headache. That's a joke, gentlemen.
If you say so, Miss Revere.
I like it.
Oh, gee, thanks.
You like it. You don't even understand it.
And now,
I don't
ladies and
understand how a
gentlemen...
chicken lays eggs either, but that don't mean I can't appreciate an omelet.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
What I'm worried about is will the paying customers get it?
Ladies...
And I got it.
Ladies and
I like
gentlemen...
it. It's very funny.
I give up.
Please don't applaud, folks. I don't feel so good. It's very funny.
Gentlemen, please, I haven't finished.
You don't have to, Miss Revere. If my partner likes your act, we'll put you on the bill.
Oh, you mean you'd be willing to book my act?
Well, now, I can't give you a positive yes.
But we could give you a positive maybe.
Miss Revere, you're an attractive girl. No, Joe?
A sweetie pie.
Yeah, but there's a but.
A little one. Your act is...
Lousy?
Yeah, but in a good way.
Yeah, I know. Good and lousy.
I'm sorry, Miss Revere.
Likewise.
But we are still open for acts. Something different.
And maybe, who can tell, if you should happen to come up with one.
I should live so long.
Meanwhile, Miss Revere, if you're a little short of money...
We could, perhaps...
Look, fella.
No, with no strings attached. For me, I can speak.
For me, too. What am I, a wolf type?
Well, thank you, fellas, but I'll get along somehow. Dreamer that I am.
It went good, your audition, Miss? Yes?
It went good, my audition, no. I hope you do better with yours, Mr.
Schultz, the great Schultz. I was called in Vienna, Budapest, all over Europe. In this country, not so great. Sit down, Miss...
Revere, Maisie Revere. Oh, it sure feels good to sit down. I've been traveling all day.
Revere. I remember reading once someplace of a Revere, a Paul Revere. He rode to Boston on a horse. He was related to you, perhaps?
Could be. Nobody in my family ever had enough money to go any place by train. I don't even have enough to go by trolley.
Who has in this business? Me, the great Schultz, I have barely enough to feed me and Sonia.
Oh. Your wife, huh?
She's a dog.
Oh. Well, looks ain't everything, I always say.
I mean, Sonia is an animal dog. The smartest dog in the world. In Budapest, the critics, they said, Sonia, she is smarter than most people.
Oh, you have one of those trained dog acts.
Not one of those dog acts, Miss. The greatest canine act in the whole world. The greatest. In Vienna, Paris, Budapest, they stood in line to see Sonia perform.
Yeah, I know. But here in America...
The great Schultz stands in line. The unemployment line. One has to eat, you know, Miss Revere.
Yeah. You know, when I first started eating myself, I had no idea it would be habit forming. Well, it was nice meeting you, Mr. Schultz, and lots of luck. I'd better be getting back.
Where to, Miss Revere?
Oh, who knows? Maybe I'll land a job as a taxi dancer or something.
Ach, but you, Miss Revere, an artist, it's not fair. Dancing with all those clumsy fools, stomping all over your feet.
Oh, that's all right. I'm used to it. My dogs are trained, too. Well, goodbye again. Maybe my dogs ain't so trained. The left one seems to be crying.
Oh, that's Sonia. She's lying under your chair. I think you maybe stepped on her little tail when you stood up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sonia.
Sonia said you're forgiven.
She did? Well, I'll have to take your word for it. I don't talk very good dog.
Sonia thinks that's a funny joke. You see, she's laughing.
Say, that does sound like a laugh. No wonder my act never did so good. I've been playing for people instead of dogs.
That was a good one, too. Sonia, show the lady your appreciation.
Well, look. She's standing on her hind legs and clapping her two little paws together. She's applauding me.
Naturally. Besides being a great artist herself, Sonia also recognizes talent in others. Really show your admiration, Sonia. Throw the artiste a kiss.
Why, she's doing it. With her little paw in her mouth. Sonia, you are the smartest dog in the world.
Well, Sonia, you heard that lady.
She's bowing. Wow, she is a ham, too. Mr. Schultz, how is it possible that a terrific act like yours and Sonia's isn't working?
Personality, the booking agents in this country say, Miss Revere. I have a great act, but no
class, huh?
Yeah. Don't cry, Sonia. Someday we'll show them. But you, Miss Revere, you definitely have, how you say in English, class.
Well, thanks, Sonia. Yeah, the Howard brothers say I've got class, but no act.
Funny world, ain't it, Miss Revere? I got what you don't have.
Yeah, and I got what you don't have. Well, that is right, Sonia. We should be working together. Give the lady $12 silver, Professor.
More than that she'll get, Miss Revere. If you and Sonia could click.
Oh, you heard, Mr. Howard? You like it? You think it can work?
I'm sure it can. Sonia here has been trained to work with anybody. No, Sonia.
See, she said positively.
Miss Revere can handle it, I am sure.
Well, Joe, we need an act for the bill tonight. Clark and Jeffrey's songs and Vitty Pata just canceled, you know. What do you say?
You think it's all right, Manny?
I'm positive, I think.
Then I'm against it.
But why, Mr. Howard?
Yeah, give me one reason.
Look, Mr. Howard, I know I'm not very brilliant.
All right, give me another reason.
Gladly. You never guessed right on any act.
But you said I've got the class to click.
And I've got the act that already has clicked.
Yeah, and 1 and 1 makes...
You see, Joe, the dog knows more than you.
Then maybe you'd rather have this dog for partner?
Now that you mention it, Mike.
Please, if you'll only give us a chance, let me rehearse Sonia. Oh, I'm sorry, Sonia. I mean, let her rehearse me. If you don't think we're good enough to open tonight...
Then you have lost nothing but your time.
Okay, we'll look on the act after Miss Revere and the dog give it a couple of run-throughs.
Swell.
Oh, you won't be sorry, gentlemen. We'll stop the show.
Yeah, this I got to see first. I'm from Kentucky.
You mean from Missouri?
I moved.
You can use our office to rehearse him, Miss Revere. We'll be back after lunch to give our look.
Good. Come on, Professor. Sonia, we gotta be letter perfect by then. See you after lunch, gentlemen, and we're gonna knock you dead.
Me, you don't have to knock so hard. I'm half dead already.
Well, there you are, gentlemen. All signed, sealed, and delivered. Mr. Schultz will sign the contract at the theater tonight.
What about Sonia?
Oh, she ain't smart enough to sign her name. Or is she?
He means, where is she?
Oh.
She was here a minute ago.
Yeah, then we were discussing the money. That's smart, she is.
She opened the door and ran out into the street.
Into the street? What for?
Well, after all, Joe, a dog is a dog. And...
Oh, sure.
Well, here's the contract, Miss Revere. I'll see you later at the theater. And knock 'em dead. I'm counting on you.
We're counting on you.
Oh, we'll knock 'em dead, don't worry. Well, I'd better go out and round up Sonia. It's a long bus ride to the theater.
Bus ride? Miss Revere, they don't allow dogs to ride on buses.
Oh, well, maybe I can find a Greyhound bus. I better get Sonia to write me some new material. Goodbye, fellas. See you at the matinee. Sonia, come on, doggy. We gotta get to the theater. Sonia, stop hiding. This is no time for games. Sonia, come out already. Come out wherever you are. Sonia, please come here. Maisie gives liver.
Looking for somebody, lady?
Oh, yeah, a dog. A little black dog with floppy ears.
Oh, a sort of curly tail about this high?
Yeah. Have you seen her? It's very important. I gotta get her to the theater for the matinee.
Oh, afraid you'll have to see the show alone, lady. The pooch was picked up by the dog catcher a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. Dog catcher?
Yeah, they've been picking up all strays without a license the last couple of days.
But they can't do that to Sonia. She's smart. Smarter than most people.
She's so smart she wouldn't be a dog.
But they can't do that to Sonia. We've got a show, a matinee.
Them dog catchers don't know from nothing, miss. No license? They pick 'em up.
Oh, but this dog is different. Smart like a whip. Why, she could practically talk.
Well, that there dog catcher didn't know that, I'm sure.
Oh, Sonia. Sonia, why didn't you say something?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. To Maisie.
Well, you're here at last, Chief. I thought you'd never get here.
Okay, lady, we're here now. Where's the fire?
The fire?
Yes, you know, the red stuff that burns. Where is it?
Oh, there ain't no fire.
Okay, men, get those ladders off the... No fire?
No. You see, I was half out of my mind.
Only half?
Well, I didn't know what to do, so I saw this firebox on the post, and it said that...
I know what it said, but that's supposed to be used only in case of emergency.
But this is an emergency. My dog is lost.
Dog? Hey, look, lady, we're in the fire business.
Then you're the right people to help. If I don't get that dog back, I'll be fired. The dog catchers picked her up.
Lady, do you realize a thing like this might mean a jail sentence?
And don't think that dog catcher don't deserve it either. Lots of people are dependent on that dog at the matinee today. You just gotta help me, Chief.
Me? Well, why the fire department?
Because we gotta be on the stage in an hour.
Hey, look, miss.
Now, you look. They always call the fire department when a cat is stuck up in a tree, huh?
I know, but a dog
Well,
is...
can they help it if they can't climb trees? Can they help it if they have to get into trouble with dog catchers?
Look, miss, all you had to do was go to the city pound and claim the mutt.
Sonia is not a mutt. She's smart and trained. Joe and Manny Howard, the agents up there, think she's great enough to stop the show this afternoon. But I'm sorry if I've inconvenienced you a little.
Inconvenienced? Oh, no, not at all. You see, I like to get the whole department out every so often. It breaks up the monotony of checkers, you know. Now, look here, miss, I've got a good mind.
Well, I couldn't ask the Howard brothers to help. They'd get angry and cancel the act.
Yeah. Hey, look, all that you had to do was go down to the pound and claim the pooch.
But how? Streetcar or bus takes too long. I got to be at that matinee in less than an hour.
Well, you could have taken a cab.
Well, that costs money. $2 easy.
Don't you have $2?
I'm in show business.
Well, I'm not, miss. I'm a great, big, brave fireman, you know. I don't get paid for returning dogs to their owners.
Oh.
Oh, look. No, miss, wait, don't cry, will you? I'd like to help, but...
Then you will?
Will what?
Drive me down to the pound?
What?
Oh.
Hey, now stop it, please.
With the siren going and no stopping for lights, we could get there real fast.
Are you crazy?
Oh.
Look, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm just a fireman, a public servant.
Well, then why would you help me? I'm a taxpayer.
You're a taxpayer?
Well... Okay, a tax ower. Oh, please, Chiefy.
No.
No. Very well, then. Would you do me another small favor, then, Chief?
Oh, certainly, miss. I'm really sorry for you, but Well, what's the favor?
Kindly tell me the tallest building in town.
Yeah, well, the city hall downtown, that's about 27 What do you want to know for?
When I jump, I'd like to know it'll be high enough to do the trick. I'm too tired to make 2 trips.
Get in, miss. There's the pound, miss.
Oh, thanks, Chiefy. I'll leave a couple of passes at the box office for you.
Oh, goody, gumdrop.
Under what name shall I leave them under, Chief?
Oh, I think stupid describes me pretty well.
Oh, you're just being modest.
Yeah, thanks. So long, miss. If you ever come across a fire, will you please call our station? You know, we can use the business.
Oh, sure. I wouldn't think of dealing with strangers. Goodbye. And thanks again.
Yes, miss, what can I do for you?
I want Sonia.
Well, you come to the right state for it. In Florida, it's always shining.
She's a dog. You picked her up about 20 minutes ago. Please give her back, but quick.
Sure, lady, sure, but there are a few little formalities first.
Well, just skip them. I'm in a terrible hurry. I gotta be at the theater in 40 minutes with my dog.
There's a little matter of a license.
Well, Sonia don't need a license. She's smart enough to know who she belongs to without having to read a silly little tag. I want her back right now.
Yes, miss. Now, exactly what kind of a dog is our Sonia?
I told you. A show dog.
I mean the breed. Is she bull, terrier, setter, poodle, shepherd, boxer, Dalmatian,
yes.
collie? Oh, a little everything.
Yeah, her family tree's more like a forest. But you can't mistake her. She's black with floppy ears.
Oh, sort of curly tail, about this high?
Oh, then she's here.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know your Sonia was at the theater, so I put in the hoi polloi kennel. You'll have to come with me and identify your canine, Sarah Bernhardt.
Sure, but let's hurry. We're due at the theater.
Well, here's today's crops, miss. Can you pick out your Sonia?
Gosh, you sure got them crowded in close.
Yeah, it keeps them from getting lonesome. Found her yet?
No, but I know a quick way to... How much is 2 and 2?
Sonia must have been holding class. They all seem to know the answer.
Well, I'll find her yet. That was very, very good. Oh, there's Sonia over there. The one standing on her hind legs and bowing.
Oh, the little ham, huh?
Yeah, get her for me. Quick, please, mister. Time's a waste.
Well, yeah, but first, $2, please.
Well, I've just got time to... $2?
For the license. Gotta have one, you know.
But I don't have $2.
Sorry, miss. No money, no muddy. Rules.
But the theater, I can't go without her.
Why not? You know how much 2 and 2 are, don't you?
Oh, but you don't understand.
Lady, look, I just work here.
Rules, yeah, I know. Well, Maisie, there goes your gold earring. Mister, where's the nearest pawn shop?
There's one around the corner. I'm really sorry, miss.
Yeah, well, lots of people will be sorry if that act don't go on this afternoon. I'll be right back, friend. Take good care of Sonia, please.
I'll guard her with my life, miss, with my life.
And I'll be back in a flash with the cash.
Come on out, Sonia. You've been spoken for. Go away, lassie. We only letting stage actors out today. Let's go, Sonia. Mom will be back for you in a few minutes. Come on, girl. Now, don't cry. You'll ruin your makeup. In here, Sonia, in the office. You don't want to hang around with them non-professionals. Now, let's see you do a trick, Sonia. Up on your hind legs and walk. Hey, that's pretty good, Sonia. Now, walk to the door. Good. Hey, Sonia, I said to the door, not out of it. Sonia, come back here. Come back here. Hey, Sonia. Hey, Sonia. Come back here.
Hello, George. What's up?
Oh, one of our strays just took it on lamb. I got to get it back.
What for, George? I got more than we can handle right here in the wagon. Had a big haul this trip.
This much something special. Got to get it back. Had a little black job with the floppy ears and a tail like a shaving brush.
Well, there ain't nothing special about that. I got one in the wagon just like it. Picked her up about an hour ago.
Well, she ain't my target for right now. Take over the desk till I get back, Jack. This was an emergency.
Okay. I have to get this new load of hounds into the kennels first.
Yeah, sure. Sonia! Oh, Sonia!
Well, I'm back. Let's have her quick.
Her?
Oh, say, you're not the fellow I spoke to a couple of minutes ago.
No, he's out on the prowl for an unappreciative guest. Can I help?
Yeah. I want that little black dog get picked up with the floppy ears and the tail.
Like a shaving brush?
Yeah. And here's the $2 for the license. Get my dog quick. I'm way late for the theater now.
Well, I have to fill out the license first. Now, what's your name?
Here's my driver's license. You can get all you need from that. Meanwhile, I'll go out to the kennels and get my dog.
But, miss, that's against the rules. Besides, some of those dogs might be mad. They might bite you.
Then I'll bite back. I'm good and mad myself. Well, I got my pooch. Is the license ready yet?
Yeah, but personally, I don't think that mud is worth it.
Oh, I see. You just hurt her feelings. No, Mama's going to take you back to the theater, Sonia.
Sonia? Oh, lady, that ain't
Yes, it is. Sonia, the smartest animal the stage has ever known.
But listen.
Look, I ain't got no time to dilly-dally. Give me that license. Thanks. And do you know what I think of all dog catchers? You said it, Sonia. So long.
Okay, lady. I just wanted to tell you that mutt ain't the greatest dog the stage has ever known. That mutt you got not only don't know anything, she don't even suspect anything.
Am I on?
Miss Revere, at last you're here. What kept you?
Got 1 minute, Miss Rivera. Can't hold the curtain any longer.
Oh, with my costume. I can't go out without my costume. It only takes me 5 minutes to change.
Miss Revere, I'm a man of few words. You and that dog get out there on that stage. You took the few words out of my mouth.
Ready, Miss Rivera?
Ready. Come on, Sonia. Sonia, we're on.
Now, look, she's hiding under a chair. Oh, fine. At a time like this, game she plays.
Oh, the poor baby. She's afraid.
She's afraid. I'm afraid. My reputation in the theater depends on this act. Our reputation. Remember, I'm a partner. You're a silent partner. So shut up. Out on that stage, Miss Revere.
Okay. Come on, Sonia. Oh, gosh, I'll have to carry her on.
Me, you'll have to carry out.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Well, Sonia, say hello to this nice audience. You'll have to excuse Sonia, folks. She's used to playing to tough audiences. And this looks like a real tough one. Well, Sonia, let's show the audience how smart you are in arithmetic. Sonia, how much is 2 and 2? Well, sometimes you got to coax her. She don't like to show off.
Don't look like she likes to do anything.
Come on, Sonia. Don't be afraid. They won't bite you. But I will if you don't give me the answer. Well, Sonia, I'm waiting. Think now. How much are 2 and 2?
What? Come on, Sonia. One more woof.
Come on, Sonia. 2 and 2. Yeah? Yeah? Ah, there you are, powerful. Shut up, Sonia. See how smart she is, folks? Not only did Sonia give the correct answer, but she also repeated it. Sonia, what got into you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, Sonia will show how intelligent she is by doing anything any of you people in the audience request. I hope. Now, what would you like Sonia to do?
Drop dead!
Sonia, come back here. That man didn't mean what he said. Sonia!
Ring down the kite! Ring down the kite! Oh, that such a thing should happen to me.
Oh, my. Get a doctor. Get a doctor.
Get 2 doctors.
What for?
One for me.
And get me an undertaker. From now on, I'm a dead duck.
In just a moment, we shall return to the Adventures of Maisie. Once again, here's Maisie.
Well, the pooch did bite that fellow in the audience, but the man will be all right. At least the dog wasn't mad. But Joe and Manny Howard sure were. I'd like to tell you what they called me, but there just ain't no way of doing it and staying on the air. I found out that I didn't have the real Sonia a little too late. You see, when she ran away, she went straight back to her master, the great Schultz. He tried to get past the man at the stage door to tell me, but I guess the great Schultz wasn't that great. Well, I guess I'll just have to pack up my little black suitcase and move on. They got enough lemons here in Florida without me. But I'm still not through with vaudeville. I'm going to get myself another act. But no more dogs for little Maisie. If I ever do another act with an animal, it'll be with a pigeon or a goldfish. At least if things go wrong, I can always eat the act.
You just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Harry Bartell, Hans Conried, Marvin Miller, Sheldon Leonard, Sam Hearn, and Dave Light. Jack McCoy speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Sing, hey, The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes. Tonight's guest, one of radio's favorite comedians, Judy Canova, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
There you are, Costello. Here it is, the first program of the new year, and you're late.
Oh, so I'm late?
Yeah.
Well, it's all on account of leap year, Abbott. I was passing the corner on Hollywood and Vine, and 30 women jumped on me.
30 women at Hollywood?
30.
At Hollywood and Vine?
Hollywood and Vine.
That's where the wolves hang out.
This year, it's Wolverines.
Oh, stop.
Okay. Boy, you should see these women fighting over me, Abbott. One of them grabbed my left arm, another grabbed my right arm, then one grabbed my other leg, then one grabbed the other leg, one grabbed my ears, my nose, my hair.
Wait a minute. But why should that make you late?
Well, I had to go to Lockheed to get reassembled.
Well, it's leap year, and you've got to expect those things.
Yeah, but I wasn't even safe, Abbott, at Lockheed. As soon as I walked in, a dame threw her arms around me and kissed me 12 times before I could even kiss her once.
She kissed you 12 times to your once?
Yeah, she was a riveter.
Hey, Riveter kissed you. I don't believe it.
Oh, you don't.
Now, Costello, don't run down leap year. Will you please, Lou? Listen.
Maybe I didn't read it right.
Lou, will you listen to buddy? Don't run down leap year. This is an excellent opportunity for some nice girl to propose to you, and then you can settle down and get married.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Who wants to get married? I don't want no mother-in-law.
What's wrong with a mother-in-law? Do you know what a mother-in-law is?
Sure. A mother-in-law is the Gestapo with bloomers.
But, Costello, marriage is wonderful. Wouldn't you like to have people throw rice at you?
No, when my brother got married, they threw rice at him. It's too messy.
Rice isn't messy.
It is when it's mixed with chop suey.
Oh, all right, talk sense, please. Look, Lou, weddings are beautiful, Costello. Don't you like the old-fashioned unions?
No, they itch me all over.
Oh, will you cut that out? Your underwear doesn't fit our conversation.
My underwear will fit anything, brother.
All right, never mind that, Costello. I still say that a wife is your best friend.
Oh, no. Your mother is your best friend. And I think it's a shame when they have just one holiday for your mother and two for your father.
2 holidays for your father? What are they?
Father's Day and Poppy's Day.
Costello, you're talking like that because you haven't even got a girl.
Oh, yes, I have, Abbott. I got a girl. I got a big book full of girls' names, all in alphabetical order.
And what's the first name in the book?
Zelda.
Zelda.
Hello, fellows.
Hey, it's Ken Niles. Hello, Ken.
Well, I'm sorry I'm late. I just came from the blood bank.
You just came from the blood bank. Look, Niles, they want plasma, not asthma.
Now, you stop that, Costello.
That Niles is so anemic that a mosquito bit him and lost blood on the deal.
Oh, shut up. Ken, I'm glad you dropped in. Costello and I have had quite a discussion here. He's been running down marriage.
Running down marriage? Why, Costello, marriage is wonderful. Look at Abbott and me.
Yes, Costello. Ken and I are married.
Oh, congratulations. I hope you two guys will be very happy. How do you like that, Freddie? Those two guys are married.
No.
I didn't think it was legal.
Now, wait a minute. I don't mean it that way. Don't.
Two men married.
Just a minute, please. Now, don't be stupid.
I know somebody that married a man.
Look, who?
My sister.
Yeah, your sister. All right, never mind. Look, come here, Lou. Let's take Ken Niles. Let's take Ken Niles and his wife.
Came from left field, didn't
Look, just a minute, will you? Let's take Ken Niles and his wife.
Oh, sure, we'll take him. We'll take him.
Now, there's a happy married couple.
That's right, Bud. Why, I can't stand to be away from my wife for a second. When I leave the house in the morning, she goes with me. I take her to the office, to the golf club. Even when I go out with the boys, she goes with me.
Now, did you hear that, Costello? Niles takes his wife every place he goes.
Sure. Did you ever get a load of the puss of that dame? He'd rather take her with him than kiss her goodbye. Oh, I insulted you!
I heard that remark. Oh, I heard that remark, short and dumpy. You should talk about anybody's appearance. You with your double chin.
I got no double chin. It's my necktie.
Then your necktie needs a shave.
Oh, darling, you're so funny. You kill me.
Oh, no, dear. You're funnier than I am. You kill me.
No, honey, you kill me.
Oh, no, you kill me.
If there's anybody out there with a hunting license, what are you waiting for?
I want you to stop that, Costello. Come here. You understand that? I want you to stop it. Mr. and Mrs. Niles are a wonderful example of marriage.
Yes,
look at Ken standing there holding her hand.
If he ever lets go, she'll beat his brains out.
That's not true, Costello. Our marriage has been perfect. Why, I'll never forget our wedding day. Oh, I look so lovely in my bridal veil.
You'd even look better in a bridal.
Don't listen to him, Mrs. Niles. Please, pay no attention to him. Go ahead. Tell us more about your wedding day.
Oh, it was thrilling. You know, Kenneth and I had a runaway marriage.
Yeah, he ran away and you ran after him.
I did not. I don't chase men. They chase me. Why, New Year's Day, I had dozens of men chasing after me.
I know. You played with Washington in a Rose Bowl game.
Why, I know nothing about Washington.
Not even George?
Oh, well, yes, I was with him at Valley Forge. Oh, you stop that! Oh, come, Kenneth.
Now, look what you did, Costello.
Well, look what I did. You started the whole thing, Abbott, trying to talk me into getting married. You're not going to get me tied with any dame. Hello. Costello speaking.
Mr. Costello, let me be the first to congratulate you on your decision about women. Women are nothing but trouble. I know. I've been married. I say down with women.
Gee, thanks for backing me up, friend. I wish I could do some favor for you.
You can. Make them let me out of here. I'm all right, I tell you. I'm all right.
You see, Costello, that proves what I said. Marriage is a wonderful institution.
Oh, yeah? Look at the institution he's in.
Get out of here!
Hitting the beach with the first assault troops are the amphibian engineers, men trained to find and remove deadly mines under the sand. They've got what it takes, these seagoing engineers, and so has their cigarette, Camels. First with men in all the services, according to actual sales records. Both at home and overseas, more people want Camel cigarettes, and that's why your store may be sold out from time to time. But remember, Camels are worth asking for again. They always have more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. And Camel cigarettes keep their flavor, too. They stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel's tobacco standard is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. The orchestra, and just one of those things.
I'm telling you, Abbott, for the last time. The last time I don't want to get married.
But, Costello, you're being silly. Marriage is great. And there's nothing like having a place to come home to. Why, even the president, when he came home from Cairo, arrived at the gates of the White House and whistled. And who came out?
Fowler. He's always home.
Look, let's talk sense.
Now, anyway, Abbott, I'm sick and tired of talking sense. All year I get talk sense. If I get married, I'd have to give up my career. You know, I'm a beachcomber at the Union Station.
A beachcomber in a railroad station?
Sure, I stand there and watch the waves come in.
Watch the waves come in. That's about the only way you could get a girl.
Is that so? You may not know it, Abbott, but Cary Grant and I go 50-50 on girls.
Really?
Of course. He gets some under 50, and I get all those over.
Come in. Oh, it's Connie Haynes. Hello, Connie.
Hello, Mr. Abbott. Hello, my fat little sugar man. Mr. Costello.
Yeah?
This being leap year, I want to propose to you. I want to marry you before some beautiful actress gets you.
Gee, Connie, do you think that I'm handsome?
No, but they're running out of the handsome ones, and they'll be taking them from your class next.
Connie, are you really in love with Costello?
Yes, I am. Mr. Costello.
Yes.
Last night I dreamed that you took me to dinner.
Dream on, girl.
Then I dreamed that you took me to the Trocadero for dancing.
Dream on, kid.
And then I dreamed that you bought me the most beautiful mink coat.
Wake up! Wake up!
Costello, what's wrong with you? Here a lovely girl throws herself at you and you don't appreciate it.
Yes, I don't drink. I don't stay out late. I don't pet. I'm a nice girl.
Well, I don't drink. I don't stay out late. And I don't pet.
Gee, you're a nice girl, too.
Sure.
Now you see what you did, Costello? You just don't know how to handle women. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll coach you. Let's suppose I'm the man and you're the woman.
Abbott, I can't be a woman.
Why not?
It's too late.
Well,
after all.
Why do you mean it's too late?
I've been shaving since yesterday.
Well.
Starting Tuesday, I go out with girls myself.
All right, look, we'll just make believe. Look, make believe you're the woman, and I'm coming to your house to call on you. Now, are you ready?
No, wait a minute. What kind of a woman am I, a blonde or a brunette?
Look, I don't care if you're a blonde or a brunette. I don't even care if you're bald-headed.
Oh, you men are all alike.
Come here. Now, will you please get with it? Now, remember, you're the girl, and I'm coming to call on you. Now, here I come.
I'm waiting.
Will you answer the door? Will you answer the door?
Oh, I'm in the kitchen talking to the Iceman.
Forget the Iceman.
Oh, but he's a very cute Iceman.
I said drop the Iceman.
Sorry, Sam.
No, come here. We'll try it once more. Now, come on. Get with it. Now, I knock on your door. Why don't you answer the door?
I'm playing hard to get.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm getting no place with you. Come on now.
You're not even half trying. Look, Abbott, let's try it the other way. You be the woman.
Oh, I couldn't be a woman.
Why not? You've been getting by as a man for years.
All right, I'll be the woman. Now, go ahead. Come up to my door and knock.
Hiya, babe. Here I am, kid. Hi.
Why didn't you knock?
I never knock. I'm a sailor.
Oh, oh, darling.
Raise your voice, kid.
I say, oh, darling, I love you. Hold me in your arms.
You ain't kidding, are you?
Please, press me. Press me.
I'm a sailor, not a tailor. Budwiener. What is that beautiful perfume that smells so nice?
Oh, that is right in Paris. You smell pretty, too. What odor is that?
That's 3 nights on a troop train.
Come here, Costello. Have you an idiot in your family?
No. Do you want to be adopted?
Oh, shut up. I'm trying to teach you something. How to get along with girls, and you don't appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
You're just plain stupid.
I know I'm stupid, but I didn't have a chance that the other kids had, Abbott. I had to leave school in the 3rd grade to support my gray-haired old mother.
How old were you?
35.
35! Look, will you keep quiet? Look, come here. What I'm trying to tell you about love is very simple. Look, what I'm trying to explain is very simple. All nature expresses it. Here, come here. Here, look out that window.
Which one?
See those beautiful squirrels near that tree? You see them there, Lou?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
You do see them?
Yes, yes.
Well, that's wonderful.
Now I can see him so plain.
No. Notice how they approach each other. They get closer and closer. Look, they're rubbing noses. See that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's all there is to it.
That's all? Well, goodbye, Abbott. See you later.
Where are you going? To propose to a girl?
No, to catch a squirrel.
Ah, get out of here.
Connie Haynes sings the lovely new ballad, How Sweet You Are.
How sweet you are, how sweet you are, how dear your tenderly smiling face. Through days all bitter and gray and grim, through nights when even the stars are dim, how sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are, how sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you
Are you looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke? Well, just test out a pack or two of Camels in your T-zone. Our way of saying, let your taste and your throat decide. Your taste will tell you all about more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. And it's Camel cigarettes' extra flavor that helps them to hold up pack after pack. Your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth extra mildness, too. And remember, Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Hey, Costello, somebody's at the door. Come in.
I'd like to talk to Lou Costello.
That's me.
I come here to talk to you about marriage.
Sorry, you don't appeal to me. Quiet. Let me handle this, Lou. What's the trouble, neighbor?
Well, sir, it's this away. Mr. Costello, on your way to the broadcast today, did you tip your hat to a girl on the street?
Yes, sir. She said hello to me, so I tipped my hat.
Well, that was my daughter, so I'm here to arrange for the wedding.
What wedding? I tipped my hat, that's all, my friend.
You and my daughter, sir. She is aiming to get married.
Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't aiming to marry her.
I got a shotgun here.
Your aim is better than mine.
Just a minute, mister. Tipping your hat to a lady is hardly a proposal of marriage.
That's the law where I come from, Skunk Hollow.
Oh, so you come from Skunk Hollow.
Yes, sir. I live right in the holler.
Nice to have a place named after you.
Yeah.
I ain't wasting any more time. Come in here, gal. Gentlemen, this here's my daughter, Judy Canova.
That's the man, Pappy. The little fat one. Come into my arms, little fat man. I love you.
Get away from me. Get out of here.
Oh, now, tell me you love me. Speak to me. Speak to me.
I can't, kid. You're sitting on my chest. Let me up. Will you?
Oh, come on into my arms. Oh, gee, this is wonderful. I wish I had this much butter.
I don't know. You got the point.
You sure ain't got any.
I have now.
Come on here now. Let's run off and get married.
Oh, no. You mean you want me to fly away with you?
Fly? With your fuselage, you couldn't get off the runways.
Hey, you should talk. Get a load of those pigtails. You look like a P-38 with teeth.
Costello, that's no way to talk to Judy Canova. Now, she's a very lovely girl.
Yep, and I'll make you a perfect wife. I can cook, I can sew, and right now I'm knitting a glove.
Why only one glove? What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to put it on the cow to keep the milk warm.
Hey, Abbott, get this dizzy dame away from me, will you?
Oh, stop complaining. Beauty is only skin deep. Take away the skin, and what have you got?
I don't know, but I'd hate to have it for a blind date.
See here, Judy, I don't understand why you're chasing after Costello. Don't you have a boyfriend in Skunk Hollow?
Oh, sure. I got lots of boyfriends back home. As a matter of fact, they selected me as their favorite pinup girl.
Really?
Yep. If Pappy hadn't chased the dogs away from that tree, I'd have been pinned up there yet. Oh, look at him. Oh, Mr. Costello, won't you marry me?
Why should I? My uncle married my aunt, and my father married my mother.
Yeah?
So why should I marry a total stranger?
Well, now, listen here. I don't care what you say. You are going to marry me. Now, I even got the ring.
Where'd you get it?
Some millionaire passed through Skunk Hollow last week and gave it to me. City fella by the name of Woolworth.
Gee, that's a pretty emerald ring.
Oh, that ain't no emerald. An emerald's green.
Wait till you wear it a while.
Look, Lou, this marriage isn't such a bad idea. Don't you want to call some girl Mrs. Costello?
No, that's my mother's name.
I've heard enough of this talk. Judy, you going to stand there and let this fat boy insult you? Show him how tough you are.
All right, Pa. Give me the shotgun.
Judy, you just shot off 6 of your toes.
Oh, that's all right. I got 8 more left.
I wouldn't marry a girl like you. You don't even wear shoes.
Shucks, I never wear shoes. I just paint my feet brown and lace up my toes. Come on, Costello, get out into that car now. We're heading for the preachers. You're going to be my husband.
I'm going to be your what?
You heard her, Costello. You know what a husband is?
Yes, sir. A husband is what's left of a sweetheart after the nerve has been killed.
I'm tired of all this here talking. Costello, you see this gun? It shoots bullets 9 miles and throws rocks the rest of the way. Get moving, you hear me?
Hey, that gun barrel is cold. Oh, wrong way. Keep it off my neck, please. Hey, Abbott, do something.
Will you shut up?
Read it backwards.
You're going to love being married. Now, let's go.
Hey, Abbott, now come on. You got to get me out of this now, will you? I don't want to live on no farm.
Yeah, but living at Rancho Canova is wonderful. Why, you can help me round up the cows.
How can you round up cows with those bow legs?
What have they got to do with it?
You must have a terrible time getting your calves together.
What's the matter with my calves?
Quit arguing, Costello. Get in the car. Come on, open the door.
Hey, your door fell off.
Doggone it, I knew that chewing gum wouldn't hold.
Some car.
Don't worry, this car will get us there.
Yeah, if the wind is with us, we'll make good time.
Have you got enough fuel to get us to the preachers, Judy?
Why, sure. This car burns very little coal.
You'd be better off if you burnt soft coal, kid.
Here we go. Everybody fasten your safety belt. Well, we're almost at the preachers. Ah, Costello, my lover, we're going to be happy, ain't we? I said we're going to be happy, ain't we? Costello, I've been talking to you for the last 10 miles. All you do is keep shaking your head from side to side.
I can't help it. I got my nose caught in the windshield wiper.
There's the preacher's house, Judy. Stop the car. Put on your brakes.
Brake? What's brake?
What brakes? What's brakes? Brakes are the things that stop the car.
Oh, Pappy, put your foot out.
Okay, Pappy. Get back in the car, Stumpy. I read that wrong, too.
Come on, let's go, Costello. A few minutes more, and you'll be a happy married man.
Yeah, but you gotta help me. I'm too young to get married. I'm just a baby. I still suck my thumb.
You suck your thumb?
Yeah, I can't reach my big toe anymore.
Well, Judy gal, I told you I'd get your husband, didn't I?
Shucks, you sure did, Pappy. Too bad poor old Grandpa can't be here to see it.
What happened to your grandpa?
He dropped dead.
How do you know he's dead? Did you put a mirror in front of his face?
Yep, that's why he dropped dead.
All right, folks. Let's go inside and get this over with.
Oh, this is going to make me the happiest girl in the South.
Are you sure you're from the South? I thought Southern people had long drawls.
Oh, I took mine off. They made my stockings look lumpy. Come on, honey lamb. This won't take but a minute. It ain't going to hurt a bit. Just step right up in front of that preacher, say I do, and we'll be off on our honeymoon.
Now, wait a minute. Now, listen, Judy. Before we get married, I want you to do a favor for me.
What's that, lover?
I hate to ask you, but give me a kiss.
Why, sure. Here.
That's it. That's all. I knew it. The marriage is off.
The marriage is off just 'cause I kissed you?
Certainly. If you'd kiss me, you'd kiss anybody.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, our shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Mr. Peter Lorre. And now, here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, that's about all we have time for tonight. And by the way, next week our guest will be Peter Lorre.
Well, there's one thing I want to tell you right now.
What's that?
I'm not going to marry him.
Talk sense. Do you realize that Peter Lorre runs around with people like Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Wolfman? Hey, you never came face to face with a monster, did you?
Oh, no? You've never been out to my ration board.
Oh, get out of here. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Be sure to tune in again next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. Judy Canova appeared through the courtesy of the makers of Colgate tooth powder. And remember, Camel cigarettes are packed to go around the world. Camels stay fresh and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Mister, find out for yourself about PA, the tobacco that stands for Pipe Appeal. Get a big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert. It holds around 50 rich-tasting, sweet-smoking pipefuls. Yes, sir, and every one is no-bite treated to give you cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. Prince Albert's crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
It's 9 minutes past 10. Time for your Sears Theater. The Sears Radio Theater will present a story of two men in crime.
Jack, you all right?
Yeah. I'm working on a hold.
A blind man would have a handhold by now. Will you help me?
Your host, Richard Widmark, will be with you after this message from your local station.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. Most of the men and women in prison today were abused children, and many abused children grow up to abuse their own children. Child abusers can be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight, put an end to the sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
This is Richard Widmark. When formed by eruptive agencies, the birth of a mountain is a violent event. Vesuvius, Hood, Rainier, and Shasta are a few examples. Their surfaces bulged upward by cooled volcanic materials. However, the world's great mountain chains, the thin-aired Andes, the majestic Rockies, and the giants of the Himalayas, were formed beneath the earth under much less dramatic circumstances, known as folding. Direct aid climbers today use steel pitons and nylon rope to challenge forbidding heights that superstitious men 2 centuries earlier believed the domicile of dragons. They pit brain and muscle against the impassable for momentary triumph atop breathless grandeur. And in risking death for triumph over a mountain's natural terrors, no expedition ever disgraced itself by admitting defeat and turning back. But what if you find yourself, as Jack DeShields and Dan Hunt do, on a climb where you can't turn back and you can't go forward, cut off from help? And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Climb, by Bruce Martin. Our stars, Vic Perrin and Stephen Markle.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, where America shops.
I can't believe they can do it for $19.99.
Installed? The aluminized Sears muzzler is only $19.99 installed. And listen to the muzzler promise.
Sears promises that the muzzler will last as long as you own your American-made car.
Or return it for refund or replacement free.
And if Sears installed it, they'll install the new one for free.
Well, you can't beat that.
I think it's fantastic.
It's a great promise.
The muzzler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
If you were standing at the base of Long's Peak, 10 miles outside Estes Park in Colorado, you might be able to see the figures of two climbers as they move upward on what is called the Diamond Face. 1,700 smooth vertical feet of rock on the east face of Long's Peak. Unfortunately, as Jack DeShields and Dan Hunt continue their arduous ascent, there is no one standing below to observe their progress. At this moment, however, right now, you are up there with Jack and Dan as they climb.
That's odd. The rock surface shows signs of extreme wear, but I swear I pounded that piton in solid. It's out okay. I'll clip a carabiner through the piton's eye and slip in the climbing rope.
Need more slack on your running line?
No, you're doing fine, Dan. Keep me on a tight belay, though. The surface on this part of the Diamond Face is glass smooth.
Roger, Wilco. Bilko, I have you belayed on a red alert. How old is the Diamond Face?
The whole Rocky Mountain Range is relatively young. A toddler from the Mesozoic era. 60, 70 million years old. Climbing.
Climb. I think what's so incredible is the Diamond Face will challenge rock climbers centuries after you and I conquer her today.
Good climbers appreciate mountains, experience them. Conquering isn't involved.
That's your personal philosophy, Jack?
Oh, I have only one philosophy on a climb. The leader never falls.
I knew there had to be some compensation for looking up your backside the last 2 hours. I'm allowed to fall. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate hanging 3/4 of the way up 1,700 feet of sheer rock wall as much as the next guy. I'm just looking forward to sticking another flag in the relief map on my den wall tonight.
Concentrate on reaching the summit first, okay, Dan?
I'm right behind, below you.
The lead piton's pulling out, falling.
Belay on. Help me out, Jack. Grab a handhold. Jack, you all right?
Yeah. I'm working on a hold.
A blind man would have a handhold by now. Will you help me?
I am blind. I can't wipe the blood out of my eyes when I'm digging my fingers into rock.
Blind? Above you, to your left. The outcropping where you hit your head.
I've got a handhold. Pull me up a bit.
I'm pulling.
Okay. I'm standing on the outcropping.
How bad are you hurt?
Well, blood's running into my eyes.
Don't move. You move an inch either way, you'll be in orbit. I can't belay you and pound a piton at the same time.
How far did I fall?
The slack on your belaying rope was about 10 feet. A leader fall is double the distance of the running line, roughly 20 feet. Put the carabiner through the piton and clipped on your running line. You're tied to the diamond face.
I'm not asking for a blow-by-blow account. Wipe the damn blood out of my eyes.
Coming down.
Double-check your holes coming down.
Does a horse make big potty in its stall?
Why another piton?
Because you were right. This part of the diamond face is all glass. Of course, you hit your head on the only outcropping for 50 feet.
Dan, I feel blood running down my chest inside my shirt.
Let me tie in before I put on my surgical gloves. I'm sure it's nothing. 30 or 40 stitches won't close.
Oh, you really know how to keep up a guy's morale.
And I'm digging the first aid kit out of my pack from behind the bologna sandwiches.
Don't you dare ask me if I'm hungry.
You read my mind. Okay, cotton balls, iodine. Turn your face to me. Oh, wow, Jack, you're a 6-foot replica of the Red Sea. The mountain ripped the Panama Canal under both your eyebrows.
Well, head wounds usually bleed worse than they are. Spare me the commentary and wipe the blood out of my eyes.
I'd love to, but the blood won't stop. I'm prescribing gauze and canceling the climb.
You wrap gauze around my eyes and you condemn me to die on this mountain.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Watch you bleed to death?
Nobody's ever led a blind man off a mountain peak like the Diamond Face. I've handled technical climbs for 13 years, I know.
The blood isn't only inside your shirt, it's dripping on your boots.
You wipe the blood out of my eyes and I'll climb.
Listen a minute and you'll hear the drip.
Do it.
If there was another...
Just do it.
I carry prescription codeine in my first aid kit.
Exactly what I want to do, immobilize myself. You're wrapping enough gauze around my eyes to muffle a gunshot.
What happened up there? I heard you yell your piton had pulled out, and I braced for the belay.
I hammered the piton into a patch of rotten rock.
Rotten rock? The piton sounded solid. You even tested it.
We weren't listening. We were talking. When rock is piton compatible, each hammer blow carries an increasingly higher pitch, and I didn't listen.
But rotten rock? On this mountain, the Diamond Face?
Yeah, rotten rock from the spring thaw. The heavy snows melt and pour down the summit in a waterfall. The runoff strikes the rock wall where I tried to sink that piton. Geez, Dan, I haven't been blindfolded since the last time I played pin the tail on the damn donkey.
The blindfold's only temporary. You'll get your sight back. There. I taped your head bandage. Hey, you buckling?
No basket case. A little sewing machine knee, that's all. Too much muscle tension in the legs.
Now move your right leg half a foot. That's it. Now plant. Better?
Yeah, the muscles are relaxed again.
Okay. What's our next move?
We've only got one move. You tie me to the mountain and you go for help.
What happens an hour from now when you cramp up with sewing machine knee again? I don't recommend stretching your legs on this rock face without looking.
Dan, this is our first and probably our last climb together. Now, you mentioned a wonderful wife and some kids. How many?
It's a beautiful wife and a couple of wonderful kids. Amy will be 8 this month. Diane's 5.
Now, if you don't want to spoil Amy's 8th birthday party and maybe save my life at the same time, you get your butt down the mountain.
Amy asked to come along this morning. She said she wanted to watch me. I refuse to leave you in an untenable position.
I'm not getting through to you. Nightfall catches us on the Diamond Face the way we are without proper equipment. We're dead.
No, we could yell for help or signal. Any hikers on the trail below should see us.
What hikers? We made a late start driving out of Denver this morning. We'd have passed any hikers back on the Chasm Lake Trail.
And then maybe a ranger.
The ranger at the check-in station told us what to expect climbing out of season. Solitude.
Okay. No hikers to help. We can still try to signal the ranger station.
With what? Smoke? Rock doesn't burn, Dan.
I thought we could nail a couple of shirts or the packs to the Diamond Face and set them on fire.
Throw in your pants and underwear, too. The station's a good 2-hour hike from the Diamond Face.
2 hours.
Well, that's why you have to leave now.
That's why I can't leave. Sunset's in 4 hours. 2 hours to the ranger station, and 2 hours back puts you in darkness. It'd be a night you'd never survive, not with your head injury.
Oh, you'd rather hold my hand through the night and maybe die with me.
I'm asking you to come up with an alternative. You're the Class 6 climber. You scaled the diamond face 3 times before today's assault. Tell me our options.
We have no options. We're too high up on the face to make a safe rappel down.
Sure. Under normal conditions, rappelling would be the fastest exit out of danger, but you can't see. A blind rappel is out of the question.
I've rappelled in darkness when I've had to, but we lack a decent belay point, so unfortunately, rappelling is out.
What are the chances on a slow descent?
Without eyes, less than 0. There were half a dozen decent handholds on the way up the diamond face. I'd be totally dependent on equipment holds. Tie me in. I prefer my chances against the night.
Well, we might have more of a chance than you think on a descent. Gravity pull would be weaker, less strain on the muscles.
Fine, except this bandage doesn't allow me to see my footing. I know a secure handhold by feel, but footing...
I'll guide you.
No, thanks. You'll guide me into a free fall without a parachute.
At least consider it as an option.
A blind man has a 1,000,000-to-1 shot climbing up or down the diamond face without falling. So we're back to tying me in.
Have you noticed how disgustingly excellent our climbing weather has been today? I mean, who could ask for more? Warm sun, healthy breeze to cool you, maddeningly comfortable.
Yeah, it's been grand.
All that grandeur at our feet. Tiny chasm lake at the diamond face base, clay-red saber-toothed Rocky Mountains stretching off into the horizon.
Oh,
even a few snow caps. The most seductive torture chamber ever created by a lousy 20-foot fall.
Dan, nobody at the Sierra Club will call you a coward for going for help. They'll praise your common sense.
I'd like to change the view.
Say that again?
I said I'd like to change the view. Take it in from a safe piece of terra firma.
You stubborn novice. You did it. You came up with the option we needed.
I did?
Yeah. Granted, a blind man can't climb up or down the diamond face, and you won't tie me in because the sheer rock structure hasn't a single secure position.
Right.
But if we move off the diamond face horizontally until we find a secure position, you could tie me in and go for help.
Sounds good.
Sounds beautiful. I've been hanging in this spot so long, my finger muscles are bunched up into my shoulders. Oh, tell me the diamond face layout.
I'm looking at 35 feet of sheer rock to the first salient position on my right.
Yeah.
The left side is definitely out. It's at least 100 feet across the diamond face in that direction.
I've got a map in my pack.
Oh, hold still. I'll have a look.
I have a picture of the mountain in my mind. I remember a less technical route traced off to the right side of the diamond face.
Yeah, I've got the map open.
Well, you see it?
I see the cable route, keyhole route.
No, you're at the summit. You're too far up on the map.
The wind's picking up.
It's an afternoon characteristic to the diamond face.
According to this ranger map, the summit is accessible by a hiking trail from the other side of the mountain. If we could reach the summit by dark, we'd be able to walk down the back side tomorrow morning.
We're nowhere near the summit. Now, our concern is getting off the diamond face. Go a quarter down the diamond and move a few degrees to the right. And that's our position.
Are you talking about Stetner's Ledges?
Yeah. I did the Stetner descent route once. Excellent climbing surface the entire way. Plenty of footing.
Stetner's Ledges sounds like the place we want. Now the map's blown away. Jack, you holding?
Yep.
What is it?
Devil winds.
I knew the Diamond Face experienced afternoon summer storms, but I thought by late September...
Just be happy this isn't summer. Those summer storms are renowned for a high incidence of lightning.
Oh, great. What else can I expect?
The devil winds to return.
What happens if the devil winds return when we're crossing the Diamond Face?
We'll both be blown to kingdom come.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Did anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
On the sheer diamond face of Long's Peak in Colorado, 2 men continue a climb in the course of which one slip will bring death to both of them. Jack DeShields is a Class 6 direct aid climber, a professional who has been temporarily blinded by an accidental fall. Dan Hunt, his companion, is a mountaineering apprentice and father of 2, upon whose eyes their lives now depend. Can you imagine what 2 men in such a situation would be talking about while one of them hammers life-giving steel pitons into the rock wall of the diamond face? Just listen. You are with them.
The whole Sierra Club was on the edge of its collective seat listening to your talk.
Oh, I noticed an ample supply of yawns.
Believe me, nobody was yawning. Not many professionals have climbed mountains on each of the continents. I guess today is your toughest setback ever.
I don't follow you. I'm hanging here talking, listening to you sink a piton.
And I'm one of the 7 dwarfs. You unhooked yourself from the belaying rope.
When we cross the diamond face, my footing won't be as secure as yours. I see no reason in pulling you off the mountain with me.
I'm reclipping your running line.
Even though I'm temporarily blind, some decisions remain my responsibility.
Wrong, Jack. I make the decisions now. You have the knowledge, the experience, and probably the stamina, but I have the eyes.
I'm grateful that you're concerned with my safety, but
I reclipped you to my running line not because I'm worried you might fall, but because I'm selfish. I'm afraid I might fall. And you better belay me when I yell falling.
I'll do my best. Pray lead on, O sighted one.
I'll tie you in on Stetner's ledges. Backup piton every 6 feet across the diamond face should give us a fighting chance.
In our case, I'd say don't bet on it, but couldn't hurt. When fall impact yanks a lead piton out of rock, the secondary pitons usually follow in rapid succession.
Remember when you went to the circus? How the crowd gasped when the ringmaster announced the high wire act was performing without a net?
Yes, sure.
Well, what we're crossing doesn't even have a wire. You ready to test the backup?
I feel like a kid testing the water temperature with his toe.
Well, your form wouldn't make the cover of a field handbook, but nobody's watching anyway. On a direct line from your head, arm's length away, you'll find a crack in the rock wall that might pass for a handhold.
What do you mean, might pass?
I only spot the holes. You decide whether the hole will support your weight.
Found it?
You can't stop between holes like that. You'll fall.
What was that move worth? A foot?
You're selling yourself short by half a foot.
Oh, at this pace, we'll reach Stetner's ledges in moonshine.
Determination makes its own time.
A positive thinker and nowhere to hide. Somebody save me.
Please, no negative vibes. I'm trying to believe what I'm saying myself.
You know, you'll wear yourself out machine hammering that way.
Yeah, I'm a regular hammering dynamo. But this wind affects my efficiency. Jack, the devil wind isn't coming back, is it?
Probably.
Oh, thanks. My paranoia needed feeding.
Anytime. I take it when the hammering stops. That's my signal to prepare for my next 1.5 leap.
You got it. Feet and handholds are in a direct line, 3 feet apart at your furthest reach.
You know, don't you, that you're taking liberties with the blind?
I've got you belayed if you slip. Besides, I want to test my system. That's it. Plant your feet. Your handholds a couple of inches higher up.
No good. I can't find it. You're back up holding?
You only fell a few inches. Everything's under control.
Oh, I'd trade these worthless fingers for anything that'd chip rock.
And the belaying rope slacked off. You found a hold.
Foothold. My fingers are wedged in a hairline crack.
Keep moving.
I'm spread like a freshly skinned hide, hung out to dry.
Move out that hold or I can't ease up on the belaying rope.
Brace yourself.
I'm holding you.
Move. The pitons.
Keep searching for a hold.
Oh, this isn't working.
Keep searching.
For something that isn't... Got one.
I see another hold above your left ear.
Okay. I'm planted.
We made good progress. 5, 6 feet.
You call it progress. I call it scrambling for my life. Oh, you didn't bargain for this when you volunteered to guide me across the diamond face.
I knew what I was buying into. I told you our act has no wire.
I'm talking about fatigue. Fatigue makes the best of climbers careless, and on this rock wall, carelessness kills.
Only another 25 feet to Stetner's ledges. I promise not to get careless.
Well, you already are careless. Your line of protective pitons scars the mountain, and you've no plan for extracting them.
I think other climbers will forgive us the pitons we leave behind under the circumstances.
Well, that's not my point. You're pressing, and that's careless. Now you tie me in and get out while you can.
Your next hold comes direct from the Alpine catalog, custom made. Extend your right leg halfway. Plant. Plant.
It's all right. I'm on. My fingers feel raw. I think I scraped all the skin off my knuckles, too.
A few bloody fingers won't do you any harm. Come on already.
Coming. Coming. How far?
Another 5 feet, and we've reached Stetner's ledges. You ready?
Yeah, and able. I have my reservations about willing.
Straight out from your shoulder, you'll feel a depression in the diamond face.
I'm touching it now.
I didn't find any prominent holes next to the rock ledge like I expected. You might be able to push across the depression and brace your feet on its lip.
Are you on the rock ledge?
No, I'm hanging right beside it. I'll help you onto the ledge first and then climb on.
Right. I'm pushing across. This position isn't secure at all.
Another couple of feet.
Falling.
Steady yourself.
I'm dragging on your belaying rope. I pray to God you have your footing.
I've got zip. The first piton pulled out. You're hanging on me, and I'm hanging on that last piton. Any second, it'll pull out, too.
How far am I from Stetner's ledges?
3 feet.
Grab any hold you can. I'm going to swing out onto the rock ledge.
You're on. You made it onto the ledge. Falling.
Belay on.
Oh, thank God. I'm below the rock ledge with good climbing surface. Climbing?
Climb.
Oh, man. It's nice to be alive. When I fell, I was sure you'd follow me down the mountain. How did you manage to hold on?
Once I pulled myself up onto the rock ledge, I braced my feet and my back against the mountain. I just reeled in the slack on the belaying rope as fast as I could until you yelled. Then it was a matter of being prepared for the fall impact. And fortunately, I was.
My waist rope was crushing my rib cage, hanging on the end of that belay rope. Another 5 minutes and I'd be purple. How bad are you banged up?
I'm not sure. Ribs are a bit sore.
Your ribs have a right to feel sore. You were thrashed against the rock wall twice. Feel broken?
There's no way to tell unless I stand up. I'm too beat to move for the moment.
You and me both. Who is Stettner?
I don't know.
Well, whoever Stettner is, I appreciate the use of his ledge.
After we catch our breath, what would you think of making a try for the summit?
I think you were a figment of my imagination and that I was delirious.
We used all our pitons crossing the diamond face. I haven't any equipment left to tie you in.
You skunk. You planned that all along, didn't you?
If I did tell you, you'd never have crossed the diamond face. I couldn't leave you on the rock wall to die.
Oh, instead, you decided to lure me from one survival crisis to another without my knowledge. I resent being manipulated.
The ranger map pointed our way off this mountain. The way is up. We climb Stettner's ledges and walk down the backside trail tomorrow morning.
You idiot! You're gambling our lives on reaching the summit in less than 3 hours of daylight. That's asking a heck of a lot. Especially with a blind man for a handicap.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Well, it all started when my son Willard said,
Dad, you just don't understand how it is to be in my shoes.
And so I said,
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll do what you do for a day, and I'll see how it is.
Well, first it was great. I slept in till 20 minutes, too, like Willard does. But then after school, Willard told me...
The garage is dirty. Would you mind cleaning it up?
And I told him...
I'll see about it later.
Willard, and he said...
You'll see about it
all
now.
All right. And so I did, but I wasn't very happy about it. Well, after supper, I thought I might catch a little TV, but then Willard reminded me...
Don't you have homework to do?
2 things I know for sure. One is, I'm going to work harder to understand how Willard feels. And 2, I got to get Willard's shoes off. My feet are killing me.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about. From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Your lung association says smoke's not just your affair. That smoke screen that you puff around pollutes non-smokers' air. It's bad for kids and older folks with lungs not up to par. It's damaging for you, of course, but your smoke travels far. Your lung association says please keep this thought in mind. It's double damage all around and doubly unkind. So try to kick the habit and give everyone a break. Please do it for your life and breath and everybody's sake.
Your lung association and you know that cigarettes are a breathing hazard. Smokers, please don't add that extra offense. Give us a break for life and breath.
Richard Widmark again. And here's the concluding act of Climb.
This ledge has a flat surface, a couple of feet wide. We'll be able to walk for a little while. How about we take 5?
Oh, we can't afford a break. What time is it?
3:10. We've been climbing for an hour straight. I want to sit down for a minute.
Your gamble either pays off in 2 hours or nightfall traps us on the mountain. The higher we climb the Stettner route, the more hazardous the rock surface becomes. And the harder it is to backtrack to tenable ground. It'll be totally dependent on your eyes to point out my footing near the summit. It's impossible to spot holes in the dark. So, like it or not, we're in a foot race with a setting sun.
You're right. Darkness falls fast in the mountains. I wouldn't want to deprive myself of the pleasure of sticking another flag pin in my den map.
Where I can keep the center of gravity over my feet, I'll be able to climb by feel. You have to use your eyes to climb, like a chess game, several moves ahead. That way, we won't end up on a patch of rotten rock or blocked by a cul-de-sac. A blind man like me would bump his nose against a cul-de-sac before he ever knew it was there.
Is the devil wind on this side of the mountain, too?
No. We're on the north face of Long's Peak.
A ledge ends here, at a junction of rock ledges. One line to the left, one to the right. Which do we take?
This mountain is not my hometown. The last time I took the Stettner route was 2 years ago. And we used a map to guide us down, not up.
Then we're faced with a small problem because we don't have a map. The wind blew it away. How do I know which is the safe route?
We won't have time to backtrack if we choose the wrong line. I'm depending on your eyes. You decide.
You said you remembered a steep pitch towards the summit?
Yeah.
We'll take the right line then. Hope we're closer to the summit than I think we are. We climb side by side where possible so I can qualify your holes.
Balance is everything on rock. Sometimes rock can look deceptively secure. Watch out for loose outcroppings.
Now, stick to a three-point stance. Keep both feet and one hand planted. Let your free hand seek out the next hold. Spread eagle climbing tires you out, throws off your balance.
I'm aware of that. And I'm also aware of the time. We move fast or we lose.
Well, better the rocks fall than us. You don't sound too angry with me for manipulating you into this climb anymore.
I am. I haven't forgotten. It's difficult to punch out somebody you can't see.
I'm forewarned. I'll keep my guard up.
I'll either punch you out or I'll buy you a drink. Depends on my condition when I'm returned to civilization. What's the time?
3:40.
3:40 already? What's happened? What do you see?
You didn't mention anything about a chimney.
Chimney? I don't remember a chimney.
Well, there's one standing in our way. Runs a crooked line toward the summit. Impossible to determine what we'll find above it.
Well, we'll climb the chimney to the summit.
What if there's a cul-de-sac above the chimney? The game is over and we cash in our chips.
We find a cul-de-sac, we'll work our way back down to a wide ledge and spend the night. Now, I know 3 ways up a chimney. Counterforce, jamming, or, if you absolutely have to, the layback.
The chimney closes sharply at the top. We'll have to leave our packs behind. Too narrow for them to make it through.
Press and pull yourself up the funneling sides of the chimney, taking as much abrasion on the soles of your feet as you can. You keep your face and hands free, away from the rock, in case you slip. And for heaven's sake, be careful when jamming. You slip with your elbow jammed in a rock crack and you're an instant basket case.
Climbing.
Climb. I'll let you clear a couple of feet before I follow. That way, if you kick down any loose rock, it won't have much momentum when it hits me.
Lots of prominent rock. You shouldn't have much trouble.
Well, chimney climbing requires more strength than skill. How far are you above me?
4 feet.
Yeah. It's good enough clearance. Climbing.
Rock. Sorry, Jack. Rock fell away when I touched it.
Don't let that slow you down. Sun won't wait for us to catch up. How much daylight we got left?
It's 4 o'clock. We're down to our last hour.
Hey, I grabbed your foot. What'd you stop for?
Air. I'm not used to chimney climbing. It burns me out.
Push yourself. I want to live, man.
My arm muscles are trembling.
Well, this run for the summit was your idea. Now move. Keep moving.
We've reached the bottleneck. Almost out of the chimney. I feel miserable. My arms and legs are lead weights. I thought the whole point of climbing was to enjoy yourself.
You don't call this fun?
Maybe I'd enjoy myself more if you'd quit pushing me.
I stopped pushing you. You won't reach the summit.
Who needs who on this climb?
I don't remember asking to tag along.
I'm not in the habit of making an ass of myself. The mountain's getting to me.
The mountain's getting to both of us. My blindness doesn't help my disposition any either.
I'm twisting my way out of the bottleneck. There's a small ledge above the chimney. Now, watch your head.
Okay. I'm through the chimney.
My body's aching. I feel like a heavyweight champ's personal punching bag after a hard workout.
I'm a little worn around the edges myself. Dan, I can tell by the air temperature that Twilight's fading fast. It could even be dark for all I know. Sun goes down, the night brings the cold. What's the real time?
I have half an hour at the outside to guide you up the pitch to the summit. I can see the summit from here.
Good news makes me antsy. Let's climb.
The pitch to the summit has a long, vertical crack running up the first 10 feet or so. I'll put your hand on it.
The crack should be secure enough to thread us up the first part of the pitch.
Wait for me to point out your next hole when you reach the end of the crack.
I promise not to wander off.
Rock, hold tight.
This route needs a little gardening work. My skin jumps every time you yell rock.
No sense trying to dodge the rocks you hear. You might lose your grip on the crack and fall. The belay line is useless now.
I'll unhook us.
Leave the belay line alone. We might need it later.
Where's my next hold?
Straight out from your shoulder. Use your right hand.
Yeah, it's a good hold.
Pull up on your hands until you're balanced, then plant.
This is fine.
Slow down.
Plenty of footing.
You're going to run me over.
Pick up the pace, will you? Sun will be down a few minutes.
Not much to choose from around me now.
The air's growing colder.
Plant your left leg or you'll fall.
Okay. I'm planted. Will you move?
We've come to some loose rock. Hold on a minute.
We'll cross it and hope for the best. We haven't got time to wait.
Extend your right hand above your shoulder and bring it down slow.
Right.
You find a hold?
Well, this is another hairline crack. Isn't there anything better?
You want me to carry you up the summit, or are you able to help yourself?
I carry my own weight. I'd feel out my own holds, but the rock surface is too steep.
Rock outcropping above your left knee. Use your hand to make sure it isn't loose first. Then step up on the outcropping if it'll hold you.
The outcropping will hold. Where do I put my hands?
I'm looking.
You aren't buying this ground as an investment. You're climbing it. Come on already.
You're going to press us into a swan dive.
We got to keep moving before the sun goes down.
Good handhold, about 3-4 inches above your right ear. Find it?
This isn't what I call a good handhold, but it'll have to do. Twilight almost gone?
Yeah. Twilight's fading fast. Another outcropping ahead of us, sort of a rock horn shape.
How much further after the rock horn?
I thought professional climbers had a sixth sense about summits. Can't you smell it?
How far?
Clear the rock horn and I'll tell you. The horn is a solid, two-handed hold above you to your left.
I still don't smell summit, Dan.
Watch yourself. Keep your balance. Oh, God, no.
Footing fell out from under me. My fingers are locked together around the rock horn.
I'm planted on the ledge directly above you. I'll reel in the belaying rope and pull you up. Hang on.
You're wasting your time, Dan. I unhooked myself from the belaying rope back in the chimney.
Damn foolish move. I'll try to grab your wrist. You can pull up on my arm until you find your footing.
No way. You'd fall with me.
I'm planted tight on the ledge. You won't pull me off.
I can't see you, Dad. You lied to get me across the diamond face. How do I know you're not lying down? Look, this isn't worth both our lives.
Take my hand.
No. There must be a foothold.
I've got your wrist. Pull up on my arm.
That's it.
Pull.
You are one crazy man. You know that?
Yeah. So were the Wright brothers. Stand up and walk over here.
Stand up? You mean we made the summit?
Scouts on it. We made it. We're up the mountain. Hey, walk away from the edge or I'll be up here by myself. Take my hand for a couple of steps.
Dad, thank you for saving my life. Any sensible man would have left me hanging on the diamond face.
I told you I've been out of my senses for years. Maybe after the doctors take that bandage off your head and you can see again, you'll help me pick up those pitons I left on the diamond face.
You name the day, and I'll climb with you. Now, how much time do we have left before sunset?
Sunset was an hour ago. We both finished the climb blind.
Are we finally set for Grandma's?
I think so. We've got the new Sears Travel Guard baby seat in the car.
Right, and the extra sleep and play baby suits.
Oh, Grandma will love those. They're so cute and yet practical.
The extra baby blankets and bottles are in the vinyl diaper bag.
Oh, Sears certainly did make shopping for the baby easy.
Sure did. Well, I think we've got everything.
Honey, I think you've forgotten something.
Hmm? The baby.
Your baby's room. Furnish it with the quaintness and charm of Sears Jenny Lind's crib, dresser, and chest. Your baby will be secure in our old-fashioned crib built with high sides and a safety drop-side latch. And each handsome maple-colored piece comes in a non-toxic finish. Sears Jenny Lind dresser and chest is furniture that will adapt gracefully as baby grows older, too. So visit us soon, because Sears has baby buys bundled up. Available at most Sears retail stores.
Presenting Sears' very charming spring shirt dress in small yarn-dyed woven checks, stripes, or plaids. It's a great versatile dress for work because to finish off the dress, Sears has conjured up a complementing vest. Vests come lined or reversible in enchanting colors that work wonderful spells on the rest of your wardrobe, too. Sears vest plus a dress, the bewitchingly correct dress this spring. Available at most larger Sears retail stores. I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Climb was written by Bruce Martin, produced and directed by Fletcher Markham. Your host was Richard Widmark. Our stars were Vic Perrin and Stephen Markle. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
Transcribed.
Cops and Robbers is a game played by children, and it's a game actors play on the radio for a living. Tonight, the actors, as usual, will be playing make-believe robbers, but the cops will be real. The CBS Radio Workshop presents Cops and Robbers.
My name is Stanley Niss. I'm a writer, mostly of crime, criminals, and what police do about them. For a long time, I've wondered what real detectives would do when confronted with a fictitious crime. And tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop is giving me a chance to find out. First, so you, the actors, and I can start off knowing what the detectives will try to find out, I've written a short dramatic sketch which we've recorded while our detectives, all retired members of the police department, City of New York, are across the street having coffee. The scene, a one-room flat on the Upper East Side of New York.
What? Who is it?
Me, Duncan.
Well, come on in. It's open.
Not open.
Oh, honest goodness.
Hi, baby.
Be careful. My fingernails are wet.
Oh.
Well, where is it?
Well, where's what?
The chow mein. You were going to stop at the Chinese restaurant and bring back chow mein. Where you been?
Oh, yeah, I was. I forgot.
You forgot? How could you forget what you went out for?
Ellie, baby, listen. You got to stand by me. I'm in a jam.
You went out to get chow mein. How could you get in a jam?
I did. That's all there is to it.
What kind of a jam?
I can't tell you right now.
You expect me to stand by you and you can't tell me? Why don't you get the chow mein?
Forget about the chow mein, will you? Listen, you got the telephone number at Bar and Grill where Joe hangs out at Glenham's?
What's Joe got to do with this?
Have you got the telephone number?
Yeah, I got it. It's in the drawer there. One of their cards.
Oh, get it for me, will you, baby?
Get it yourself. My fingernails are all wet. What's this all about, anyway?
I'll tell you later. Well, where is it, anyway?
It's there. Look. You can look, not tear apart.
Oh, here it is. Look, I got to go out in the hall and phone him.
Don?
Yeah?
Oh, will you sit down and relax and tell me what this is all about?
I don't have to sit down. I can tell you standing up. I shot a guy.
You what?
I shot a guy.
You went out to get a container of chow mein. How could you shoot a guy?
I don't know how I could, but I did.
So we know what our detectives will try to find out. The crime referred to was of such a serious nature that the precinct detective squad commander was called from his home to supervise the investigation. Our squad commander tonight is Lieutenant Dan Campion, who retired from the police department a little over a year ago after 25 years in the job. The detectives working under him will be Howard C. Clancy, Jerry Heaney, and Richard Jacobson. Approximately an hour and 10 minutes after the crime occurs, Detective Jacobson, who is carrying the squeal, which means it is his case, has returned to the station house and is typing up a report on the progress of the investigation so far. Remember, the detectives have no script. They are playing themselves, doing a job just like they've done every day.
What's up, Jake?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. We had a tough stick-up in the precinct tonight.
Oh, another one?
Yeah, a liquor store over on 72nd Street.
What time did it happen, Jake?
Oh, about 9:50. It's that Fairland liquor store over on 280 72nd. Yeah. And a fellow stuck a gun into the
clerk who was in front of the store, and the owner was in back doing a little bookkeeping when he stepped out. He had a pistol.
Has he got a permit for it?
Oh, yes, he had that. We checked on that. But anyway, poor fellow got shot.
Is he seriously hurt?
Oh, yes.
He's alive yet, though?
Oh, yes. He's over at Metropolitan Hospital. He fired a shot at the stick-up man. Stick-up man fired two at him and hit him. And he went down.
Where was he shot, Dick?
Under the chin it hit him. Deflected into his jaw, just below his lips.
Oh. Anything else to it?
He got a little more than $800. He grabbed money in a paper bag and ran out the front door in the street.
Anybody see him? Any good identifications
Well, he
on
had
him?
a pretty fair identification. The fellow had a car. We found it out later. He ran around the corner on 3rd Avenue. He hit some old woman, knocked her down.
Anybody see him?
There was a sanitation man trying to help the old woman up. But he saw this fellow continue to run. He went around 3rd Avenue and looked him over, and he was getting into a car and got away.
You got the sanitation man's name and all
yes,
like that?
Yes, we have that.
Good.
But on the back of his car, he had some of that red tape, that fluorescent tape they're using.
Oh, yes.
And that was all over the back bumper. And he got the last 3 numbers of the plate. Okay. I sent out an alarm for the car over the teletype with those 3 numbers, and all the boys in the neighboring precincts have been notified.
Lieutenant Campion, Sergeant Klein on TS just rang upstairs, and he says Dowd over on Post 11 thinks he's got that car spotted that was one of that stick-up and shooting. It's over there at 2nd Avenue, 77th Street. It's a 2-door Plymouth sedan. It's 3T152.
Oh, we got the full license.
Yeah, and I verified it, and it's registered under a Joseph E. McCondy. It's 761 East 76th Street. Hey, Clancy, did you check lost property on that?
Okay. Yeah, see if you can get the description of the car and get the owner's name and address.
Yeah, Dowd's is guarding the car over there. He's not letting anybody go near it.
Say, Jake. Okay. You go over with Howie after he makes that call and see if we can get that owner in here and we'll talk to him.
Very good, we'll do that.
Okay, get right on it.
Now we see the detectives are off on the right track. But what about the characters played by our actors? Let's get back to them. The following scene was written, rehearsed, and recorded in advance. And of course, Lieutenant Campion and his men are unaware of what is going on in this scene, just as they would be in the job.
All right, Joe. I'm coming. Oh, Joe.
I'm telling you, Dunk, you got a friend in me. That was the best fight all season, and I got to miss the finish.
I appreciate it, Joe.
Hello, Ellie.
Hi.
Well, what's the big jam you're in? You sure it's not the car?
No, it's not the car.
It only should be.
Where's the keys?
Here. Here you are, Joe.
Where'd you leave the car?
In the same place, right where you always leave it.
All right. Now, what's this big jam you're in?
He went out to get some chow mein to bring back.
Let me tell it, will you?
Well, who's stopping him?
I went out and I started to the Chinese restaurant, all right. But then I figured it's Friday. It's going to be a long weekend, and I don't have much money in my pocket.
So?
So I figured I ought to do a little work. Then I ran into you on the corner, and I said, Joe, can I borrow your car? You said, sure, why not, if you fill it up with gas. So you gave me the keys, and that was that.
Not yet, that wasn't that.
You let me tell it my own way.
So I lent you the car?
Yeah, that's right. And I drove around scouting for a good place to make. I parked it on 72nd Street where I could get away easy. I walked around the corner, and there was this liquor store just right for picking.
Using my car for the get?
It was all perfectly simple, Joe.
Wait, there's more to come.
What's to come, Dunk?
Well, it was a good touch, and I cleaned out the register, and I'm heading for the door, and all of a sudden, another clerk comes out from the back with a gun.
Uh-oh.
So what could I do? I blast away. He drops, and I take out around the corner for the car. And to make a long story short, I'm in the car, and I'm away.
Is the guy dead?
He didn't wait around to find out.
My car you got to borrow to go heist the joint and shoot up a guy. That's a fine thing.
I'm sure I got away okay. I don't think anybody made the license number. There were some people looking at me as I came around the corner, but I don't think they made the number on the car.
But supposing somebody did.
That's what I want to talk to you about, Joe. Look, if by any chance somebody did and the cops come talking to you, don't tell them you lent me the car.
What do you mean, don't tell them I lent you the car? What am I going to tell them?
Well, you'll know what to say, Joe. You'll think of something. There ain't a chance in 1,000 anybody made the car, but I just want to cover every step of ground.
Look, I'm an innocent bystander. I was in a bar and grill watching the fight. You didn't tell me what you were going to do. Why should I cover for you?
Joe, I've known you a long time. A friend in need is a friend indeed.
Oh, tell me something, Dunk.
Huh? What?
How much did you get out of the liquor store?
Money, you mean?
Yeah, money.
Over 500.
How much over 500?
$812.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
Was it worth shooting a man for?
Joe, you gotta help me. I help you plenty.
Give me 400.
What do you mean, give you 400?
You want me to help you, don't you?
But that's half.
It ain't half. You got 812. All I'm asking is 400.
But there's not a chance in 1,000 there'll be a kickback.
All right, then what are you worried about? Now, let's forget the whole thing. I'll go home and go to sleep, and if the cops talk to me, all I can tell them is the truth.
Oh, you got me in a box, Joe.
Oh, it's your box.
Give him the 400, Dunk. What are you taking chances?
Well, what are you going to tell them if they talk to you?
I don't know yet. I'll think of something.
Yeah, but what?
Well, you give me a chance. The deal was just sprung on me. I got to work it out.
All right, Joe. You cover me now. Don't forget.
Yeah, I'll cover you if they talk to me.
Thanks, Joe. I knew I could count on you. Oh, boy, this is a load off my mind. What a relief.
Now that it's such a relief, please go down and get the chow mein.
Now, with sufficient information on which to act, Lieutenant Campion has instructed his men on their next step in the investigation. Detectives Clancy and Jacobson, for instance, go to 761 East 76th Street, the address listed for Joseph P. McCondy, in whose name the car is registered. Remember, from now on, there is no script. The actors are on their own. So are the detectives. Let's see what happens.
Hey, Mike. McCondy.
What? Is there something I could do for you, gentlemen?
What's your name, Chief?
Joseph P. McCondy.
We're detectives. Oh. Do you own an automobile?
Yes, I do.
What kind of a car do you have?
I have a 1950 Plymouth, two-door.
Did you have a little accident tonight with it?
No, sir.
Do you have a license?
Yes, sir. I have it right here.
Can you see it?
Sure. Is there something wrong, gentlemen?
Well, you just had a little accident tonight, I'm sure, someplace, didn't you?
No, sir.
You sure of that?
Absolutely.
You loaned the car to anybody?
No, sir.
Where is the car now?
Well, I left it on 2nd Avenue between 77th and 78th Street.
What did you leave it around there for?
Well, I was at a bar all night. I was watching the fights.
Anybody with you?
No, sir. Well, in the bar, I've a couple of boys I see every once in a while in there.
What's some of their names? Give me one name.
Well, there was, I'd give you a couple. There was Bud and Tommy.
But you lend Bud or Tommy your car tonight,
No. We were all
there. I'd like to talk to you.
I'll hold on.
You don't mind, do you?
No, sure.
Do you have anything on you before you...
No, sir. Absolutely not.
You're sure of that?
I'm clean.
Never been arrested?
No, I've never been arrested.
You sure of that?
Absolutely.
Look, anything that you say, we're going to check. Don't forget that.
Right, sir.
So you might just as well tell us the truth right now.
Yeah, I've never been arrested.
Never been arrested?
Oh, I've been down to the house a couple of times.
Let's go.
Okay.
With Joe McCondy in custody, the detectives return to the station house. They walk them upstairs to the squad room and into Lieutenant Campion's office.
Lieutenant, this is McCondy, fellow on that car.
Oh, hello, Mr. McCondy.
How do you do, sir?
Sit down there a minute.
Yes, thank you.
Can I see you outside a minute, Lieutenant?
Yeah, you stay in here with him, Howie.
Yeah, okay.
I'll be right back, Mr. McCondy. We have some other business to take care of.
Could I smoke in here? Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead, but don't throw the butts on the floor.
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that.
You want any coffee?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little black.
Stand up.
Yeah, sure.
Everything you have in your pockets, take them out and put it on the desk here.
All right.
Everything, no matter what it is.
Okay.
If it's money, count it.
All right.
In front of me.
Yeah. This is embarrassing because I'm not too well healed. I only got $5, $10, $11, $12, $13.
13, okay. Put it back.
Okay.
Okay, your cards are...
I have his
slips on
wallet
there?
there, Howie.
Okay.
Yeah, let's look at that, will you?
All right.
My wallet, another wallet I got to keep.
Who do you live with at this address?
Nobody.
I see, all right. What do you work at, Mr. McCondy?
Well, I kind of dapple in sports, equestrian.
What do you mean, dapple?
Well, you know, I hang around the racetracks a little bit.
You bookmaker?
Well, a little bit.
You take numbers?
No, I don't take no numbers.
You ever fingerprinted for anything?
No, I was never fingerprinted.
Never fingerprinted?
No.
Because we're going to fingerprint you.
Well, that's all right. It's your privilege, I guess.
Excuse me a minute.
Tonight, Lieutenant, he was in the spot up on the avenue tonight.
Yeah, we'll come to that. Say, Jerry, check the BCI on this fellow's name and address, and you got a pretty good description of him.
Okay.
And then I want you to check the Information Bureau and see if he's been... Do you ever get a summons for anything?
No.
Never had a summons in your life?
No. Oh, you mean a parking summons and something like that? Well, I got a ticket for speeding there once or twice.
How long ago was that?
Isn't it?
Yeah,
Why don't you answer the question?
Well, I call those tickets, you know.
You were convicted then.
It's
Is
polite.
that right? You were fined?
Yeah, I was fined.
Well, that's a conviction.
Now, where were you at 9:20?
I was at Glenham's Bar and Grill on 2nd Avenue between about 75th and 76th Street. I got there about 9 o'clock. I had some real rotten chow there, and then had a few beers with Spud and Tommy, what I told you about. And we were chewing the rag there for about an hour. The fight went on at about 10 o'clock. And we made a couple of bets, me and this Spud and Tommy, and...
You didn't leave the premises between 9 and 10 o'clock?
No.
Did you see the whole fight?
Yeah, I went 10 rounds.
Who won the fight?
I'm Merrill. I won the
What odds did you get?
2-1. I gave the odds.
Oh, you gave the odds, huh? What did you get on that, Jerry? Anything?
Hey, McCondy, what are you handing out here? You did a bit in 1952 for pettit larceny.
What kind of a pettit larceny was it?
You went to the island for it.
Oh.
What kind of a pettit larceny was that? Was that grand larceny and reduced to pettit larceny? You took a plea on it, didn't you?
Yeah.
It was grand larceny then, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, I don't know the technical words for these things.
Oh, you know just as much about it as we do.
Well,
you arrested.
You know more law about that.
Now, hold it, fellas. Listen, who used your car tonight? We haven't got all night. There's a man dying.
I told you when we picked you up at your house that we were going to verify everything that you told us. Remember me saying that?
Yeah, I know that.
Listen, Mac, why don't you stop kidding? We're bringing the bartender over here. And
Well, you can bring him in.
Well, he's coming in.
That's okay with me.
Howie, take this guy over and fingerprint him and let him think this thing over. And if he don't come up with something different, boy, you're in.
It's after 1 in the morning. A detective has gone to Glenham's Bar and Grill on 2nd Avenue to get the bartender Whitey. He brings him into Lieutenant Campion's office.
Hi, Lou.
Hello.
This is Harry White, and they call him Whitey. He's the bartender. This is Lieutenant Campion in charge of the squad here.
Hello, Whitey. How are you?
Lieutenant.
This is Detective Haney and Detective Jacobson.
Hi, Whitey. How do you do?
So how long have you been in our precinct, Whitey?
Oh, I've been working on a joint up there about 8 years now.
8 years, huh?
Yeah. All right, if I sit down?
Go ahead. Sit down. You can smoke. Do what you want.
You know Joe McCondy, Whitey?
Yeah, I know Joe a long
You
time.
see him tonight?
Yeah, he was in tonight.
Was he in the gym tonight?
Yeah.
Was he there all night?
Well, wait a minute now. Pretty busy night. He came in a little after 9 o'clock, I think it was. About 9 o'clock, yeah.
Was he there all night then?
Yeah, he was there, well, let's see now, the fights. He was watching the fights. He was there till about 11:15, I think. Anyway.
Who was he with, Whitey?
I have a couple of pals of his.
Who are they?
Oh, I don't know. Their last name's Tom and Bud something. He's always with them.
What time did Joe come in there, did you say?
Well, I think it was around 9 o'clock. Might have been
wasn't 10 o'clock?
Oh, no. He was in at 10 o'clock.
Was he there at 7:30?
No, he wasn't there at 7:30.
Did you miss him any time at all between 9 and 10 o'clock?
Between 9 and 10?
Yeah. Did you miss him?
No.
You took a bet off
No,
him,
he
didn't
was there. He was drinking all the time.
Well, he said he was there since about 7:30. All evening and all night.
No,
Somebody's lying here, Whitey. Either you or him. Now,
No,
come on.
I remember. Listen, I know Joe very well.
What about his two pals, Whitey? Did they leave the place at all tonight?
No, the two pals were there. They were there all the time.
They came in with him?
Wait a minute. I tell you one thing. The phone rang, and I picked it up, and the call was for Joe. But this was about 10:30, I think. So I called Joe, and Joe went up the phone. I forgot about it. I was busy, like I said, you know. And suddenly Joe comes running up the bar. He says, "I gotta go."
What time was that?
Well, this was about right after the fight.
Was this male or female voice?
You mean the guy that called for? It was a male voice.
Male
voice. Yeah.
And he called, and then Joe said he had to leave right away?
Yeah, he said something about. He says, "I got to go up to Ellie's." I think it was.
What time was that about?
I think it was about 11:15. It was right after the fights were over. Yeah.
Oh, we don't need a lineup for this. Bring Joe in and make sure he identifies him. Dick, go out and bring Joe in. Is this the fella here?
Yeah.
Hey, Whitey.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
You said that you were in the bar all night.
Yeah.
Until the time you come home, the detectives met you at the door.
Yeah.
What are you lying about?
Well, I was there.
Well,
all night.
Now, stop. Whitey said you weren't there. He said you left there.
What?
Who's Ellie?
I don't know no Ellie.
Well, you got a phone call and you left the place all excited.
Well, I wasn't excited. It's true. I got a phone call at Whitey's place, you see? Now, here's the way it works. And like I told you before, all right, I take a little book here and there, see?
Listen, Joe.
No, that's the truth. That's true.
You want to hold the bag for everybody, hold it. Because you're gonna hold it unless you tell us who you loan your car to or if somebody else uses your
Maybe
car.
Joe would rather talk to us with Whitey outside. You wait outside a while,
Yeah,
Whitey.
okay.
Go on out with him, Dick, huh?
Very good.
Good luck, Joe.
All right, Whitey, thanks.
Are you going to tell us who you loan your car to or not?
I didn't lend it to nobody.
Nobody had your car tonight?
No.
You had it all night.
It was on the street.
Hold it, fellas. Does the car belong to you? There's no mortgage on it or anything else?
No.
It all belongs to you?
Yeah.
Does everything in the car belong to you? That stuff in the back, on the trunk and all like
Everything.
that? Everything belongs to you, huh?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
All right, well, how about the gun under the seat?
I don't know nothing about no gun.
Now, you fellas heard him say everything belongs to him. And do you know with a previous misdemeanor, boy, this is a felony. You're not kidding anybody. You're in.
Well,
there's a man dying over there.
All I know is you could check with the Whitey and with Bud. Bud works in the garage on First Avenue.
We'll have somebody check. McCondy, I want to tell you something. Yeah. Now, we found this gun in your car, and what we're going to do, we're going to send this gun down to the ballistic bureau to have a test made and to see if it conforms with the bullets that were shot into that man tonight. So we're just going to hold you. You are now arrested. You're arrested for 1897 of the penal law, which happens to be a felony. So I want to tell you right now, you're permitted to call somebody or write a letter.
Why don't you get some of yourself and kick in? You haven't got a chance.
I tell you, everything I told you is true.
We've been babying you all day and all night.
I don't
We're not going to baby you anymore.
I don't want to take no raps for nobody, so...
You're not going to take any raps?
No.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. Why don't you tell the lieutenant just what happened?
Okay.
All right, let's go.
I got a phone call
Let him
at
talk.
Whitey's, you see, from Dunk. Dunk.
What's Dunk's name?
Dunk Rui.
Dunk Rui?
Yeah, it's like Dewey with an R.
Where does he live?
He lives on 390 71st Street. That's Ellie's. That's his girlfriend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's where he called me from Ellie's house.
Let's take this name and address for a while. Check that at the BCI. See if we get anything on him. Go ahead now.
Well, he called me up and he said he had to see me, you see. Yeah. So I told him to come down because I wanted to watch the fight. I didn't want to miss the last round. So he said it was very important I should come to Ellie's house as fast as I could get there. He was the one who was excited. I wasn't excited.
You're the calm type.
Yeah, you know. So anyway, I went over to Ellie's house and I loaned Dunk my car. He didn't tell me what he was going to do with the car.
No, he twisted your arm for you to get it from him.
Well, I lent him the car. He paid
Where's
me a couple
Dunk
of
now?
bucks. I don't know where he is now. Maybe he's at Ellie's.
At Ellie's house?
Yeah.
What time you lent him the car?
I don't know when he took it. I gave him the keys.
Where do you generally meet him?
At Whitey's.
At Whitey's?
Yeah. Yeah.
But he goes steady with Ellie, huh?
Yeah, I've been up there for a bit.
Does he live with her?
Well, he's there most of the time.
Just a friend.
Just be discreet, you know.
What's that location again?
390 71st.
What apartment?
It's 3E, I think it is. It's on the 3rd floor.
They got a phone over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Say, Dick.
Yes,
Jerry, get right over to this Ellie's house. You may nail this guy right there. In fact, I think we better put him in the boob downstairs and we'll all go over.
Now, 20 minutes later, the detectives are in the hall on the 3rd floor outside of Ellie's flat. Here, as they hope to make the final arrest in the case, Lieutenant Campion gives his instructions.
Yeah, but listen, everybody get your guns out right now. We don't want anybody to get hurt.
Yeah.
Special delivery.
Okay. Oh.
Where's Dunk?
What?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't hide it. There's no sense of hiding it. She's not. She's going to be a nice little girl. Listen, Ellie, where's Dunk? Where's Dunk?
Dunk who?
Oh, you know Dunk who. Now, don't give us that
I
line.
don't know what you're talking about, really.
You don't, huh?
Place over, Lieutenant.
Yeah, look this joint over.
It's a good searching.
Yeah, give this a good
There's nothing here.
We'll find out. We'll find out. We're the best moving men in the
We're
world.
going to scream, too, so just keep it nice and
Go over there and sit down.
Money.
Oh.
That's my money.
How much is there?
A couple $100?
What is a couple of hundred?
It's my money. It's all I got. It's all my money.
How much?
I don't know, about $200 or $300 or something like that.
Count that out,
I saved
Jake.
it.
Ellie, where's Dunk?
I don't.
Come on, we know he was up here.
Jerry, let her watch him counting this dough, will you? How much is there?
There's $815 here.
Well,
$815 isn't a couple.
I don't take it out and count it all the time. I don't keep my money in the bank. I keep it under there.
You know the difference between a couple of $100 and $800. I'm going to cover the door in case this bum comes in.
Oh, do that by all means. And yell if you need some help there. Let's get back to the money.
Where did you get this money?
It's my money. It's my money. It's all the money I have.
Don't be screaming. I ask you that again. What do you do for a living?
I don't do anything right now.
Where did you get this money?
I saved it. I've worked other times. I've been on the
What kind of work do you do?
Well, I've been on the stage.
How long ago?
Several years ago. Just for a little while, and then I've had other jobs.
Well, how do you maintain yourself right now?
Right now, I'm unemployed.
For how long?
Oh, about 6 months or something like that.
6 months, and you got 815 fish under the cover there?
You live here alone, Ellie?
Yes, sir, I do.
What's men's clothes doing in the closet?
That's,
Your father's.
No, not my father's. There's somebody left them here. No,
She'll explain. Come on, she'll explain.
You've been arrested before, Ellie?
No.
Never been arrested?
No.
Hold on.
Ellie, yeah, man.
Take him up, Take him up. Give him a quick fan. Give him a frisk.
What's this, Ellie?
Give him a frisk.
I don't know.
Sit down. Sit down.
Sit down there.
You didn't know Dunk, huh?
I didn't say I didn't know him. I said I hadn't seen him in a long time, and I hadn't.
Dunk, you better get that new suit out of the closet. You're going to need it.
Where cops?
I don't know you cops.
Oh, do you want to be shown?
Well, sure, I want to be shown.
What do you work at?
Bum, we'll show you.
What do you work at?
I don't work. I'm sick.
Are you? You'll be sicker when this is over. How long do you know the Jane here?
How long do I know you? Couple years, right?
Yes, couple years.
Do you live here?
Well, I don't know what you want. What do you want with me?
Are they your clothes in the closet?
They're his clothes.
Did you leave any money with her? You left an envelope with her, didn't you? Some dough?
She said you did. Shut up.
You keep quiet.
How much did you leave with her?
Look, I want a lawyer. I mean, I
don't get a lawyer. You get a lawyer. How much did you leave with her? How much money?
She said
I did. All right, I left her some money.
She said you left $800. Is that right?
I didn't leave. No.
How much
did you
leave?
$800?
No.
You didn't count it.
I didn't leave any $800. Help me. You got a charge or something? What am I charged?
We're going to give you 48. Did you ever hear about a 48?
I don't know what it is, no.
Well, we make out a short affidavit down in court, see? And it's a 48. And if we can't find anything on you, in 48 hours, we give you another 48. And we keep giving you 48.
Until you get wise to yourself and talk.
What kind of a deal is that? I did nothing.
That's the right. All right, get them up. We'll take them down the house.
Wait till I see that Joe. I'll tell him.
Come on, keep going, Dunk.
Next time I'll borrow somebody else's car.
And that was Cops and Robbers, with real cops and not so real robbers. They were actors, and I'm sure you will agree, very good actors, playing for the most part without a script, knowing only the backgrounds and motivations of their characters. John Sylvester was Dunk, Elspeth Eric was Ellie, Larry Haynes played Joe, and Ken Lynch was the bartender. The CBS Radio Workshop is grateful to Lieutenant Dan Campin and Detectives Richard Jacobson, Howard Clancy, and Jerry Heaney for helping us try to prove a point. I hope we did.
You have been listening to Cops and Robbers on the CBS Radio Workshop. Cops and Robbers was conceived and directed by Stanley Niss, who also acted as your narrator. All names were fictitious, except those of our detectives, who are all retired members of the Detective Division, Police Department, City of New York. This is Art Hannes inviting you to listen next week when the CBS Radio Workshop will present The Legend of Jimmy Blue Eyes, a narrative poem set to music by Ray Noble. The story of a jazz...
Exciting thrill landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, Our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.